lifetime leader in wins will pass, you know, what if there were, we want to become coach of men's program? What do you think would happen? Don't tell me now. Okay, we'll talk about it when we come back. Let's see on the box score with Jackie Ray. I'm Mo Kelly. It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI 840 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app now to 82 and KFI 24-hour news. Crew's been working to repair a levee break on the Pajaro River along the central coast as another atmospheric river storm heads into the region. The levee ruptured late Friday at Songhua, at least 400 feet. About 8,500 people have been ordered out of the area, and 50 had to be rescued from the rising water. The student in Lawndale has died in an accident during PE class. The Centinela Valley Union High School District won't say what the injury was, but that the student at losing her eye was taken to a hospital Thursday and later died. The Last of Us has hit another ratings high for the season finale of Season 1. The post-apocalyptic zombie video game adaptation has gained viewers through the season and drew in 8.2 million viewers for last night. The series premiere had an audience of 4.7 million in the U.S. I did some of them. Friday tonight, chance of rain tomorrow morning, rain likely by the afternoon with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. We've got a stall in Sepulveda to pass on the 405. The city northbound just before Mahalo Drive is stuck in the right lane, so you see if all teams trying to get that out of the way. So watch it slowing into approach. In Beaumont, and heading eastbound between the 60 and the 111. Work zone alternated between the three left lanes. That's going to be going on until 6:30 tomorrow morning. And a full closure of the 215 northbound in Grand Terrace. That's in between Washington Street and the 10. You'll see CST on scene diverting traffic off of Washington Street, and traffic is currently backed up to Barton Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This recording is sponsored by JSX Airlines. Enjoy private jet first at airline prices when you fly JSX. On just service changing the way you fly from Burbank and LAX. Check in 20 minutes before your flight and save time flying between private terminals on 30-seat jets. Leave the crowd flying and stretch behind. Visit JSX.com and book your flight today. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful culture in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, a Marine named W. Butler was all that stood between the U.S. and Stafford. I'm Ben Bolton. I'm Alex. And I'm Smedley Buckner. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show. I'm Martin Cope, the inventor of Nevada nasal care, and I love Nevada. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Nevada's powered sensor will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Nevada will help you breathe better. But what do other people think I bought? I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Nevada, and it's amazing. For this one, I use Nevada every night. Could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Nevada, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better. Unquote. Those are through over 100,000 online reviews praising Nevada. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Nevada is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and Amiens. Nevada, N-A-V-A-D-E, clean nose, healthy life. Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more. Close your eyes. Ask God to come and fellowship with you. And open yourself to the Holy Spirit. And ask the Holy Spirit. Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Now you've come reaching to visit the window. St. Patrick's Day freebie. Get a free puff rainbow keychain March 17th. Number 2. Get a toasted toaster when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th is 21st. And the number 1 reason. We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted out the best casino in the Southland. Rolando, good time. And now, a few words from your dog. Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena, games, wiggle waggle walks, to raise funds to help care for the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFIAM640 or stimulating. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As I continue my conversation with Jackie Ray, our regular commentator, we go beyond the box score. Before the break, I was postulating, John Staley, who arguably is one of the greatest female basketball, when I say contributors, is players, hosts, accolades everywhere. Probably the greatest individual the sport has ever seen, across those different dynamics. She right now, as the coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks, is 32-0. Obviously, #1 overall seed going into the NCAA tournament. She's a defending champion. She's already won another championship with South Carolina. She has 570 career wins. It is conceivable. She's only 52. In coaching, she could be the winningest coach all time if she stays long enough. Right. And I said, what if, given her stature within women's college basketball, do you think there will come a time in which the sports information director says, hey, or athletic director says, hey, we want to coach the men's team at this university, like Georgetown University, Patrick Ewing was fired, there's an opening there, the openings at universities every single year. Do you think there's any possibility or likelihood that Don Staley would jump from the men's basketball program, or would it be someone else down the road? In other words, how does it shake out in the world of sports? I think that would have to be a perfect situation. I don't think she would take this situation specifically. Patrick Ewing was set up to fail, and I think the next coach is going to be in a similar circumstance. But I think the thing about Don Staley, I understand why she would be the one that you would want to go to. She's proven it. Girl, she's a GOAT, legend in the W. So we know who she is, we know what she can do. We see how she can influence young minds to be great at the game. I think the thing that people forget about Don Staley, though, is Don Staley is the exact example of what I want women who are currently in the W to be. In that, for her, I don't think coaching a men's sport is the end-all, be-all. I think a lot of women in the W, when they think about that next stepping stone, it's the NBA. Because the NBA is the pinnacle of success. And it's why? Why is that the pinnacle of success? Why can't you view women's sports like the pinnacle? Because it's dope, and you have all these female athletes. I know that's an American thing, because I know in Europe, female sports are viewed differently, but I think Don Staley loves women's sports. She loves the women she coaches, and she loves seeing them escalate to that next level. So I don't see her wanting to say, oh, I'm going to pivot over here, because the outside world sees that as my next stepping stone. I feel like what about just the personal, just the desire, the personal, like, hey, this is something I might be able to do. This is something I maybe want to be able to prove the world wrong. Maybe I just want to do it. I don't think she's valid. I don't think she proves anybody wrong. I think everybody who knows Don Staley knows Don Staley can do it. Right. She wouldn't prove anybody wrong. I think she might prove the naysayers wrong, because a lot of naysayers are going to be like, oh, a woman, we've heard this time and time again, a woman's never going to be able to coach men the same way. But we're almost there in the NBA. Yeah, yes. And they had to pay her $1 million to get her to go to the W, right? So, which is fine. I think Becky Hammond absolutely deserves that money. And I think she would go, I was pushing for her to be that one to get that job, because I think she deserved it. Let me give some context. Becky Hammond was an assistant with the San Antonio first, so she was one step away in the NBA, but with the WNBA. Correct. She coached the athletic agent. So she's doing her thing out there, and she's great. I think, again, it's not that Don Staley can't do it, and I think that any school in the college or even in the NBA would consider her an asset. At least they should, if they know the game of basketball. I just don't know if she use it that way. She might, like you said, it might be one of those things like, you know what, let me just go show y'all how dope I am, and let me show you how I turn this failing organization around. She might be that way. But I also think that she has such a love for women's sports that that's not a goal, perhaps. I could be wrong. Maybe not a goal, but we're talking about someone who's 52 right now. We don't know what 12, 13 years from now may bring. Let's say 12, 13 years from now, she has just about every record on the college level that she could amass. And she's won 2 or 3 more college collegiate championships, which is just silly possibility. She'll be, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, she's the Mike Krzyzewski of women's basketball. She's done more than Pat Summitt, REM, and so forth. It might come a time where it's like, you know what, I don't know why I can't be here for like a century. And nobody's there to support something else. That's what Detroit country day for. She might be like, you know what, let me go do this too. Because at that point, she's accomplished things and she's got a record that's going to be very, very hard to break. So it just really depends on her mindset. I think maybe that's just a personal thing for me. If she wants to do it because she wants to do it because she's like, let me go get this money. Like, first of all, let's make sure this money is right. So she's like, let's go get this money. And I think sometimes, you're not talking about this before, sometimes it's about paving the way and knowing your worth and how you can open doors for others. So maybe if the situation is bigger for her for that reason, like I have to pave the way for women who are coming after me. I have to be the example of excellence. Maybe because even if I do love women's sports just as much as I love men, I have to open the doors for women so they can go wherever they want and not have to be pigeonholed into one box. All right, let me go to the other side of this and say, because I can't answer this for women, do you think women would want her to do it for the next person to come behind her, a woman to come behind her and have another opportunity? I mean, you can't think about that. I think, as Black people, we know how that is. When we go into a room and we're the first or the only, we have to represent for the entire race. But you can't think about that. You have to just go in there and think about doing your very best, full stop, and not worry about everyone else who's coming behind you. Because just like in a sport, when you start worrying about everything else, the game gets messed up. You got to go in there and you got to concentrate on who you are as a coach, who you are as an individual, and be the best that you can. Period. And I think that she could do that. And I think you probably have people on both sides. Well, technically off there. I think you would have those that if she was offered the position and she turned it down, they would be like, yeah, because she knows she's not good enough. You'd have those. You would have women that would be like, oh no, you couldn't have turned it down because this was our shot. Like she's gonna represent for all of us. And then there's gonna be some that say, oh, you know what? I'm glad she turned that down because if she fails, then just like you said, that sets us back 10 years. One person's failure does not set an entire group back 10 years. It might make it harder for a time, but you can't stop a whole group of people's dopeness. If they're just dope, they're just dope. Well, let me just ask you this, because you mentioned, and this is a personal question, you thought that Patrick Ewing at Georgetown was set up to fail. What did you mean by that? Because there's a legacy there that he walked into, and I think that they needed time to kind of step away from that legacy a little bit before anybody stepped into that role. And I just don't think that enough time had passed because you have to go in there and change up a whole system that's been in place since I was a kid, feels like, and that's just... Just before you were a kid. Okay, well, there you go. So it just didn't feel like, it just felt like you need time. Just like when you break up with somebody, you need to heal. You just can't go get it, he's the rebound coach. Yeah. And so I just felt like he was set up to fail. And I could see that going into it, and it played out exactly like I thought it would, unfortunately, because I love Patrick. I got some stuff. I can tell you some stuff behind the scenes. We'll talk some stuff. Oh, I want to know. I just say we're not on air. Not on air. Thanks, Ray. It's always good to see you. Thank you. How can people find you real quick? You can find me on all things social media, specifically Instagram, at JackieRae. R-A-E. JackieRae. It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI answers 40 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and Amy State. A regional bank that operates in Southern California has failed. With more than $110 billion in assets, Signature Bank collapses the third biggest bank failure in U.S. history. All of the bank's former customers have automatically become members of a newly created bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank had locations in the L.A. area and at least one location in Orange County. The failure of the New York-based bank yesterday follows the recent failure of California-based Silicon Valley Bank, which collapsed because customers fearful of the bank's financial health rushed to withdraw their money. Officials say both banks' customers will be able to access all of their money. In Beverly Hills, Blake Trolley, KFI News. A man in Filipino Hills has been arrested thanks to headphones inside the backpack he allegedly took off with. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says video shows the man breaking into a car yesterday and stealing the backpack. Deputies were able to use the GPS tracking enabled in the headphones to pinpoint the man's location at a business parking lot on Mountain Avenue. That's where he was taken into custody. Lifeguards in Long Beach have rescued a small dog and reunited it with its owner. The Long Beach Fire Department said the rescue started Saturday when lifeguards answered a call about a dog running in the Junipero Beach parking lot. Just by the time lifeguards got there, the dog was swimming out to sea. The lifeguard then put on his wetsuit, grabbed his rescue board, and headed out to save the dog. The little dog made it to the swim line, but was reached with the help of a rescue boat and taken safely back to shore. Hey, you just sit next to your kids on the flight. The Department of Transportation says you shouldn't have to. The Department of Transportation has asked Congress to ban the practice of making parents pay to sit next to their kids on flights. The move follows President Biden's call to get rid of junk fees, and after officials conducted a review last year of airline seating policies. ABC's M. Wynn said in a letter, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg asked House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to bar airlines from charging so-called family seating if vacation seats are available during booking. United has already announced a plan to do that. The O.C. Fair and Event Center is planning a 10-year, $229 million facelift that will take place in 8 phases. The first phase involves bringing all of our employees together under one building.
O.C. Fair CEO Michelle Richards says the administration building and other upgrades are needed because most were part of the Santa Ana Army Air Base during World War II. In Phase 2,
expanding our free education programs to the community.
Then,
upgrades to our exhibit buildings, the Pacific Amphitheater where our headline concerts are held.
And finally, a modern agriflex for livestock-related shows. Richard says most of the upgrades will be paid for through existing cash on hand. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Southside weather from KFI, clouds tonight, lows in the 40s and 50s. Cloudy with a chance of rain tomorrow morning, then rain likely by the afternoon. Could be heavy at times, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Rain should end by Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll have partly to mostly cloudy skies as we head into the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s. It's 56 in Costa Mesa, 55 with Laguna Beach. Got a work zone, and still Mark slowing you down on the 210.
And the Yarnell off-ramp as well as the off-ramp at Rothschild are shut down until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So both shut down, and you're currently seeing delays from about Polk Street. If you're on the 405 southbound in Culver City, you'll come across some slowing after Culver Boulevard. It'll start to clear up just after the 90. And some good news on the 405 northbound into Sepulveda Pass. Just before Mulholland Drive, a stalled fighter has been moved out of the right lane. Traffic has recovered there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreto.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Serena Cortese. Here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Crest
Like the latest here at the NBA.
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
What a moment! Saturday and Sunday on the TW. After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, this golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the TW. Are you ready for this? Please play on the TW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the TW.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text SUPPORT to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smelter Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer socket. The Smelter Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to
That's smellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front and everything. I just told a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number 399. Yeah. Visit YouCan'tBeatIt.org or call 833-422-4255. That's for medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. AM 640.
An iHeart radio station. More city radio talk.
Get the crew together with the Big Dance Bundle. 20 pretzel wings, 20 boneless wings, and fries for $39.99. Look at those bundle lifting muscles. Buffalo Wild Wings, official chicken wing of the Big Dance. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. It's later with Mo Kelly. And you wonder, like, why are they saying like a Buffalo Wild Wings ad? Well, it's about wings, boneless wings. And Buffalo Wild Wings is in trouble, or, might be in trouble. They're getting sued over the whole idea of false advertising in relation to their boneless wings. Now, I wouldn't call it false advertising, but there is some guy out there who has recently filed a class action lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings over its use of the term boneless wings. And I guess he figured out that it wasn't actually a boneless wing, but more akin to a chicken nugget. Now, this is something we used to debate on the Kelly show. We did. Years ago. Now, according to the lawsuit, that he claims the name boneless wings leads customers to believe that the product is simply the meat of a deboned chicken wing rather than what they actually are, which is, quote, slices of chicken breast, meat, deep fried like wings, close quote. And so that makes the so-called wings more like chicken nuggets. That's the basis of the lawsuit. Now, far be it for me to poke holes in some of the lawsuits, but how did he get past the fact that they also sell buffalo wings at Buffalo Wild Wings, and there are no buffaloes with wings? If you want to be strict in terms of the interpretation of what's being marketed. No, you're grossly misinterpreting what a buffalo wing is. A buffalo wing is a wing that is cooked in what? Buffalo sauce. That's why they call it a buffalo wing. And what is a boneless chicken wing? A boneless chicken wing is a nugget or a strip. It is not, you cannot call it a boneless wing when it is just chicken. Are they any boneless? Did it came from a wing? Or sure, but it did. It comes from a strip of probably some breast or something else because it's typically all white meat. And we know that for the most part, wings are dark meat.
No, wings are white meat. It's for the
All right, good. Anyway, look, this dude here, this dude has an actual case, and I would side with him because of the fact that they're lying and selling nuggets or strips. They're not selling deboned wings.
But it's okay, but it gives you a really good visual of the people in the chicken factory who have to pull the bones.
Hey, you know what? And you can charge more for that because all those bones they are still pieced together. That's not a lot of meat to debone. Right, I don't think I would actually want to eat a piece of deboned chicken wing.
No.
There's not a lot of meat there. Yeah. No. Just call it boneless chicken.
What? That's no fun. You know what?
I hear you.
If this judge sides with this guy,
But is it material? Is it material to someone's purchase that is called a boneless chicken wing?
Or are you so stupid
right.
You can't figure out?
I'm telling you, it's false advertising.
It's the same. It's still chicken meat, right? And it's still using the same breading, the same toppings, the same seasoning.
And there's no bones. If you go in there and you are scared that on getting one, and you get a strip of meat, you you do have a case that is literally fall down. But I'm just saying, just based on what the case is boneless wings or chicken strips. He's saying I'm doing it because I ordered boneless wings. So I got strips. I got something that's like a chicken nugget. I'm not a kid. I don't want a nugget. I wanted something I could gnaw on and pull the meat off and whatever.
Well, then you buy the wings.
Here's the thing.
The regular one.
Yeah. Buffalo Wild Wings is not the only place which sells boneless wings. Now, you see how this case is going to get bigger? This is going after Domino's, this is going after pizza, this is going after all these places that sell these fraudulent, boneless wings, and it's just stripped. Look, I know that this started in Chicago. I thought this had been class action lawsuits written across, and this is a nationwide issue that was going to start it. That's why I brought it to later with the Mo Kelly. I need everyone to know. Class action lawsuits.
Oh, so everybody wins $20 if they win.
Possibly. But it would change the way that this need is served. We had similar discussions, when I say we, society had similar discussions about like impossible meat, what you actually call it, quote unquote, a meat substitute, or what you say like oat milk is actually milk because there's no milk in it. It's just
roll these in.
Well, that's my point. I'm saying we had these similar discussions before. The whole point is it's not misleading. It's just a colloquialism, a terminology where people understand it as hey, well, look, it sounds cool. If you're taking up Buffalo Wild Wings case, you're probably going to lose. This man will probably get as much out of you. If he's going to get boneless meat, he's going to lure life. It's going to be about the reasonable expectations of what a customer should receive. He's going to lose, and he's not going to have to end up paying Buffalo Wild Wings legal fees. Now, look, people have won over that, and I believe it might have been Subway that was taking this half for their tuna. You see my air quotes for their tuna.
That was totally different kind of fish.
Right. That was the question of whether it was actually tuna in it. Yeah. And there was also a question of how much chicken was in their chicken breast. Yeah. The contents are not in doubt here. But the contents are, because he's saying that this does not come from content that had a bone. This is not a bone. This is not a bone.
You know what? He's going to lose it because it's going to be just like the oat milk, where the judge said, you know what? There's a reasonable, like you said, a reasonable expectation that people are smart enough to know that oat milk is not cow's milk.
See, that's what he says. This guy is going, that was too much. Because it's not cow milk. It's milk oat. It's oat that is in milk. Oats don't have udders.
But the whole thing was, could they call it milk?
That's right.
It wasn't could they call it oat milk. It was could they use them in milk.
I got it. Almonds as well. Almonds can be milk. Obviously.
Again, I'd like to see the little guys.
But see, that's what we had almond milk in the studio, and a reasonable person knows that it's not coming from anything that's bovine in nature. What was it really? Because we tasted. But the point is, they were still allowed to call it that, and that's where these cases come together. When you call something boneless chicken wings if it didn't originally have a bone in it, and I think a reasonable assumption is yes, reasonable. Yes. Yeah, but it's called chicken breast, call it fried chicken breast. So that's like saying, why don't they just call it pressed oat pizza, oat, water? They could. Right, and it tells us they call it oat milk as a bringing to the trial of the case of oat versus Cincinnati or whatever. I get that. I'm quite sure the lawyers will make reference to those. Look, I'm sure that they will, and that I would then say that my client has been damaged, my client hurt. All this time he's been trying to think that he was done all this time because he thought that he was getting the delicious meat from the wings, not the thigh or the breast. That's not what he wanted. He was thinking he was getting the wings. The wing meat is the tastiest of the meat, and that's not what he was getting. And so that is misleading. You're not giving him the tasty wing meat. You're giving him the non-tasty thigh meat or the breast meat.
So he suffered special artificial distress?
Yes.
Oh.
All this time, his whole everything is wrecked. So what is he claiming as far as his injury? Because to have standing, you have to claim injury here. That he's been wrong, that he's been hurt in some way. He is hurt emotionally. He's still on hell. His taste buds KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We'll check in with George when we come back. Now, the KFI 24-hour newsroom in the news.
Uber and Lyft can continue to treat their drivers in California as independent contractors. The state appeals court ruled today. The tech giants can bypass other state laws requiring worker protections and benefits of being employees of the ride-hailing app. The Biden administration has approved a huge oil drilling project in Alaska, reversing the president's promise that there would be no new oil drilling on federal lands while he's in office. Former Dodger Trevor Bauer signed a one-year deal with the Japanese baseball team. The former Cy Young winner, who sat out the entire 2022 season because of a sexual assault scandal, was pursued by several teams after he was released by the Dodgers. Cloudy with lows in the 40s and 50s overnight, rain tomorrow and Wednesday with highs in the 50s and 60s. The cone zone in Silmar on the weekend.
That's it, westbound, and the off-ramps at Yardnell and Rockford are shut down, so they'll be reopened for you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Currently causes flowing from Polk Street. 15 heading southbound, you're currently seeing delays from Main Street. And if you're on the 405 southbound, that's in Fountain Valley, right at Brooker Street. Watch out for a crash. Blocking the carpool lane, you're seeing flowing from Magnolia. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vines. It's not too late to get a flu shot. Vines and Albertsons pharmacies make it easy. Work free with most insurance, and walk-ins are welcome. Or skip the line by making an appointment online. Prescription supplies. Visit the pharmacy for details.
Let's Chief Marketer Support. Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Oh, the times are waiting on St. Patty's Day.
Now your top races to visit Belinda.
St. Patrick's Day freebies. Get a free plus flavor pizza March 17th.
#2.
Get a toasty toast so when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th to 21st.
And the #1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted out the best casino in the Southland.
Rolando, start time. Hey, there's a better way to fly. You're probably fed up with being stuck in endless lines and packed planes. Try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. As a Surf Air member, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and completely avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Yeah, visit UKFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. That's for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
You locked your cat up this tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing doors.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to clog things, call Reader Hero coming in air 419@ReaderHeroes.com.
I'm attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
I'm Martin Koch, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navaja's powered sucker will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses. Navaj uses suction power so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tomorrow night at 9. Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
And I'm watching Chris Rock's special. And I paused and said to my wife, this is a joke that he did like 3 years ago. It's almost word for word in this new special. He goes, Tim, you're watching the 2021 special. The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. I'm 40 minutes into a 21 special thinking it was live earlier in the evening. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and coming up in just a few minutes with Coast to Coast AM with George Nori, who joins me right now. Good evening, George. Hello, Mom. How was your weekend? It was fantastic. It was restful. It was relaxing. Had a great weekend. How about yourself?
Yeah, I was in Denver taking every unbelievable TV shows, but it was fun.
Well, are you ever not working? I'm always working. That's what I thought. It's fun for me. Well, I think it's fun for all of us. I think that's why we do it.
Absolutely. And on the show tonight, ozone therapy, how it may save the world. And then later on, magic and witchcraft on Coast to Coast.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Are you bothered that boneless chicken wings don't actually come from chicken wings and just have the bones removed? Does that bother you?
I've never done a chicken wing sandwich, so no.
Okay. Don't ask why I asked you that, but it's a part of a theme we were just having a discussion of.
I don't think you did the right thing.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Have a great show. And there you go. Okay. You might have heard earlier in the evening, we to give the ratings for the season finale of the HBO Max television series, The Last of Us, something we've referred to the show at least over the past 6-7 weeks. There were 9 episodes, so it's been on for 9 weeks. And the season finale last night, for me, it may have been an event in terms of millions of people watching it, but in terms of its content, I thought it was horrible. I thought it was so disappointing. And if you haven't seen the show, it's not going to make sense, but just know that nothing was resolved. There was no payoff. There were non-physical decisions made by the protagonist. I'm not sure who the villain is at this point because the protagonist is making all the wrong decisions, but the villain doesn't have to do anything. The disease doesn't have to do anything. For a show called The Last of Us, there sure are a lot of them. For me, that's problem number one. There's way too many people that they're dealing with in the show that's supposed to be about The Last of Us. Not only that, for me, the show as it came to an end, the more it goes along, this is not a spoiler, this is just a fact, because if you've been watching the show, you've recognized it too. It has less and less and less to do with the infected beings that are out there. By the time we get to the end, I'm like, oh man, we got a sighting. Like, it's rare that you see someone infected, and that's bothering me. No one.
See, I like that because those zombies freak me out.
Well, let's see, that's the thing. That's why I couldn't get into a show like The Walking Dead was. It became less and less about The Walking Dead and more and more about the frailty of humanity the issues of humanity, the problems follow us wherever we go, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, are we ever going to try to do something to solve this problem of The Walking Dead? No, they just completely left that. And I feel that's the same thing here. I know it's based on a video game that's going, color by numbers with relation to the video game, but I need to know that it's going somewhere in a real sense, not just in a walking and talking sense. This season finale just said, you know what? We're not going to try to save the world. That's what it says. Yes.
Well, there's going to be another season.
Yeah, but they're not going to give another season for me. If I was playing this video game, I would not buy the next, edition of the game. Like, if I had version 1, I'm not going to get version 2 because if the game ended the way the series is, I don't want to play anymore. I'm like, I don't want to play. If this was the end of this long journey playing this game, to get to here, that's like you shrug your shoulders and go, oh, well, we're done. That's not a fun game.
I needed something consequential to happen in the last episode, and nothing consequential happened. Things happened, things transpired, but nothing which made any sense. There was an opportunity, ostensibly, to end the outbreak, to get a cure. And as just painful as it might have been, what was on the table, literally, was on the table, it was a bitter pill to swallow. It just confounds me. He did all this walking, all this talking, all this moving from one side of the country to the other. And they knew at the end it was going to somehow involve Ellie. Hello? So I know this is like throwing it way back, but you described exactly how I felt about the first season of Walking Dead. I was so massively disappointed with the way Ellie. It's right there. You spent an entire season walking. You basically gave us an entire circle. And so I haven't seen last of us, so I can't speak to that. But what you described is how I felt about the first season of Walking Dead.
And then did you watch the second season?
And no, I did not.
Oh.
I gave it the first season because I don't know if it's actually going to go anywhere. Because from the characters' actions, they're not committed to ending this. They're not. So,
well, but I would take it a chance. Because I was frustrated too by the ending last night. Because it was like,
right?
It's over? Wait a second. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was like. But I'm also, it didn't have that cliffhanger that you really want at the end of a season.
It down. A cliffhanger that makes you want to tune in and see what happens next. It almost ended in a way like, well, that's it.
Well, except I have hope. Which is what the series is about.
It is about
hope and love.
I don't even know if it's about hope and love anymore. Like, what hope and love was there? It ended with no hope and no love. It just ended like, hey, and no honesty. It ended, like, seriously, the way this series ended, I said to myself, this is the exact same way I felt with that stupid dragon show that Mo forced me to watch, and I hated that show.
The dragon?
No. I didn't even go to that one because the first round of mindless walking and talking and debauchery and backstabbery and the occasional dragon was horrible. When you get to the end, you go, are you guys serious? That's what we're going to do right now?
You saying incest turned you off?
I'm saying all of that turned me off. And this series, it ended in such a way that made me say, oh, this is creepy, this is overly violent.
Yeah, it is. That was the problem.
And the overly violent part, apparently, is so much less violent than the game.
Well, I need the game to step in at this point. Yeah.
It was something.
I needed more of a consequential ending to the season. That's all I'm saying. And I didn't get it.
Well, I'll tell you what the creators of the show say, because I'm listening to their podcast that goes like episode by episode, and it's fascinating. And you can hear it on the iHeartRadio app. But I'm on like 7 or something, 6 or 7 episodes. So I'll be interested to hear what they say about this, given your visceral reaction.
And if they're listening, they can come on our show. And we can explain the show.
That'd be good.
Coming up next, First North, Coach AM. Say by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Step 1. Hey Alexa, stop playing crappy disco music. Thank you. Step 2. Play KFI AM 640.
KSI.
AOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Good teacher, gone bad. I mean, seen live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A teacher who was recently named one of the country's top teachers in San Diego pleaded not guilty to 15 felonies over an alleged sexual relationship with one of her students. Police say Jacqueline Moss' relationship with a 13-year-old boy started when he was 12. He allegedly sent photos of herself and asked for videos in return. The prosecutor says a picture of the boy was found in Moss' wallet when she was arrested. They say she had jewelry with his initials and love letters to the boy were found in her classroom. If she's convicted, they could get nearly 30 years in prison. The renewal of Bon Jovi, but a free tribute concert to Bon Jovi had to be postponed in Palm Springs because of rain. The Chamber of Commerce says it was delayed earlier this month for the same reason. Officials will announce a new date for Wanted, the music of Bon Jovi soon. The concert series is hosted the first Wednesday of each month at Palm Springs Downtown Park. January's concert was also postponed because of the rain. April's concert is supposed to pay tribute to the Bee Gees, and the series wraps up in May with a tribute to Sting. A registered sex offender is in charge of sexually assaulting 2 women in Newport Beach. Court records show the man was charged last Thursday with multiple felonies. He's accused of attacking the women March 4th. He pleaded guilty to felony sexual battery in 2017 and served a year in jail and 5 years of probation. An Islamic extremist who drove a truck onto a bike path in New York City, killing 8 people, is sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. The jury would split on whether the guy should get the death penalty, so that gave him an automatic life sentence. The same jury convicted the man in January of 28 other charges, including murder in aid of racketeering and supporting a terrorist organization. The 2017 attack was the deadliest in New York City since 9/11. The Biden administration says it's approving a roughly $8 billion oil drilling project in Alaska. The administration made the news a day after it said it would reduce the size of the project by allowing 3 drill sites instead of the 5 proposed. The decision also requires the company to relinquish its leases for 68,000 acres to create a buffer between the infrastructure for the Willow site and migratory routes for a nearby caribou herd. ABC San Francisco's Interior Department says it has substantial concerns about the environmental impact of the project. The company behind the project says the move could produce up to 180,000 barrels of oil a day and create up to 2,500 jobs during construction. Some people may wish they hadn't found a new place to call home. If you moved in 2022 and you're having mover's remorse, it's not just you. 3 out of 4 Americans who moved last year apparently have some regrets. A new survey from real estate brokerage firm HomeBay found the biggest regret was a tie between people wishing they had moved to a bigger place and those who missed their old home. Other regrets were that the new home was too expensive, took too long to buy, and was too much of a hassle. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News. Southline weather from KFI. Rain heavy at times tomorrow, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Rain continues through Wednesday afternoon, partly to mostly cloudy Thursday and into the weekend, with a chance of rain again Sunday. 58 in Anaheim, 55 in Redondo Beach, 57 in West Covina, 55 in Rancho Cucamonga. Got a freeway closure in Grand Terrace on 215.
This is on the 215 northbound from Washington all the way to the 10. Caltrans has all lanes shut down for road work until 5. You guys are being diverted off onto Washington. Mid-City, this is on the 10 westbound at National. It's a little fender bender there. That's sticking up the right lane. Watch for delays as you approach this area. In the suburban past, we have good news. Earlier stall that was on the 405 northbound at Mulholland has been cleared from lanes. You drive is recovering in that area. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vines. It's not too late to get a flu shot. Vines and Albertsons pharmacies make it easy. Work free with most insurance, and walk-ins are welcome. Or skip the line by making an appointment online. Restrictions apply. Visit the pharmacy for details.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. OxPay. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Archie.
Marketing Specialist, Global Engagement Office, University of California, Riverside, California. Research, analyze, monitor, and evaluate marketing efforts. 5% domestic, 25% international travel is required to perform the job duty. Salary, $68,500, $123,900 per year. Send resume to Cynthia Wells, 900 University Avenue, Riverside, California, 92521. Again, send resume to Cynthia Wells, 900. But what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
KFI is literally the KFI of talk radio.
From the City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be, across the nation, around the world. I'm George Lauren. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, magic and witchcraft is what's happening. What a weekend for banks. Bank stocks around the world plunged today, even as President Joe Biden vowed to take whatever action was needed to ensure the safety of the U.S. banking system after the sudden collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank all over the weekend. Everybody raided and took their money out because they were afraid of the bank's power and their ability to perform. U.S. authorities, though, took extraordinary measures to shore up confidence in the financial system after the collapse of the bank. Introducing a new backup for banks that the Federal Reserve officials said was big enough to protect the entire nation's deposits. Unbelievable. And the blame game is on for who caused the Silicon Valley Bank's collapse. And the tech sector is pointing the finger at the CEO for allowing his company to go down in history as now the second biggest U.S. banking failure on record. One Silicon Valley Bank employee who requested that his name not be given was dumbfounded by how the CEO publicly acknowledged the extent of the bank's financial troubles before privately lining up some necessary financial support to ride out the storm. This set the stage for panic that ensued as customers scrambled to pull their money, and they did. Let's hope things calm down. Apple is building a mixed reality headset that's set to ship out this year. The company's hardware ranks among its longest-lasting rumor cycles. Lauren Weinstein, our expert on the internet, with us. Lauren, what is this all about, and what's the headset?
Right. So when we say mixed reality headset, what we're really talking about technically is what's usually called augmented reality headset. Now, we can start with the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality. Virtual reality we've talked a lot about in the past, with, for example, the Oculus, now Meta, Quest consumer headsets being a great example of those. These create virtual games and experiences and worlds that can be absolutely amazing. And as I've mentioned, VR really has to be experienced to be truly understood. There's no way to really appreciate what it means until you've actually used it. Now, augmented reality is basically when you combine virtual reality elements with the real world. So, this provides the users with both real-world and virtual imagery simultaneously. That could be overlaid telemetry data or seemingly physical 3D objects sitting in your room, in your actual room, pretty much anything. In fact, the Quest headsets that consumers have now actually do have a form of augmented reality where they could do this in a limited fashion. but because of technical limitations, the real-world view is in black and white, while the virtual components are full color. The next generation consumer devices are expected to likely be completely color capable. Now, the big question is, where is the actual market for these technologies? Virtual reality has not really been a mass consumer item so far, even as prices have dropped considerably. Probably partly because wearing headsets can be a real drag, even as they get lighter. And it's not clear what the big consumer applications are, even when you consider gaming, for either virtual or augmented reality. Now, it's very different, and this may be where Apple plans to concentrate with their augmented reality headsets. When you're looking at industrial and medical and law enforcement and other non-consumer areas, there's certainly many more possibilities in these categories where the ability to combine virtual data, virtual objects with the real-world environment will be very, very useful. But for mass consumer use, it all still seems a much tougher sell. And I think that's why Apple's reportedly really aggressive move to get AR headsets into mass production is being at least questioned by many observers. There's a feeling in some quarters that Apple really needs a big new consumer product, especially as people tend to hold on to smartphones longer and longer, and smartphone features have rather matured. And it seems uncertain that augmented reality is going to be the best. It's going to be the next big winner for Apple in the near future at least. Now, Apple, of course, has surprised us in the past, but augmented reality may be a tough one to sell consumers on, even for Apple. So, as I say so often, we shall see.
We shall see. Keep your eyes on it for us, and thank you. Young women nationwide are struggling with their mental health, with many turning to self-harm as a way to cope. Some 57% of female teens in the U.S. struggle with feeling of persistently being unfair. That amounts to 2021, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Of the women surveyed, 30% considered suicide, 24% planned suicide, 13% attempted suicide. Unbelievable. A few years from now, a small telescope on the far side of the moon could help scientists peer into the universe's ancient past. The moon instrument, called the Lunar Surface Electromagnetic Experiment Night, LUCY-NIGHT, is a pathfinder being developed by the U.S. Department of Energy's Brookhaven and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Stephen Kate, Dr. Sky's with us, and I'm going to meet up with him this Saturday in Sedona at our live event. But for now, what do you have for us, Stephen?
Well, good morning and good evening, no matter where you're listening, folks. In Georgia, look forward to that in Sedona. But here we go. Another close call for potential impacting asteroids, and that's with a question mark. Well, an asteroid measuring, look at this, at least 130 to 200 feet in diameter has been recently discovered on February 26th by astronomers in Chile. This one officially is known as asteroid 2023 EW. What's interesting is it's an orbital period of 271 days, and yet has the potential, here we go again, being an Earth impactor on this date. Mark it down, February 14th, 2046. The impact map would suggest locations in Indonesia, the Pacific Ocean, southwestern USA, and then lower parts of the central United States. The asteroid came closest to the Earth this time around on February the 18th of this year, at a distance of, well, it's a good distance, 5.4 million miles. But the good news, there it is, it now has a 99.8% chance of a miss. But it's very early to really tell us in the future when we talk about it. It has the near size of the asteroid or comet body, which exploded over Russia's Tunguska region. We all know this, back on June 30th, 1908. The heat of that event alone inspired that great fireball was about 40 miles from ground zero. That's similar to detonating a 12-megaton nuclear weapon, which we could post it on there. In space, we talk about a mystery rocket test at Cape Canaveral that apparently has been canceled. Hypersonic rockets, we all know, and missiles are always in the news now. Now we learned of a possible launch of a hypersonic missile from Space Force's Cape Canaveral launch site in Florida. This test of a joint U.S. Army defense project known as the LRHW, standing for Long Range Hypersonic Weapon, that was set for March the 5th. The technical issues canceled the launch. Developed by Martin Marietta, this Mach 17 missile would be deployed in the battlefield from a modern launcher platform. The Navy is also interested in looking at this particular project and missile on submarine-based versions of the LRHW. The Here we go again with daylight savings. I now in place over much of the U.S. and others. There are reasons on both sides to cancel it or keep it. And when? We have a great agree on this and when. But also a very interesting date in history. This date on March the 13th, 1977. Close to my heart here in Phoenix, Arizona, we celebrated or marked the 26th anniversary of the mysterious Phoenix Lights incident. We'll talk about today. Great interest. We wrap it up with the live sky. The moon at last quarter on the 15th. New moon on the 21st. As we move into the vernal equinox on March the 20th, 5:24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Under the sea, the moon is near Venus and Jupiter on the nights of the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in the west at sunset. Always more information at theskylive.com. Emails, we love those. DrSkyShow@gmail.com. We say it, we mean it, and we love it. Always remember to keep your eyes to the sky. I'm simply your navigator on the highway to the heavens and the shows. And of course, we're looking to see you in the audience in Sedona this Saturday. And Dr. Sky, with what's been going on and what's been happening these days, what do you think the latest is? What's going to happen? As far as which source, the asteroid? The asteroid. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, we talk about it only to let people know what science is predicting. But the reality of the situation is we hope and pray the asteroid is not a hit. But we have a process coming down the pipeline pretty soon in 2029. Right. But it's always good to watch, not just keeping our eyes to the skies, but these scientists are doing a great job. And they're actually discovering more of these asteroid bodies sooner than later, which is actually good. So let's hope and pray that this is just a story to keep people's attention to a subject that we all know is important. All right, see you Saturday night, Dr. Sky in Sedona, Arizona. Tom will tell you a little bit about that a little bit later on this hour. In a moment, Mark Cypher back with us. When he was with me back in 2022, we talked about Tesla, Wizard at War. He was telling us about some therapy for the treatment of viruses. And he'll tell you how a Coast listener played a part in the development of that work in a moment on Coast to Coast. And I know you're going to want them after hearing this. This is an amazing story. We've got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand. I understand that Malachi, who's 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function. Yeah, he was having trouble even holding things to the right. That's how I look at it. They got me thinking about it. I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement really going to work? Well, look, we really started to notice that around 12 weeks, you can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller, and then it's going down to with this little red mark. The whole thing's gone. And you're talking about one the size for water. I thought, no way that's going to, wow, that's the thing miraculous. See him get into a PhD. Yeah. How wonderful. It's great to see him so happy and confident. Absolutely wonderful. I've been to the Senate. That's blown away. Hi, this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. Carnivora.com. For a limited time, it's back. The 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at bullionmax.com/code. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you could store at your home. Go to bullionmax.com/code and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at bullionmax.com/code. That's bullionmax.com/code. And welcome back to an incredible night here on Coast to Coast. George Miller with you, Mark Cypher back with us, a graduate of the University of Chicago, Dr. Ph.D. Mark Cypher, wrote his doctoral dissertation on the Nikola Tesla at Seabrook University, a retired psychology teacher from Roger Williams University. Mark also is a handwriting expert, has lectured at West Point Military Academy, the Open Center in New York, Lucasfilm's Industrial Light and Magic at numerous secular conferences here and abroad. His latest book is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Mark, welcome back. How have you been?
Great. So great to be back here, George, and I have to thank you. You mentioned it already, but when I was on a year ago, this lady called me the next night. She was in her 80s, and she said, I got to tell you about this ozone book you got to know about. And I have like half a dozen ozone books. This is a little pamphlet written in 1951 called Ozone, God's Gift to Humanity. But in it, it was written in 1951. It gives me the whole history of ozone therapy and lists about 20 medical doctors and all the research that they've done through the years, treating things like TB, diphtheria, staph infection, sore throat. And it also discusses something which is hugely important now, and that is that the FDA has stated that ozone is and this book in 1951 goes into the history of why that's a mistake. What happened in the 1920s, these two scientists generated ozone from the air, just from the normal air. The air is 90%, 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen. So if you have an ozone generator taking it from the air, you'll also produce nitrous oxide, which indeed is toxic. But in 1950, this guy said, wait a second, we should be producing it from pure oxygen, not from the ambient air. And so the original guy who wrote the original article in 1920 went back and redid it, created ozone from pure oxygen instead of from the atmosphere. And he said, you're right, we made a mistake. It's not toxic if you produce ozone from pure oxygen. And that has made a huge impact on the medical community. But this was discovered 50 years, or more than 50, 70 years ago. And I found all of this because this lady called me because I was on your show. That's how amazing it is.
So tell us a little bit before we get into how you first really got into ozone therapy. What exactly is it, and how is it physically applied to you?
Yeah, ozone is just a different form of oxygen. And what's so incredible about what I've learned, every morning the sun comes up and hits the atmosphere. There's O2, which is oxygen. The cosmic rays from the sun convert O2 into O3. That's ozone. And the ozone raises up to the top of the atmosphere. A blue sky is a blue gas. So part of the reason the sky is because of ozone. And so that's what's occurring. Now, once the ozone layer is created, it's created every day, it now absorbs the cosmic rays and protects us. So ozone is really just a different form of oxygen. And what ozone therapy is, it really is a misnomer. It's really oxygen ozone therapy. Most of what's injected into the bloodstream is oxygen, over 95%. Just a very small amount is ozone. So we call it ozone therapy, but it's really oxygen ozone therapy. And what it does is it purifies the blood and it stimulates the immune system. The most important finding that I found, and I think the FDA needs to know about this, in 2001, Paul Wentworth, the chemist at Scripps Institute, discovered that our own antibodies manufacture ozone. It's a disinfectant. So when we breathe in, if you breathe in germs, viruses or whatever, we have to protect ourselves with our immune system, and our antibodies do that. And what I've discovered is that when you read all these articles now on the immune system and vaccines and all that kind of stuff, they never tell you how they work. And the reason that they work is because our own immune system is killing, the bad guys, the viruses that we pick up. So how do they kill it? We actually manufacture ozone, and we also manufacture hydrogen peroxide. And that I discovered from an article from Harvard University. So it's well known that our own immune system produces ozone and produces hydrogen peroxide. So ozone therapy is simply enhancing what our own immune system is already doing by injecting oxygen and ozone into the bloodstream.
Mark, is ozone therapy like hyperbaric oxygen therapy? Is the same thing or different?
Than just oxygen.
And how do they apply it to people? Do they have masks on, or they put them in a chamber? What is it?
Yeah, you keep your head out of it, and it's just, it's around the body, so you're not breathing it in. So that's one way to do it. The other way is injecting it. Another way is with a UV light. You can remove the blood, and then the blood goes into a chamber where ultraviolet light changes the bloodstream, produces more ozone into the bloodstream,
and then the blood is reintroduced back into the person. So that's another way to for help, to boost the immune system function.
How did you first hear about ozone therapy?
This is a far-out story, George. You gotta go back to 1984. I was speaking at the first international Tesla conference in Colorado Springs, and Andrea Pujares was there, and we thought he was going to talk about brainwaves, and what he had this top secret textbook paper on particle beam weapons, and like we were all amazed because we were all searching for this paper. This was an amazing time, and I was covering the event for a neuroscientist, a journal I had. So one of the other speakers was Dr. George Freebach. And I was wondering, why is this medical doctor there? He was there because in 1896, Tesla invented an ozone generator. And what Dr. Freebach says, again, 1984, he said that he had a man riddled with cancer. And as a last resort, he gave him ozone therapy, and the tumors were shed, and he was healed. I put that in my first Tesla book, Wizards, in 1996. That was it. I forgot about it. But when this COVID pandemic occurred, I Googled Freebach's name, and out popped a book called The Story of Ozone, written by 12 medical doctors. And so the FDA is against all this, and I figured, well, Jesus, 12 medical doctors are writing a book in 1996 saying how beneficial it is. So then I started to get in touch with ozone therapists, medical doctors in New York and California. And now we've been in touch with ones in Ecuador, in Spain, and even in China, in Italy, Sierra Leone. There are many medical doctors all throughout the world who are ozone therapists, and they're curing all kinds of viruses, including, of course, COVID.
And that is truly remarkable. And Tesla made his machine in 40 years, right?
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Oh my God, how did he come up with this?
Well, one of his heroes was von Siemens from Germany, who had actually invented an ozone generator in the 1850s. And von Siemens, he's very famous for motors that he created. Germany still has that name there. And the ozone that he was creating, all you do is you create a spark in the atmosphere, and that creates ozone. Create a machine which did that. Lightning storms produce ozone. You know that fresh feeling after a lightning storm that the air feels fresh? Please, that's the ozone in the atmosphere. And what I also learned, if we didn't have ozone, there would be no life on the planet. Most of the atmosphere is hydrogen. Most of the air is nitrogen, 80% nitrogen, about 20% oxygen. Ozone is just a tiny little percentage of the oxygen, but that tiny little percentage blocks the cosmic rays from hitting the Earth and protects us. And that's what the ozone layer is all about. So they were learning all this in the 1850s, and what Tesla did was he built a better ozone generator than von Siemens built in the 1850s. Tesla's in the 1890s, and by then medical doctors were starting to use ozone therapy to treat various diseases like diphtheria, tuberculosis, many kinds of and just anemia, vascular diseases, pneumonia, whooping cough. So all of that was happening at the turn of the century.
And was Tesla's machine being used?
Yes, Tesla was a huge hero to the ozone therapy. When they found out, that's why I was so quickly accepted into the ozone therapy community, because I had written a book on their hero. Tesla was a huge hero to the ozone therapy. In fact, during World War I, the Germans were using it to cure people that had gangrene. You think of gangrene, that's the end, the guy's got to chop off the leg. But if you're using ozone therapy correctly, you can actually kill the bacteria with the gangrene.
Mark, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about your work, ozone therapy for the treatment of viruses, next on Coast to Coast State.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP.
KFI, news of the hour. on the app. And when it breaks,
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another atmospheric river will roll into Southern California tomorrow and Wednesday. Forecast this day up to 3 inches of rain could fall in the valley and coastal areas, up to 6 inches in the mountains in Alaska, reversing the president's promise that there would be no new oil drilling on federal land while he's in office. The UCLA and the USC men's basketball teams have been seeded number 2 and 10 for the NCAA tournament. Bruins take on University of North Carolina in Sacramento Thursday. USC will face Michigan State Friday morning in Columbus. The Last of Us has hit another rating tie for the season finale of Season 1. The post-apocalyptic zombie video game adaptation drew in 8.2 million viewers last night. The season premiere had an audience of 4.7 million in the U.S. After 20. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy with a chance of rain tomorrow morning. Rain likely in the afternoon, heavy at times, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Rain should end by Wednesday afternoon. It's 58 in Diamond Bar, 56 Newport Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Riverside, this is 91 West South at Madison. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash, picking up the right lane there. Watch for some stop-and-go traffic from Arlington. Also in Riverside, this is on the 215 southbound at Hot Springs. Calm down car, that's picking up the right lane there. So this is on the 405 southbound right before Fairview. You guys have still right there. This report is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP Criminal Defense. I'm Attorney Gary Cavanoti, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in makeup. Unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP.
on Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Planning a spring getaway? This month get 40% off with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
KFI AM 640.
The podcast Let's Start at 2 wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing when Evans used to this game. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start at 2 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attendance. And ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, you should have rung them up separately. No. You should have more people here. The Tim Conway Jr. show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walk out and take them for free. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I've been walking so long. Singing the same old song. I know every place, dirty sidewalks of Broadway. Where hustle's the name of the game, and I gotta get washed away like the snow and the rain. There's been a road of compromise on the road to my horizon. So I'm going down where the lights are shining on me. Like a rhinestone cowboy. Yeah, I've never seen the rhinestone cowboy. How's the season? You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Now that's heavyweight Glenn Campbell. I'd like that guy. He was good. I'd like to say, Tom, I'm going to sing that song in Sedona, but I'm not.
No, you're not.
Coming up, March 18th.
Yes, you could practice the next year.
Well, that's too soon. Coming up.
It is. This is going to be so fun.
So,
Saturday night, the middle night at the Sedona Performing Arts Center, a beautiful place. You got to come on out. We're going to have special guests out there. There's people speaking. There's non-stop music all 3 days. Workshops, sky watches. They'll take you out to the desert, to the Red Rocks, the temple. This is a fun event. So if you head over to coasttocoastam.com, all the info is right up there in the share itself.
Can you believe it's just days away now?
No, I really can't.
And then, of course, in May, we're going to the Dolls area in Oregon.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to go to the amazing Granada Theater in Dallas, Oregon. It's 84 miles east of Portland. So Portland folks, come on out. Dr. Sky Stephen Cates will be there. UFO abductee Travis Walton. If you don't know who he is, you're probably living under a rock, but he's so fun and great money maker. Tonight we'll include a live band, of course. We'll do a salute to the veterans like we always do. A live Q&A and just a fun show to be had for all. So come on out, and the info again is at the coasttocoastam.com website.
Just come on out and do so. We'll have a great time. Here's something to build up your needs.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of IndyStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and IndyStem?
The IndyStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better.
Wellness kit with Adaptostem and IndyStem and your free gift to Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Real people, real stories.
I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you could imagine for 3 years ago. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. So lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. Now I heard the Carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this
Product stage design.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story back with Mark Pfeiffer as we talk about his latest book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. I know that ozone generators, Mark, are being used to disinfect areas, but is the treatment of ozone therapy, is that legal or not?
Yes, it's definitely legal. The FDA Title 21 says ozone is a toxic gas with no medical application. That's the first sentence. But if you read further down, it's really against the misuse of machines. And it doesn't say anything about ozone therapy, but it does say, in fact, that if you can establish that ozone is being used safely, then that is okay. And that's why there are 350 medical doctors throughout the country that are ozone therapists. So the FDA is kind of doing, a bad thing, but they secretly are allowing it at the same time. But what happened in April of 2020, right at the beginning of all this, they directed the FCC to tell every single ozone therapist, these are medical doctors, regular old medical doctors, that they cannot advertise that they could disable the COVID virus with ozone therapy, or they will be prosecuted by the federal government. Oh my gosh. And so what I'm going to be doing, I've been sending my book out to different congressmen. I heard back from Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who's reading the book. I want Congress to deal with this federal regulation, Title 21, because it's saying ozone's a toxic gas with no medical application. Wentworth and Scripps Institute says that our own antibodies are manufacturing ozone. And of course, these are medical doctors that have been treating people with ozone therapy literally for 100 years. So there's hundreds of articles disproving this aspect of federal regulation Title 21. So I think that sentence needs to be rescinded. And I think people like Dr. Fauci need to look at the evidence from Wentworth and just speak to these medical doctors and see the studies that have been done. There's two clinical studies that I discussed in the book where one was really dramatic. They gave ozone therapy to 9 COVID patients, and they gave regular, just normal treatment to the other 9 that gave 18 COVID patients. 9 that ozone therapy were out of the hospital in 7 days as compared to 28 days. Wow, that's pretty dramatic. It sure is. Where do we get your book, Ozone Therapy? It's all over the place. It's online and Amazon, Walmart, Barnes and Noble. It's really out there, and it's very interesting. One other thing I wanted to say has to do with, we learn how to fly by studying the birds. We want to learn how to improve the immune system. We just study how the immune system works. And Mother Nature is telling us precisely how to do it. It manufactures ozone. That's what Paul Wentworth discovered it 20 years ago at Scripps Institute. I think he deserves a Nobel Prize. I think it's so hugely important, and I cannot believe that all these intelligent immunologists like Dr. Fauci, Dr. Walensky, Dr. J.A.K., that they're not studying this kind of evidence. It's so clear that ozone therapy is beneficial. The other thing I wanted to mention, you mentioned the asteroid possibly wiping out, the civilization. If Ebola had spread like COVID, there would be no civilization left on this planet. That's why I wrote this book. It has to do with emerging viruses. We have to protect ourselves. And we have to realize that the FDA has made a huge mistake. Ozone is very beneficial. Without ozone, there'd be no life on the planet. And our own antibodies are manufacturing ozone. Viruses do not have the ability to self-repair. So what ozone does is it causes a tear in the lipid envelope, the outer skin of the virus. Once that happens, the virus dies. Our bodies can self-repair, the viruses can't. And that's how ozone works. And that's why two of the medical doctors, Dr. Rabbi and Dr. Rowan, went to Africa during the Ebola pandemic in 2014. Who would go to an Ebola pandemic, That's how brave these guys were, but they knew what they were doing. They taught medical personnel how to treat Ebola. And fortunately, Ebola does not spread
as easily as COVID. So had that happened, it would have been the end. It just would have been the end. So I'm talking about new emerging viruses. That's why it's important. And it's so fascinating. I even studied something like honey. You know, why doesn't honey get bacteria and mold and stuff? That's good. We learn how to fly the same bird. We learn how.
Why are scientists so concerned about our ozone layer breaking down, Mark, but they're not concerned about it being used to treat medically?
It's a huge prejudice against us, and I've been working very hard. I have to thank Institution and George. I have to thank you. I mean, but you put me on the radio. It's been so important, and this lady who gave me this book enabled me to figure out why the FDA regulation is all based on a mistake that's been corrected. I don't know, but without the ozone layer, there'd be no life on the planet. What happened is that you get about 100 million years when, plant life began to evolve, to create more oxygen in the atmosphere. Then the sun would hit the oxygen, convert it into ozone, and then the ozone would rise up to the top of the atmosphere and block additional cosmic rays from hitting the Earth. The ozone layer is only less than an inch thick. It's so unbelievable how fragile life, when you study this, life is so precious on this planet, it's so fragile. So it's very important, that we get off fossil fuels, that we don't pollute the atmosphere. We have to protect the ozone layer. But without that, there's no life on the planet.
How did you end up being a handwriting expert too?
I read an article, it was actually a Playboy magazine article. I don't look at the pictures, I just read the article. And there was an article on, yeah. The article on handwriting analysis, Dan Anthony was teaching in New York at New School, so I went back to New York and studied for 2.5 years. And then when I went to the University of Chicago, I worked with a number of medical doctors, studying handwriting in schizophrenic patients as compared to normal people. And then I started to do portrait cases. And then that's really how I got interested. I was so fascinated that someone could be longer, gone many, many years, like Tesla or Edison. You look at their handwriting and tell a lot about who they are. So I'm fascinated by the whole concept that, expression. And I also think that our grade schools got to go back to teaching cursive handwriting. It helps the motor ability. It's like learning an instrument or learning how to play the piano or learning how to throw a football or frisbee. So it's a motor skill that's important to teach. And to get rid of teaching cursive writing, it's diminishing cognitive skills in children. So there's so many levels to it.
Didn't the Associated Press ask you to analyze a Osama bin Laden handwriting?
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
What was that all about?
Well, in 9/11 was a horrible, thing that bin Laden did, and everyone didn't know whether or not he was alive or not. And the following year, there was a note sent to Al Jazeera, in our country, and it was signed by bin Laden. So the Associated Press called me up, and they said, is this the handwriter? Is he still alive? And they came up here, and I analyzed him, and I said, this looks exactly like his handwriting, but it's the kind of signature, kind of like a design. Well, someone else could do it, but it looks very much like this. And it was the biggest story in the world whether or not bin Laden was alive. And then, you remember the Beltway sniper?
Yeah.
Well, the very day that I heard it was the most important story in the world was bin Laden alive, and Mark Stein was going to say what our handwriting is. And then the Beltway sniper came, and it knocked my story just off the front pages, so I was like, world famous for about 20 seconds, and then boom, I got knocked out by the Beltway sniper.
What does handwriting tell you about people?
It tells you about your entire personality. In a way, it's kind of obvious. People have large handwriting in general or households. People have small handwriting, have a lot of, concentration. If it leans to the right, you tend to lean towards people. If it leans to the left, it's rebellious attitude. It's really, expression of the soul. When we look at how man evolved, through the hundreds of millions of years, this is one of the reasons why we think the Neanderthal man, they didn't have this sort of speech center. Handwriting is written speech. And so it's really an expression of individualized differences. Very intelligent man. The reason why they let people rise to the top The name of it, I think the book is called Extraordinary Life of an Ordinary Man, something like that. Can you tell somebody's personality almost right away, Mark, when you look at his handwriting or her handwriting? Yes, I'll tell you a funny story. I was looking, in these stairs, these stairs. And I see this man over in the corner, he's wearing a book. When he comes over, his handwriting, and I'm like, you got a great sense of humor. He said, how do you know? I said, because I saw you telling jokes over in the corner. But, he cracked up for that. But, you can tell, you can tell attention to detail, you can tell if they forget to put the eye. You can tell this place aggression. Sometimes people are friends. It often suggests that the parents have opposite views, so they can pull in two different directions. Oh, it's incredible those things you can really tell. If you had to give yourself a title today, what would that be? Author? I like to think of myself as a scientist. I look at facts and the facts and the ozone thing, it's so clear. Paul Wentworth deserves the Nobel Prize. He discovered that our own antibodies are producing ozone. So with that happening, we want to study immune system. I can't believe how complicated it is. It's too difficult. It's really, really complicated. But I think of myself as a scientist. I'm an author. I've written 4 novels as well. I am a handwriting expert. I have a case of the testifying next week in a 4G case. Yeah. So I don't know. I do a lot of different things. It's such an incredible story. When you analyze handwriting, do you need the original, or can you do it off the Xerox copy? You'd like to get the original, but in this day and age, you often get PDF emailed to you, and you do the best you can with the PDF. So you'd like to get the original, but you can tell it from regular. Is it easy to forge somebody else's signature these days? No, it's very hard because you have to convert your own handwriting impulse with your own muscle memory, and then take on someone else's. A Photoshop, you can cut and paste, but Photoshop is complicated as well because there's different densities. So if you take an original document and you Photoshop, take another signature from another document, some of the aspects of that won't have the same density as the document that it's been put on it. I just looked like a couple months ago where you could show clearly that it was a cut and paste job. Well, Photoshop is made like a little bit more difficult, but it's very hard to force. We each have our own unique personality. And it's just, just a fascinating topic. Does an individual's signatures change as they change? Some people have variations in their signatures and it evolves. A lot of executives come up with like a rapid signature that's kind of illegible, but then they can go back and write it more legibly if it's an important document, like a will, or a giant loan or something like that. So it depends on the person. Some people are more rigid, so they write the same way over and over again. Some people are more flexible. Some people are more variable. That's what handwriting changed a lot. In fact, when he started to see pulse frequencies from the Martians, the United States, the N in his name was very small. It's a very tiny N. And the T looked like an antenna reaching up. So this didn't change as radically. And when his plans and Warden Club fell apart, his handwriting fell apart in 1906. So I showed that he had never breakdown in 1906. But then his handwriting rebounded, came back. He's full blast, to his old self. He went to our album series, and you could see it reflected in his handwriting. Can you tell if somebody's left-handed or right-handed through a signature? Usually you can. And the way you tell is the keyboard. A righty goes from left to right, a lefty goes from right to left. And so if you look at which way the keyboard is done, you can tell if they're lefty or right. That's interesting. That's fascinating. Your work is fascinating. Mark's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. He's also on Twitter and Facebook. We've got a little social influence there. The book we're talking about tonight is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses, the Science of the Promise of Healing with Ozone. What's it going to take to get this legal? What do you think? I want to get my book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Read it. You're going to see that the evidence is so clear know, if you stepped on a splinter, you would die within a day if we didn't have a immune system. Because it's it multiplies rapidly. Our white blood cells are manufactured 100,000 per second. Our red blood cells, 2 million per second.
Hold on for a second, Mark. We'll come back and talk more about your work. We'll take your calls with Mark Steifer in a moment, including, of course, if you want to talk about anarchy. We'll do that too.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting life in press line.
Here's the news.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team. The most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
Someday on the TRLIONAIRE, the power after the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all through the world. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream play on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey, Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here's too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download and you get real cashback for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cashback just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway.
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cashback.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRIENDS to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRIENDS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRIENDS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. AM 5, AM 640, more stimulating talk. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here. And KOSC-82,
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Here we go again. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service says another strong storm with heavy rain and mountain snow is moving into the state. ABC's Leonana Alley says officials in Monterey County have expanded evacuation orders after an atmospheric river caused the Salinas River to overflow, flooding towns on its banks.
More than 3,000 in Monterey County have now been evacuated. First responders navigating the streets, searching for people stranded in submerged vehicles.
Pajaro River's levee was also breached Saturday by flooding from the atmospheric river. First responders and the California National Guard had to rescue more than 50 people. A man who barricaded himself inside a home for 2 days near La Puente has been found dead.
LA County Sheriff Chief George Valdez said calls came in Friday of a man shooting at people, and when deputies arrived, the man retreated into the home of his girlfriend in Belinda. We know the suspect had a high power rifle. Commander Tom Giandomenico says soon after SWAT arrived, and as of early yesterday morning, the man was still active. I could tell you at 2 o'clock in the morning, he was still texting and sending text messages about his ability to want to put harm on us. Officials say the man was found dead yesterday afternoon from apparent self-inflicted knife wound. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A group of about 1,000 migrants from Mexico has been blocked from crossing the bridge leading to El Paso, Texas. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says the migrants were posing a potential threat to make a mass entry.
They were all in riot gear. They were running with shields and their helmets.
Calixto Malero, which is the border yesterday, says it's a lot of Homeland Security cars headed up to the bridge. Physical barriers were put in place to restrict the entry of the migrants at the Paso del Norte International Bridge. Board of Stroke says there have been no reports of anyone breaking through. Maine's Lobstermen Association has sued an aquarium in California for telling customers to stop buying lobster, mostly harvested in Maine. Last year, Seafood Watch put lobster from the U.S. on its list to avoid because of the threat posed to whales. The lobster industry in the U.S. is based mostly in Maine. The lobster industry says the aquarium's information is based on bad science and incorrectly portrays lobster fishing. It's asking the court to force the aquarium to remove defamatory statements from its website. Southland weather from TFI rain is expected to really start coming down by tomorrow afternoon. Highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Rain continues through Thursday afternoon with up to 3 inches expected before the sun moves out. Partly to mostly cloudy Thursday. It's 54 in Dana Point, 57 in Long Beach, 54 in Ladera Ranch, 57 in Baldwin Park. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Grand Terrace, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. Southend has always shut down for road work until 5. And in Pasadena, we have good news. Earlier traffic on the 134 westbound at the 210 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Tarzana, there is a work zone. It's on the 101 southbound from Tampa to Haskell. 3 left lanes to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI and the Sky Hope 50 to faster on Brian Van.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
Oh, no, not anymore.
Our district has got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Oxyville. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089.
I'll second guess dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have EPI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, TRILLIONAIRE, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always refuse. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. Marketing Specialist, Global Engagement Office, University of California, Riverside, California. Research, analyze, monitor, and evaluate marketing efforts. 5% domestic, 25% international travel is required to perform the job duty. Salary, $68,500, $123,900 per year. Send resume to Cynthia Wells, 900 University Avenue, Riverside, California, 92521. Again, send resume to Cynthia Wells, 900 University Avenue, Riverside, California, 92521.
I see. Over the years, I've compiled thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes, and now, first after that, I was on to you in my new video live. I see. Let's go dive in. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show you the action in my life. Listen to Ice Daily Games every Wednesday on iHeart Radio, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast.
And Mike Diamond Plumbing, we smell good. Show up on time or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this hour, as we continue chatting with Mark Pfeiffer about his work on ozone therapy, even handwriting analysis. We'll have some fun with that. We'll take your calls as well on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season, always a crazy time, isn't it? But you can feel even more stressful if you fall victim to fake IRS calls. Scammers pretending to be IRS agents will ask for personal information. Bank account is that way. They go through the mail. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, and your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting that identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name. If you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty hesitant. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and had them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the Carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Mark Pfeiffer. His book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Mark, what's is science beginning to say about this? Are they jumping on this bandwagon?
Well, there are a number of scientists that are actually very involved in it. I discovered an article from Harvard Medical School where they took a zebra stick and they purposely wounded the tail of the stick, and the stick manufactured hydrogen peroxide. Ozone is O3, hydrogen peroxide is H2O2. It's kind of like water, but they're very similar disinfectants. And what they discovered, this is an Harvard, that the gene that manufactures hydrogen peroxide. So I think the next step would be to find the gene that manufactures ozone. One of the ads that you had talked about stem cells. Ozone also triggers the release of stem cells from the bone marrow. And as I mentioned before, at the moment these things, we're producing, you have to be in awe of the majesty of our immune system. And the more you study the immune system, the more you learn that cancer is anywhere.
like that, and we will protect ourselves against, future emerging viruses. That's really what this is all about.
Is it magical?
I think life is magical. I think the Sanders Brothers are magical. I love listening to that song, I have to tell you. But I think, I think when you look at the ozone layer, I think it's magical in the sense that it's unbelievable. I mean, I don't believe it. It's impossible for me to believe it when I keep reading and reading it. The ozone layer, which is protecting our planet from, cosmic rays, is less than an inch thick. It's less than a millimeter thick. How is that possible? This giant planet of ours, small, but it's a giant planet for us, that this tiny little layer of ozone, O3, is absorbing the cosmic rays and allowing life to evolve on the Earth. I think that is magical. And I think, our very existence is magical. So it's really, I think, having respect for Mother Nature. In fact, I dedicate the book to Mother Nature because she has given us the answer. Just as she taught us how to fly, how to learn how to, with airplanes, she will teach us how to protect ourselves against many, many diseases, including cancer, herpes, Lyme disease, and all of that. There's many different forms of viral-related, diseases that ozone therapy will benefit you from.
Don't they put some ozone generators by wells and for treatment of water?
Yes, they used to purify municipal water supplies. Finally, now the Olympic swimming pool. What was happening is the Europeans were coming over to America and they'd be swimming in the American pools and they were using chlorine. And so they finally, came and became, use ozone. So they now use the UV light. And the water is so pure in these swimming pools. The myth that I've heard is that people, the swimmers, they'd rather drink the swimming pool water than the water coming out of the tap because it's that pure.
As long as nobody else was in the pool.
Yeah. It's another thing that gets its treat is those superbugs, which is a native somebody hospital.
Sure.
So it's very, very important. I think I really do think it's the most important story in the world. Look at how our entire society just collapsed and the cities became ghost towns because of this COVID thing. And COVID really is a mild virus. Ebola, as I mentioned before, is a much more dangerous virus. And had Ebola been able to spread like COVID and they continued to denigrate the ozone therapists, it would have been worse than what an asteroid would have done. It would have just wiped out civilization. So it's really a wake-up call. I'm pleading with the congressman. I've written even congressmen over and over again, congresswomen as well. I wrote, President Trump, Vice President Pence, President Biden, Vice President Harris, I've written Mitt Romney.
Any response at all, Mark?
Out of all the letters I got a very nice letter from the CEO of the Green Bay Packers. I wrote to every single football owner and baseball owner. He was the only one who responded. Sheldon Whitehouse, I mentioned to Sheldon Whitehouse, responded positively. I got a nice letter from President Biden, but it didn't say anything. It was just one of these dark letters that really didn't deal with the issue and the point of it. I think it's at the crux of an important moment in society. I think it's kind of like a digital photography, like that Kodak. I think ozone therapy will make a lot of the unnecessary drugs, we won't need them because, ozone will take care of a lot of those problems. So, there is the pharmaceutical industry, I think, which is possibly, one of the reasons why it hasn't been accepted as well as it should.
We have a whole bunch of phone calls coming in for you, so let's go to them. Let's start with Brendan in Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey, thank you guys so much, Doctor and George. I gotta say for all the listeners, we gotta start with the good news. So we're talking about ozone, heard about that, but that's not talked about often. By 2045, it's supposed to be completely healed. So don't give up protecting the earth and protecting life, people. We can do it. That's ozone layer is doing. So, Doctor, the FDA and others have all put in parts per million for the limits for ozone, and I was researching air purifiers this week, and quite a coincidence, awesome show. It's nice to have some information about that, and I was surprised to find out that a lot of the air purifiers on Amazon are not regulated, which was surprising. Hospitals use ozone to disinfect things, but nobody's allowed to be in the room. And with the Amazon air purifiers, you put that in your house and you just have it running all the time. And that is potentially the problem that they're saying, is that with the hospital ozone, it clears the surface. But whenever you're breathing it in, it creates a lot of problems in your lungs. And I was wondering, Doctor, do you think that is a big problem, that there's this discrepancy, between the two, that, I'm losing my train of thought here, but
What you want to talk about is breathing in. Is there a danger of breathing it in, Mark?
actually, he brings up a very good point. But the truth of the matter is, an ozone generates extremely mild amounts of ozone. It's not going to do anything. If you're really in a room that intense ozone generates, do not see that. But if there's an ozone stream somewhere, it's not going to matter. Some of the studies I've done from read about in the 1920s, people that have tuberculosis, they had these ozone streams, and they were helping, alleviate those symptoms. So mild amounts of breathing is not going to do anything. As I mentioned before, our body has the ability to self-heal. So if there's a little bit of injury occurring, it will self-heal. Whereas the viruses cannot self-heal. So if ozone carries the lipid envelope, the outer skin of the virus, it will die. It cannot, reproduce. It can't, self-medicate. So I would say that, you do not want to be in a room where intense ozone generators are. But mild amounts are not going to mean anything.
Next up, let's go to Jill in Santa Barbara, California. Welcome to the program. Hi, Jill.
Why, thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me, because I can hear two different George sound tracks going in the background. Can you hear me?
We hear you well.
Okay, well, good. Thank you. I have two different items, and I wanted to say how much I enjoy this. I have experience with great satisfaction speaking to different graphical analysis experts, and it's so meaningful. It's just absolutely so meaningful, like any true science. But the curious thing is, when I was in high school, at Santa Barbara High School, I used to get detention for my handwriting. And I would have to come in an hour early and actually write on the blackboard over 100 times. I will not write like this.
What was wrong with the way you were writing? What was wrong with it?
And, pardon me?
What was wrong with the way you were writing?
Well, I didn't really take it to heart, because my writing is sort of lyrical, and I wound up actually in college having an art teacher of mine say to me, "Is that your handwriting is just beautiful?" He said, "Always remember how you do your handwriting, how you do your cursive before you sit down and paint or to draw."
Mark, is it fair to discipline kids because of their handwriting?
Well, I would look at it in a positive way, because it's fine motor control. Sometimes I have good fine motor control, sometimes I don't. In general, boys do not have as good fine motor control as girls. So if the assignment, he said, I will write in a much better way over and over again, I would look at it in a positive way. They're actually getting her to retrain her brain. So rather than see it in a negative, it actually is a positive thing if the person tries to improve the legibility of their handwriting, and even after an assignment, writes it 30 times so it's more legible. I would see it as a way of retraining the brain. Just like, remember how hard it was to learn how to throw a frisbee? You got to practice and practice and practice until you can get to throw it. And it's the same kind of thing. If your handwriting is really illegible, to really work hard to make it more legible, is retraining the brain. It's a very positive thing to do. I can't remember, but at what point in the kid's school year did he taught how to handwrite instead of
fourth grade? To me, it was fourth grade. We learned cursive, so we learned handwriting. First, second, and third grade. How to print, and then you move into cursive in fourth.
Why do doctors have such a horrible handwriting?
I think they don't want you to know what doctors do.
I don't know how pharmacists can read the prescriptions they write.
I think that's the time, and as I mentioned, a lot of executives are very rapid handwriting, and I think that's one of the reasons they're trying to get as much done as rapidly as possible.
East of the Rockies, Basil's with us in Texas. Welcome to the program. Hey, Baz, go ahead.
Hello, how are you doing?
I was wondering, you said the best way is to use pure oxygen, into an ozone machine. Since oxygen is O2, where would the extra oxygen come from? Would it change O2 to O1, carbon monoxide? And I have a follow-up question.
Carbon monoxide is carbon and oxygen. So we're just talking about oxygen. The medical doctors, they do not take ozone from the atmosphere. They take ozone from oxygen. So you have to have oxygen tanks. And the oxygen tanks are used to convert O2, which is oxygen, into O3, which is ozone.
Is oxygen we breathe in is O2, right?
What up, Peppermint?
Yes.
Okay.
It's using an O2.
No.
What converts it to O3?
No.
Electric spark or ultraviolet light.
Okay. This is not advertising. What about the big fucking red billboard in that fucking room?
I was wondering, on the same note, where's the extra oxygen coming from? Does it make it O1? And what is O1? It makes it O3. I know, but it's taking it from somewhere. It's not, it's coming from somewhere. It has to be coming from O2, huh?
Yeah, if you have, O2 and O2 would be, if you have, it changes from O2 to O3. It's just a molecule with three, how water is H2O, it's one hydrogen and two oxygen. Oxygen is O2, it's two molecules of oxygen. O3 is three molecules of oxygen in a triangle.
And there isn't an O1, it's just O, right?
It would just be a single oxygen, yeah. What's happening, O3 is unstable, ozone is unstable. It needs another electron, it needs another thing to make it stable. That's why it's detrimental to viruses, because it'll take some from the skin, the outer skin of the virus, it'll oxidize it, and it'll put a little tear in the virus in the outer skin, and that will kill the virus.
From Idaho, Gary's with us. Welcome to the show. Hi, Gary. Hey, George, another great guest, another great show. Good guy. Sure is. Hey, Mark, I studied a lot of this, not nearly as in depth as you, but quite a bit. About 14 years ago or so, I contracted some kind of a disease, and I still have it. And the doctors, they're not real good at figuring it out at all, and they kind of don't care. And I actually tried hydrogen peroxide, and there used to be a website, The Truth About Hydrogen Peroxide. You might have even been on Coast at one time. I'm not sure. I can't remember real good anymore. But I tried 3%, and I ended up talking 3%, and it almost gave me a stroke, I think. I don't know, but I ended up going to the hospital, and I ended up, during that time being sick, I ended up losing my house and everything. Pretty poor now. I was actually going to at one time try to get either ozone or hydrogen peroxide intravenous, and now I can afford it, I don't need that. And the thing about all this stuff that you're talking about is Big Pharma. Now, they figured out a lot of this stuff a long time ago really well, and Big Pharma hates it, and this is the kibosh on all of it. And I'd love to try some more on what I need to get cured of what I am. I'm dying from what I got, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Well, I would suggest, there are ozone therapists about 350 throughout the country. Dr. Frank Dallenberg was in Las Vegas, and he's got a newsletter, and I would suggest maybe contacting him, and he might have a list, of ozone therapists.
Well, these are all licensed practice physicians, aren't they?
Yes, these are medical doctors, and as I mentioned before,
As long as you can establish that it's done safely, it's completely and utterly legal. In fact, it's even safe that in this crazy Title 21, which calls it a toxic gas, there's no medical application, but further down on there it says if it's done safely, it can be used. And it's not discussing ozone therapy, it's discussing the machines themselves. So it is legal. And these are medical doctors. My co-workers, Dr. Howard Rabbi, Dr. Robert Rowan, Dr. Perez, Almeida, these have been ozone therapists for more than 20 years. They do this daily on it. So I would suggest you should look at the book too, and there's a whole list of ozone therapists in the book as well.
Mark, I'd be curious to see what these doctors feel about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Do you think they'd say it's good too?
Yes, they would. And a lot of the doctors that ozone therapists also have these hyperbaric chambers. And again, your head is not in there. You're not breathing it in. It's for the body. So your body absorbs the oxygen and the ozone.
It's dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah. Very beneficial. I mean, all it is, as I said, our own immune system is actually producing this. I mentioned, in the book, how when President Trump had COVID, he went to the hospital and he was out, over the weekend with children. They gave him antibodies from a similar coronavirus. And what the antibodies were doing, they didn't say this, but they were manufacturing ozone. That was what it was done. The vaccines don't kill you. The vaccine alerts your immune system. It's your immune system which cures you. So how does the immune system do that?
Exactly. Mark, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in just a moment. Ozone therapy, that's the name of it.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As if mountains of snow weren't enough, Big Bear has been rattled by an earthquake this afternoon. The U.S. Geological Survey says the magnitude 3.1 quake hit at 3:14. A registered sex offender has been charged with sexually assaulting two women in Newport Beach. Police say the 33-year-old attacked the women March 4th. He's being held on $1 million bail. Virginia's largest school system pulled a test question for an AP social studies class. It equated liberals and conservatives with racial, religious, and gender demographics as young white males, middle-aged urban lesbians for liberals, and southern male migrant workers and Catholic Midwestern middle-aged males for conservatives. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been released from the hospital and is continuing to recover from a concussion and broken rib at a rehab facility. He was injured when he fell at a fundraising dinner at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in D.C. last week. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds with a chance of rain tomorrow morning. Rain likely for the afternoon. Highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Rain should end by Wednesday afternoon. 57 in Orange, 55 Manhattan Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Anaheim Hills, this is on the Network Eastbound at Imperial Highway. We have a crash in emergency crews that have all lanes blocked to the side. We're stacking up right around Lakeview. Long Beach, this is on the 7th and northbound before Long Beach Boulevard. We have a crash there. Take it up the middle lane. Your drive is bunching up right around the Wamo Boulevard. And in Ontario, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 10 eastbound from Vineyard to Holt Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI at the Sky Hope 50 there faster on Brian's Day. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, Rebbe Butler was all that to the coup in the U.S. Exactly. I'm Ben Bowling. I'm Alfred. And Medley Butler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary.
The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com.
KFI AM 640. The complaint crowd is exponentially larger than the advocacy crowd. It's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations, but this is their job. That's what they do for a living. They're financed by wealthy people who've taken this on as a cause. Doesn't care. If it's whack-a-mole, then keep whacking them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator,
Which can smell urine so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator.
but what we have though is a breakdown in helpful ignoring because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public.
Done again.
I never even considered that.
Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I don't buy that organic crap. First of all, it's not organic. They put the celery from the $1.29 thing into the $2.99.
You think the guy goes, hey, this is organic?
There's better than an organic piece of fruit or vegetable in any market. You kind of like Junior Show. They're just crazy people buying that crap. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
Picture yourself in a boat on a river with tangerine trees and monolith skies. Somebody told you went with one slowly until it's the light of your
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with Mark Cypher in just a moment on Coast to Coast. His book is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses on Coast to Coast AM. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? What a great deal. 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Angelina in Redondo Beach, and I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Louisiana, and I really like standing inside because of all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Aria from San Diego, California, and I love being a Coast Insider because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, taking a walk on the beach. And there's no more sleeper fights for me. It's amazing. Give it a try.
We'll give it a try. A couple ways to sign up to become a Coast Insider. One, our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insiders. Click it, fill out the information. The other way is to download the free Coast to Coast app to your smartphone. You should grab it anyway. But you can sign up to be an insider through that too by clicking profiles and then subscriptions. And if you live in Canada or worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider. So take advantage. Now here's something for you to just calm your nerves.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress.
Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus, and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing. And I'm losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and we would laugh until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription. Just generally happier person.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I have not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives me energy, not only gives me the vitamin for my body, but it helps me with my mood. And you know what? It makes my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts. Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically, and it is must for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your aim quickly and gives you confidence in your abilities, because that's what you want. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of those users improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is that you can use it at home. And the other best part is the best in the world do what they call dry fire practice at home. The Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees or ammo. And you save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get your MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MANTIS, X.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Andy, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift your finger, except if you tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's ANDI.com to get started.
And welcome back, George Foley with Mark Cypher. Mark, what was that aha moment for you when you were doing your research on ozone therapy that just overwhelmed you? Just wow.
I think when I called Dr. Howard Robbins and Dr. Robert Bowen, by the way, is a graduate of Johns Hopkins University and University of California, San Francisco Medical School, and he wanted to go to Sierra Leone, West Africa, to treat the Ebola pandemic. And he called up Dr. Robbins, and he said that the company needs to treat, this in 2014, the pandemic, the Ebola pandemic. And Dr. Robbins said, hey, you out of your freaking mind? Forget it. So Robbins said, well, I'm going in. Dr. Robbins said,
himself. I'm not going to let him get all the credit. So he called him right back. He said, okay, I'll go with you. So they got a 20 ozone machine from longevity research. The FDA is supports the amount of business. So that's the therapeutic. But in any event, longevity research gave them 20 ozone machines, and they went to Sierra Leone and they treated Ebola. The aha moment for me was, who in their right mind would go to an Ebola hot zone? Remember, during the COVID pandemic, they were wearing gloves. Oh my God! Yeah. And, well, COVID has maybe a 2% death rate. Ebola is a 60%. 6 out of 8 people who have Ebola die. It's 30 times more deadly. And I said to myself, if these guys are going to West Africa to treat Ebola, they must know what they're doing. And that was really the aha moment for me, that they knew that ozone therapy would disrupt the lipid envelope of the virus, the outer skin, and would kill Ebola. And that's what happened. So that was really the aha moment for me.
Let's take some final calls here for you. We will go next to Cheryl in Texas. Welcome to the program. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, George. What a great show.
Thank you.
Always a pro. Thank you, Doctor. I wanted to tell you, please, all of the listeners, please listen to him. Listen to what's being said. The pharmaceutical industry and the doctors and the insurance companies have been restricting ozone therapy and hyperbaric oxygen. Today, the only way you can get some of these therapies if they're amputating parts of your body, you have to have 2 amputations before the insurance company will allow you to have any type of this therapy covered. Years ago, I was poisoned by solvents in my workplace 35 years ago. The doctors prescribed air filters, and they had ozone therapy switches on them. Dr. Dina Horscher out in California is written up in the New England Journal of Medicine. He highly he did experiments and studies on hyperbaric oxygen and ozone therapy, and for toxic encephalopathy and people that were poisoned by solvents. And it is used for scuba divers. These things are used for scuba divers that have accidents underwater. It pushes oxygen down into the cells. I have talked to people that they're about to amputate the legs of their children that have had a sports injury. And the doctors aren't even offering any type of these therapies. The insurance companies aren't offering. They have to carry this question to the doctors. Can my child have this therapy? And then they save their legs. So I want everybody to listen to this man, because you never know when this information may save your life or save your loved one's life. You just never know. Our FDA, insurance companies, doctors, all the doctors that make money off of denying this care have all in this together. And we, as human beings, we need to start paying attention to specialists like this doctor and start reading, because if you can kill viruses and bacteria, help save limbs, save lives, cancer, then why not? But you have to be proactive. You have to ask doctors for this treatment.
Absolutely. And Cheryl, he's a PhD type, but he's a great researcher. Mark, do people confuse you with being a medical doctor sometimes?
When I testify, they call me doctor, and I say, well, I'm not a medical doctor. I always feel, a medical doctor is the one that should be called doctor for the most part, but I do a PhD. But I would say that what this lady is saying is exactly my motivation. Absolutely. We were losing 1,000 people a day. And during the winter, 2,000 people a day. 100,000 people a month were dying from COVID. And I was pleading to the Congress to just look at the, I talked about Dr. Alberto Mandy's studies of the 18 COVID patients, and 9 have got ozone therapy were out 7 days as compared to 28 days. It also handled all the different mutations. I was pleading with them, and it was like a blank wall. It was unbelievable. I've been living in the twilight zone. I'm listening to this lady. She's telling you the truth. The opposition's been unbelievable. And thank heaven to you, George. And thank heaven for any traditions to publishing this book. Because it's been it's been a tremendous opposition. But I need the truth because I look at facts. The facts are the 3 Paul Wentworth studies that our own antibodies manufacture ozone. I'm not making this up. And read Dr. Alberto Hernandez, his clinical studies, Dr. David Brownstein, his clinical study where he treated 37 COVID patients with ozone therapy and a few other things, vitamin therapy, and he cured all of them. So there have been clinical studies, and what he's saying is completely correct. I worked a very close relative because he just didn't believe in this because it's negative opposition from the FDA. Dr. Rowan was called in Texas. He was a pilot dying of one of these superbugs, and the hospital did not let him into the hospital to treat this guy, and he died about 2 or 3 days later. And I also think, you mentioned cruise lines in one of the ads. So every cruise line should have an ozone therapist on board their ship. I wrote to the 3 top cruise lines, they never even put back from them. It's just dumb. It's plain anything just to sanitize the ship. Or even medical doctors. So you can have a medical doctor, so because if one person gets, a communicable virus on a ship, 800 people will have the virus. We've seen it over and over again. Yeah. And it's easy to treat. This is simple stuff. So this lady was totally on point. She knows from direct experience the opposition that we've been facing, but thank heaven again for yourself and for the publisher in the tradition for producing this book.
You see the Rocky. Joe's with us in Ohio. Hey, Joe, let's go ahead.
Oh, thanks, George. Thanks for taking my call. And Mark, you're a true patriot. So are you, George. I'm going to talk fast because it's very important I get in what I need to get in. I've had about 12 to 15 of the ozone treatments where they take the blood out and then they run it through the infrared. It's called a 10 test. It's a great treatment. I've had roughly 500 hyperbaric chamber treatments. Wow. Well, I'm in Ohio. I first had the treatment in 2018, the ozone, and then again in 2021 in Ohio, and the people that where I was going in Ohio were trained by Dr. Rowan. They flew out in 2021 and were trained by him. But there's a big piece that you're missing, and it's huge. This is, you've heard of G. Edward Griffin. He's at the Red Show. He's a doctor friend of mine. He's the best of the best. His name's Dr. Alfonso Manzo. You're missing the AI and the nano part of this. It's huge. It's huge, and that's the big part. Because I've had more, I was diagnosed from the Environmental Health Center in Dallas with toxic encephalopathy in 2015. And you had a past test in 2012 that's no longer with us. His name's Michael Scapola. He was a pioneer with Tesla technology, and he was able to talk to Dr. Manzo right before he was taken out and poisoned in January of 2020. These are friends of mine. They're the best. You have to look him up, Dr. Alfonso Manzo. He was out at Red Hill out in Utah with G. Edward Griffin, who I know. So these are good treatments, but it's the AI and the nano. This is all DARPA technology. This is a whole different animal that you're missing. So please look him up, Dr. Alfonso Manzo.
He's a good guy. He was a good guy. Mark, what about nanotechnology?
Well, I have mixed feelings about it. I know that, I'm from the 1950s when we had the polio vaccine, and it wiped out polio, and smallpox vaccine, it worked well to the death of people that didn't get vaccinated. But we don't need this ozone therapy to be effective. We wouldn't have to wait a year. One of the problems was we had to wait a year for the vaccines to come out, and during that process, 700 the vaccines to come out. And then there was misinformation, disinformation, and there were different kinds of vaccines that worked different kinds of ways. So in general, they've been very effective, but like anything else, I think some of the kids that are autistic might have gotten vaccines at the wrong time in their childhood. I mean, there's something to be said for that as well. So there's a danger with all of this stuff. That's the problem. But in general, the vaccine's been very effective. But it took 700,000 deaths in this country before they were rolled out. And the FCC, I'm telling you, they blocked the ozone therapy. I have the warning letter, the exact warning letter that they sent to all these ozone therapists, these are medical doctors throughout the country, telling them you will not put anything about this on your website, or we will prosecute. Dr. Howard Leibowitz in Los Angeles put this on his website. You can see what he said he was treating, successfully treating COVID, and they shut him right down. Dr. Rowan was shut down very well, and so was Dr. Rabbi. So they could continue to treat because it's legal, but they couldn't advertise it. And that's how crazy
and makes no sense.
No sense at all. And what's crazy to me is the New York Times, I put an ad in the New York Times to quote three medical doctors, two of them, saying that ozone therapy was, just praising my book, and the third one was simply saying that ozone therapy will provide it. And the New York Times would not publish my ad. They turned down a lot of money. They wouldn't put the ad in. And the reason is because their lawyers read the FDA regulation that ozone is toxic gas, there's no medical application, and they're afraid. And I'm writing back to the Tom, the head of the New York Times, and saying, you're a journalist. Find out the truth. You can't just listen to a lawyer. The lawyer is reading a sentence, but find out the truth. And I give him all the evidence, and he won't even answer me. I wrote to same thing with the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. The information I'm telling you has not been in mainstream media. Written to Anderson Cooper, I sent him my book. I've written to all the people at 15 Minutes, and I've yet to hear from them. And that's crazy. This is scientific fact. I'm a scientist. I'm just looking at facts. If the facts that it went in a different direction, I go in the other direction with you. Facts are so clear. Ozone, therapy is simply enhancing what our own immune system is doing. So you're right. They're living in a crazy situation. And again, George, thank heaven for your show. I taught parapsychology for 15 years. I know all about parapsychology, astrology too. The first breath you take is, Walter Starlight at that particular very moment. That's the course of who you are. So, there's listen to all your ads, and then music. I love the music as well. I connect with so many levels of what you're doing. It's so important. Because you're open. That's all it is. You're just open to what's happening in the world. You want the truth, Mark. That's what we want. Exactly it. We want to help people. I've always said if you can help one person, like Cheryl in Texas, you can help one person, it's worth the program. Completely agree. And I've been trying to save lives. That's really the reason for this book. I'm pleading with the congressmen to open their eyes. Don't stop. Having 3 or 4 times, with Bernie Sanders, who is actually my brother, sent him the book. Or Mitt Romney, I like Mitt Romney. And I'd like to hear back from these people. I sent them the book, read the book, and you'll see it. It's just fast. Or have a staff member read the book. If they don't want to read it, have a staff member read it and take notes and make a report to the guy, Yeah. And President Biden had this moonshot to cure cancer. Well, the first guy I listened to in 1984, Dr. Freebach, years ago, on therapy and cured a guy who was riddled with cancer. So maybe it can't cure all cancer, but it'll cure viral-based cancer. Mark, thanks to the guts for doing what you do. The name of the book is Ozone Therapy. Up next, Magic and Witchcraft on Coast to Coast.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting lights in press line. Putting lights here in the movie.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, this golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, the golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. This golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? I'm playing on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, Ox gets it fixed, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Did you know that smart speakers can be used for more than just feeding all your info to Homeland Security? Let's go. You could also use it to listen to us. Like KFI, AM 640. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From riverbed to motel room, I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Homeless people living on a 3-mile stretch of the LA River in the San Fernando Valley have been moved to motel rooms.
More than 44 people were moved into motel rooms through Mayor Bass's Inside Safe initiative. Councilman Bob Blumenfield says he thinks the effort was effective because people were offered housing on the spot.
We had a bus waiting. We were able to say to folks, this is an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Blumenfield also says the fact the river will soon be illegal to camp on in his district was also motivating. People who moved off the river last week are being lined up with case workers to help them stay off the streets. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A regional bank with several locations in Southern California has failed. Officials say Signature Bank's customers have automatically become members of a new bank run by the FDIC. Signature Bank's collapse yesterday comes after Silicon Valley Bank, which was headquartered in Santa Clara, also failed. Officials say customers of both banks will be able to access all of their money. Officials are looking for 2 people who broke into 7 restaurants in just 30 minutes in Rancho Santa Margarita. The OC Sheriff's Department says security footage captured 2 people using power tools to break into locked safes on Saturday. Officials say the pair also stole safes that were not anchored to the ground. Lulu's Cafe, Luna Grill, and Mountain Mike's Pizza are among the restaurant's hits. Sergeant Mike Woodard says thieves targeted several locations, including 3 businesses and 1 strip mall. UCLA and USC men's basketball teams have been seeded at number 2 and 10 for the NCAA tournament. Bruins take on the University of North Carolina and Sacramento Thursday. USC will face Michigan State Friday morning in Columbus. A new pop-up Heaven Feed says the bunnies are rescued taken in by people who adopted them during the pandemic.
Now that COVID is getting back to normal, we know we're getting outside a little bit more. They don't have time for the bunnies.
Fiona says the cafe will be working with Above and Beyond Animal Rescue in Buena Park to coordinate adoptions. Visitors can hop on into the cafe from March 25th to April 29th. Tickets can be bought at Bunny Cafe's website. Southland weather from KFI, chance of rain tomorrow morning, and expected to really come down tomorrow afternoon, high 50s to mid-60s. Rain continues through Wednesday afternoon with up to 3 inches expected before this one moves out. It's 57 in Yorba Linda, 58 Irvine, 56 in Carson, 56 in Huntington Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly agree the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need 75
$5,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees, I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. We have seniors have to present Medicare scans. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim. Just hang up. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. And if you just check next and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day.
Now the top reason to visit Bermuda.
St. Patrick's Day preview. Get 3+ rainbow PKs March 17th.
Number 2.
Get Coast to Coast, they'll be on 500 points on the Lloyd Park. The 20th to 21st.
And the number 1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted out the best casino in the Southland.
Rolando, good time. iHeartRadio icons with PK. Celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender. Their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender.
The book is 14 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can reimagine.
Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. You angry today? I'm perpetually internet thing, you know. I'm not supposed to be on this planet. It's a terrible mistake. But 5 years old, I said I shouldn't be here. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke, and I'm just waiting for the payoff. Done and waiting for me to book. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on 3FI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people who are the sovereign in this country. We are the king, we are the queen. How do we get artificial? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill handle. Why have a commission if you just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their victory doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done and but don't see anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Up next, Magic and Witchcraft with Sal Santoro on Coast to Coast AM. The CC Radio 3 is what we call the almost everything radio. And with the addition of Bluetooth, you now have an immense palette of radio shows and podcasts available from any smartphone and speaker. But if you listen primarily to voice content, the CC Radio 3 is well worth the price of one. Audio quality for the spoken word sounds like we're sitting right next to you. Separate bass and treble controls can be adjusted to your perfect fit to immerse yourself in audio clarity. CC Radio 3 has great reception to long-range AM and FM stations along with emergency capabilities like NOAA weather and 2-meter handband. It runs on the included power cord for a set of batteries for more than 170 hours.
To order your CP radio free, call Steve Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863, or visit them online at stevecrane.com. Also available at REI Weimar locations and Amazon.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back, the 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/co. With inflation on the rise and the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/co and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. They'll start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/co. That's BullionMax.com/co. Oh, welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, a cult specialist, Sal Santoro, back with us, co-owner of the Crooked Path, and that's a leading traditional witchcraft store in the Los Angeles area. Sal's 35-plus years experience in all things magic has led him to become one of the go-to sources for demystifying the misunderstood craft. Sal continues to strive to make the occult accessible and inclusive to all of those who seek it out. Sal Santoro back on Coast to Coast. Hey, Sal, how have you been?
Tell me about it, sir. Good to hear from you.
You too, my friend. What's new with you? What's new?
So much is new. Something's going on, you know. Things moving on. Time's moving on. The story's doing really good. Actually, it's kind of neat because Patty Mitchell was just on your show not too long ago.
That's right.
And I was like, tell him it's hi. So I love her. She's like my sister. She's a very, very good person. Great person.
How did you get into this?
I get into the occult. I mean, it started in New England. And, I graduated high school in 82. So it probably started around 79. And, it was me and my friends in the woods in the pre-internet days of New Hampshire. And we were trying to find out information on it, we were in New England. And there really wasn't much out there then. And I got my first witchcraft book, which was Mastering Witchcraft by Paul Houston, who is still with us there. He's about 80 years old now. It was just a really great starter book, and that put me on the path. And from there, I started reading slowly and just kept moving on through. When I got to California, I found my first cousin in Long Beach at ISS.
Thank God you weren't in Salem, Massachusetts, right?
Yeah. I was just talking to somebody, one of my students about that actually earlier today. When I was a kid in New England, it wasn't like witchcraft road there. It wasn't like that. It became very trendy in the last 15 years, where all those stores just lined the streets, but it was not like that at all.
Is tourism pretty big in Salem?
Now, yes, but New England, of course, you go to the House of Seven Gables, you see some of the early politicians' homes, and, people of that nature, but that was what it was about. And then, of course, you have the one Lori Cabot store, and she had the official Witch of Salem going on, and she held that for years. She's really good at it.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. And since we last spoke, which I can't believe it was already 2 years ago.
2 years before COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah. We're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It was in the middle of the beginning of it, right?
Right. So you've been doing a lot of things too?
I have. A lot's been going on. I've further developed the coven that I run out of the store. I've reached now, I think I've taught my 10 weeks to witchcraft. I've taught about 500 people at this point, pretty somewhere in there. People love the course, and I just had class tonight, and those this present class was on the second to last class of the series, and we were just reminiscing about that. But yeah, so we've been teaching, going to Greece. I go to Greece every year with Sophie, of course, and enjoying Crete because it's like my favorite place in the world. This year started out weird. My mother passed away. Yeah, it was really weird. She's 96 years old.
That's a good run now. Mine's 94.
94, bless her. You never, you're never ready to lose your mom.
No.
It was hard. But this past weekend, I flew to Florida, and I celebrated my father's 100th birthday.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he was a bombardier on the B-24 in World War II.
My father was World War II veteran. I lost him when he was 88. He would have been 100 years old.
That is amazing. They're the same age. My dad was in the 8th Air Corps. And then he totally did the ball bearing on over Germany.
My dad was in Germany, the Battle of the Bulge.
Wow.
I wonder if they knew each other.
You wonder. My dad was stationed in England.
I don't know. I don't think he may have come from the England area when they shipped him overseas.
Yeah, my dad was in the...
He didn't like to talk about the war too much.
Neither did mine. My father was very much not that guy. You always heard people, you always get those different people that love talking about it. My father, what I got from him, the first thing was when he was finished, they offered him a service revolver, they offered him all the stuff. He just took it to the end of the line and gave it back. And he's like, I want nothing to do with it now. I did my time, I'm done. And he walked away.
There was a Greek starter by the name of, was it Hecate?
Hecate. My father. Yeah. For sure.
Then how did you unravel her?
Well, it got me. I'd always known about her. She has always, been a prevalent word in the occult. And Shakespeare even mentions it in Macbeth. He doesn't do a very good justice, though. He kind of makes her look like an old crone, but actually she was technically made her look translation to a Hecate. And I've been, like I said, I've been a practitioner all these years, but I never worked with a deity or an entity. It was always just Ptolemaic scale, center and Nazareth. And when I was there, she came and she made it very obvious. And once I got home and I had, interaction with her in the occult world, she gave me missions, and one of them was to open a store and open up a temple to her, which she isn't doing. Right now we're trying to make it the first official temple of Hecate in Southern California.
In your wife's group?
Yeah, she's a very nice Greek woman, yes. Yeah, Greek Canadian. That's what she's saying.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah. But that's where it came from, and Hecate she's my breath. She's changed my life.
Did she come to you with a dream state? How did she come to you?
Well, initially, she came, I wasn't expecting it. We were literally home, not even 2 days, and it was like an image that was like right over the side of my bed, and that's how she first came to me. And after that, it started becoming a lot stronger, and then I started learning more about her, and I studied different backgrounds. There's some really great authors on the topic. There's a big resurgence for her right now. So she's becoming a goddess that a lot of people know about. She's even mentioned on TV shows, she was just in an episode of White Lotus, that show that was just out, and they mentioned her in it. These two girls mentioned her, worshiping her in the moonlight. But, it's just because in pop culture, she's found her way back in. And it's amazing because she's the mother of the crossroads, She was conflated later with Isis in Egypt. And she's one of those proto-deities, that's just older than old.
Was she a witch or a god?
Well, she was definitely a deity. She was a titan. She was pre-Olympian. She was like Zeus. But, she was more titanic. And she fought with Zeus to put the rest of the Titans down, so the Olympic gods could reign. And because of that, he was so... Oh yeah, I have to because I keep it and I share it, and it's my blood. But when Zeus saw what she did, she basically gave her the three realms, which is the Uranic realm, and the Chthonic realm, which is the underworld, and the horizontal, or the earth realm. And that's why sometimes when you see Agape, she is depicted as three. And it's not because she's a maiden mother crone, it's actually because she is three of the realms of our life. But she's always been young. But then when Shakespeare got a hold of her, he turned her into this aspect of the crone life. And that's further into being a darker goddess. So she was very much the dark aspect, but she was never aged until much later.
Did you say, Sal, that the interest in the occult has grown over the last few years?
Incredibly much. I mean, it's kind of like trends, George. It's kind of, like how we see, rock and roll come and go. You know what I mean? You see changes. Same thing with fashion, and like when you look at punk rock in the 70s and the resurgence in the 90s, and how it moves through. The occult is like that. There's always going to be people that want another answer. And
are we going here?
A more of an independent choice, a more way of looking things from another site. And not all occults have to deal with spirituality. You can have spirituality involved in your occultism. Okay, and that word occult, to most people, they get it confused almost completely with cult. But anybody that understands it, because it was arcane knowledge that was kept from view to the masses for so many years, and that's where occultism comes from the ocular aspect, right? Occult. And but most people now see that as cult, and they think of like the negatives, which are what Manson did in the 60s, and so that associates them by the name, I think.
Does it bother you that people think the occult is evil?
I mean, yes and no. Yes, I don't think things, I don't think anything can be necessarily deemed as evil or good. There is good and bad in everything, as we know, and when you look at magic, you have to look at it, and I say melt for decay, as in causing change with will by using the elements and the planet. Okay, when you're dealing in that aspect, it's up to the individual to utilize what they're doing for one reason or another. Now, we can't deem what's bad or what's good for anybody else but ourselves, because we're all free thinking, we have our own views, right? And we want to hope the best out of people, and which is I think what we've always done since the beginning of time, is to look at the best in people, to know that these things are here. And I think that that's why people fear it, because, they associate it with kind of like cheating, or mainlining into something where they don't have to go through maybe a duty to get to it. They can take on the responsibility of causing things as well themselves.
How much of it includes learning about that?
A lot of it. Well, when you think about magic, when we use that word, there's so many different versions of what that means.
You throw yours with a
Well, with a K at times. I mean, so usually when K is put in at the end of the word magic, it usually is the notation that connects you more with the ceremonial aspect of magic. People like Aleister Crowley, the Golden Dawn, the OTO, these were mystery schools that came off of the Masonic lodges and the Rosicrucian systems, right, in around 1860. That's when all that started. And Crowley developed the K to keep it down.
How can I do an impression of him? I'm losing it. I'm not.
Yeah,
Yoshi isn't out. Yoshi and I don't see the name.
But a lot of people that are into romance, they don't want to use that. There's some people in the occult realm that don't necessarily agree with Crowley's views. And that's okay, because everybody has a belief in what they want. There's no right or wrong. But, so they stay away from the K aspect. And, but when you think of that, the magic of the K, what you're using is the Kabbalah, the tree of life. planetary magic. So more working with the idea of harmonizing with the signal and the tree of life and union with Heather, which is basically the evolution and the words at the beginning of all life creation.
How did magic evolve into sleight of hand in terms of
that is something I don't know how to cross that over. That's not something I have a definite answer on. But I believe that from what I can assess is because of the mystery. I think that came a lot in the 1800s because when when the Industrial Age was born and the Industrial Revolution was coming up, this is when the first mystery schools were coming together, and people like ROTHSCHILD were involved, and a lot of these esoteric theosophical orders. But it was also a time for people that were into like table tilting or tarot card reading or speaking with their family members that had passed away. And that always had a mysticism about it. And so I think that kind of lumped into like the whole, Swami kind of vision of what they thought was a person that could tell the future, and it was also trickery and mirrors more so crossed into that.
we're talking with and it looks like one of the best ways that will take you to next level with them. People like Randall Copperfield, other things, they're magicians. And they're good, and they're mental. But where would they fit in today with what you do?
I was absolutely beside myself, like if you look at David Blaine or any of those guys. Really? They're skills. I mean, those guys are so sophisticated. I mean, getting to go to the magic castle and watching that.
On-demand is great.
It's amazing.
You don't blame the song?
I don't know.
The next time you're at the Magic Castle, ask for him. That's a great magician.
Okay.
You did it?
Yeah, and things like that, that's how beautiful work. And it just shows you how the mind works with that movement of hand and the illusion. I think illusion plays a lot into that. Self, like what I'm doing, is not illusion. It's causing change on the material plane to get a result. So to attain something that you are looking for in the microcosm of your life.
Absolutely. Is it magic if you go to wish for a better career, a relationship, a job, and you get it?
That's, wishing is, the word wish can be considered almost as a slight version of spellcraft, wishing. This is also, on the other hand, what is the opposite from a wish? A curse.
That's right.
Most curses, though we like I grew up in an Italian home back east, what I mean? And everybody in my block wore a Malocchia and a St. Christopher medal, you know what I mean? And that sort of thing. And I was one of those kids, but we were brought up to wear that because evil eye was envy. And, when I was a little boy in Massachusetts, my aunt used to me wear a big red ribbon on whenever I wore my hair to avert the evil eye because that was considered not a good thing to have energetically. So that would be like a curse.
Where were you born from?
I was actually born in Whittier, but I was raised in Boston.
My mother was raised in Pittsburgh.
No way.
Yeah, 50 miles west of Boston.
Yeah, my mother is from Walpole.
Very close.
Yeah, very close. And my dad's from Somerville.
And my cousins were from Leominster and Worcester.
I know Leominster very well. Yeah, and and that was my teenage years.
I got to ask you about that funny story about Pittsburgh, which was somewhat happened. Maybe you can tell me what you think happened. That's what I tell you. So you got your coven going.
Right. Are you done?
Yeah. It's growing.
It is growing.
What does a coven do?
So a coven is a gathering of people that follow the same theosophical and philosophical system. And they come together and they celebrate much like people would gather or convene in a church. In this case, it's a very spiritual movement. A lot most I work with the agricultural wheel of the year. In neo-paganism, this is where we get spring, summer, winter, fall, and the old pagan Europe. You know, this is where you're dealing with the Beltane and the Samhain, which would be the Samhain would be Halloween, and the Beltane would be like the birthing of spring, and then you get your winter solstice and your summer solstice.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back in just a moment here on Coast to Coast AM and chat more. We've got a new app out. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's called the Planetary Magic MSVICK app. We'll tell you how you can download that and what that's like for you. Sal's website, or she's called cookingappshop.com. He's also on Instagram and YouTube.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Oh no.
I'm Bree Pennis of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting last January. He'll discuss his efforts to reduce gun violence. A student from Lawndale has died from some type of accident during a PE class. This happened last Thursday. LA County School District has not released information as to what happened or who the student was. It happened at Lusinger High School. The district has issued counseling to support students. Retail stores are locking up more items because shoplifting is on the rise. Over-the-counter medications, cosmetics, laundry detergent will now be locked up at most stores. And today is Pi Day, March 14th. That's the first three digits of Pi, 3.14. There are deals to be had on just about anything round. Southline weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning, heavy at times with highs in the mid to upper 50s. Right now it's 57 in Orange, 55 in San Clemente, Ventura gets in at 54, and it's 57 in Culver City. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennis.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Northbound from Washington to the dead. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Anaheim Hills, this is on the 91 eastbound out Imperial Highway. We have cleanup crews from an earlier truck fire taking up the whole right lane because you're driving backing up right around Lakeview. And in Ontario, this is south the and eastbound from Lakeview Boulevard. Out there, then all of shut down for road work there. Hey, I hope you get that override there. The light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter contained ever. It's free. New customers get a free Apipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Water, taste and feel the difference.
The podcast Let's Start at 2 wonders, what if the secret of all of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Senator Butler, nothing you ever speak to big. Why? Is there something bad?
Listen to Let's Start at 2 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax.
Many people watch Newsmax for the perspective you're not going to hear from other networks.
Newsmax can discover why the left is trying to silence their voices.
For good reason, it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for great events, Substance, Rob Schmidt, Eric Boland, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel in growing sense.
You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check the channel guide.
Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, just switch to one that does.
And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Just go to Disney Plus, Roku, Duo, Pluto, Vimeo, Apple, and more. Tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions of you switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is real news. The real news. AFI, AM 640. Right fans will probably come from the detective in here. You know what happens some days when they cut in for breaking news? People go nuts with smoke boxes. Oh, because there are people that plan their day around that. I used to have a neighbor who goes like, I go Oprah's on. I don't think I've ever said that. I gotta know Oprah's on. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on AM Live and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AFI, AM 640. You have made what I From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls next hour with Sal Santoro as we talk about witchcraft, magic, the occult, so make sure you're part of the program. ParanormalBase.com cruising along, Tommy. We are 285 people shy of 156,000 members at ParanormalBase.com. And ParanormalBase.com, such a great way to meet people that think like you do. Now, some of us, or whoever, would like to meet people that are 60 plus. That's the case. We also have ParanormalBase.com/seniors. Whenever you have a choice, ParanormalBase.com, that's for everybody. And ParanormalBase.com/seniors. Here's something that builds up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to achieve the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
For a limited time, it's back. That 1 ounce solid silver Jana alien coin is part of the silver starter kit just for you, exclusively at WilliamMax.com. I know there are a lot of you out there that have tried to order it fast, but it's sold out by the time you can get there.
Bullion Max has finally been able to get more in stock. That's the great thing about it. When you go to bullionmax.com/code, order your silver starter kit, you just don't get the elite coins, you get 5 ounces of silver and fantastic collector pieces that are solid silver, like an Austrian Philharmonic coin and the Birkenstock head. All of us know that inflation seems to be getting worse and the stock market had its worst year since 2008. Now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Bullion Max ships them fully insured right to you. Head to the stock market, head to the US dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals. BullionMax.com.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching his paws, was soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting shots and steroids into your dog all the time. D-I-N-O-B-I-T-E. Well, that's how. Dynamite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing 40 improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has really sweet today. He won't eat the food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog absolutely salivates when I'm giving them the treat. He's all over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. Your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
No, dog. Just no, dog. Dude. Ready for this bitch? And welcome back, Sal Santola with us, George Norrie here. Sal, I want to tell you a story in a second. Tell us about your Planetary Magic app and how people can get it.
Well, the Planetary Magic app, I can't wait to get the credit for because I am not very up on technology. I know my witchcraft, I know Planetary Magic, I know my classes. But I happen to be married to someone that is really good on the business and technical side. And she's like, Hopi said to me, we should try to get this app up. And at first I was like, that's ridiculous. I don't want to
She's right, Sal. She's right.
I know she's right. That's always right. That's what she tells me. And so we went for it. And she got some awesome people. And she drove me with a lot of questions and asked me questions about Planetary Magic, like she was in my class, and kept going, on for a couple months, and she took all that information, brought it together, and created Planetary Magic, and it premiered last month, and it's just doing really well. So essentially what it is an application that we have created, so it takes the guesswork out of how to do spellcraft, and when we say spellcraft, we're talking about working with the 7 ancient planets. So the majority of stuff that we do out there, when you talk about spell work, and I'm not 100% of it, but about 90% of it, I would say, is based at least loosely on the 7 planets. Every planet is named after one of the days of the week. And every planet, via Kabbalah and the Tree of Life, is correlated with specific color. So Monday would be lavender or white, and then you've got Tuesday, Mars, which would be red, Mercury would be orange, Thursday would be Jupiter, which would be blue, Friday, which would be green or pink, which is Venus, Saturday is Saturn, and that is black, and Sunday is the sun, which is yellow or gold. So with that construct, okay, and understanding how the planets work, you can go ahead and find herbs that also correlate through the ancient world to the planets themselves as well, because every planet has a set of things that it can do for you. Okay? So when you see in the planetary color, literally knew that your mouth and would be planetary. You'd be like, oh, I see my life. That's not allowed. And you're like, oh, go, I spread it out for people. No, make them skip. So we've taken all that and we've built it into an app with drop-down menus that shows you exactly what time of day and your time zone to light it, what day of the week, what color, what attribute color, what flashing color, which is a color that correlates to the base color to pick up on the subconscious mind. That's what flashing color does for you. So in case like blue, which would be Jupiter, the flashing color for blue would be orange because it picks up the negative when you put blue and orange together. So that's what the subconscious mind. So when you're working with these, you set them up and you do exactly what it says, and it tells you how to make your petition of intent. The petition of intent is basically the incantation. It's basically explaining specifically what you want, how you want it, and how you word your petition of intent will help it move along. So you can add it like it's happening in the present tense. Like I did get that job. I will get this money. This is how much I make. And you write this out to that detail. And then you set up your candle work and you light the candle at that appropriate time and it burns through the planetary hour and or day of the week. So that's what essentially what the app is doing for you. And it also gives you other ways of doing things if you don't want to work with a candle. Maybe you want to work with a gree bag. Now gree is a hoodoo term for gray, meaning it's another form of magic. And a gray bag is usually the color of the bag, the sacral bag is the planetary color. What's in the bag would be stones that color correlate to the planet, as well as herbs and oils. And then on the face of the bag, with the flashing color, or the opposing color, you would mark the planetary sigils and your astrological symbol. And that you would build it that way. So that's another way of doing the same stuff. The other way that we've got, the third way right now, is a jar. So a lot of times, in ancient times, they would do phylactery. Kind of not exactly the same as Judaism, but it's a housing for a spell.
Can you download the app from the App Store?
Yeah, you download the app, you can get it on the App Store through Apple or Google Play. And basically you get a 3-day trial for free, then it's $2.99 a month or $24.99 for the year. And it gives all that information, or you get it for $50, basically you get it for life. And some people have always done already. So it's very practical, and it will keep growing. We're going to keep adding to it now.
And it's Planetary Magic with the K.
Yeah, Planetary Magic in either of your application stores. It can be on any tablet or smartphone.
All right, good luck with that. Are curses associated with witchcraft?
Are curses associated with witchcraft? I would say, from a broad perspective, yes. A curse done consciously by another individual is something that people agree to cause some type of harm or negative interference with the person they're doing it on.
It's never good.
It's not, a curse is not ever good. But most curses, this is my again, I always stress this. This is my view, okay? It's not hard fact.
Oh,
but my
view
of curses is I'd say about 92% of curses that we know, or people that are cursed, are self-induced in the psyche. And once those things are self-induced in the psyche, they become very real. And to disengage from that or separate from that, people usually have to go through some type of ritual or action to get the subconscious mind to react to that change to stop the person happening. But is it always for somebody else? Most of the time it's not.
I've been out of the why does like most fucking have probably not at all.
I believe that are you saying how does it work, or why does it work? Well, I think that it's just like, I mean, this is a very loose answer to your question. But you remember what it was like when you had that kid in school when you were young, that was always made fun of, and they were downtrodden because of it.
I was still happy.
Yeah, so did I. So did I. Very much, and I was also one of them. You know, that's what part of being a weird kid was about, right? But those kids, you know, they've heard that so much that what does that do? That imprints on who they are, and then they live their life as a flip flop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's basically what it is doing, and that's why it works. Because it should feel that way. Nothing should be seen. It can all be removed. Nothing is unstoppable. And there is no more gifted witch or person that can give you a curse or relieve a curse. It is all stuff that with a basic amount of skill set and a steady mind and thinking about what you're doing, you can cause things in conformity with your will. Because when we do spellcraft, what are we trying to really do? What we're trying to do is to use an object in the microcosm, and we manipulate them on our plane of existence to get an imprint in our psyche, in the subconscious mind. And how it imprints there is it moves up into what we know as the macrocosm, which is above, right? And then it reflects back down in the material plane and makes that change. So one of the key reasons why most spells don't work for people, one of the key ingredients to spellcraft that works is secrecy. And secrecy doesn't mean that you're not telling people, but the reason that secrecy is so important is because if you're keeping it to yourself, you're not speaking about it. If you're not speaking about it, you're letting it set into the subconscious. If you are speaking about it, you're never letting it get there.
All right, I'm going to tell you a story. I want your opinion on what you think happened.
All right.
A little kid, 10 years old, I'm in Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, and my mother's parents had built an apartment complex that had 10 units there. And they built it over their furniture store. They had a furniture company called the Union Furniture Company in Pittsburgh. They're right on Main Street. And they took two of the apartments and combined it into one big place. And then they rented out the other 8. And right on top of it was the furniture store underneath. It's like it. And one night, we're all asleep all over the place. Keep in mind, this is 2 huge apartments combined. So they had an upstairs level and a regular level, all above the furniture store. There was a fire in the furniture store. Somebody had set a fire in there. And it smoked all through the apartments that we were in. I'm on the middle level. The others were upstairs in other bedrooms. And I get woken up by a fire department guy. He's got his helmet on, he's got a mask on, and he's wearing, firefighter boots and slicker. And he wakes me up. He says, you need to get up. You need to get up now and get everybody out. And I went around the house, waking people up with him. And we got everybody out of the house. And they got the fire extinguished. And everything was fine. There was a picture of me at the Pittsburgh Sentinel newspaper running across the street at 3 in the morning in my pajamas as a 10-year-old. Anyways, we're all outside. Family's outside. Fire department was downstairs in the furniture store. My dad decided he was going to go thank the fire chief because this fire department guy who woke me up faked all. And as he went up to the fire chief, he introduced himself and said, that little boy was woken up by one of the people who got in there. We just want to thank you and thank him. Where is he? The chief said, we never made it up to the apartment. We were downstairs trying to get the fire out of the furniture. We never said anybody. Oh, who was that?
Wow.
I think it was like a guardian angel or something.
Well, I completely believe that, that is a very emotional, seriously, that's a very important, thank God you made it out, but yeah, I don't, just leading to, do I believe that something of that nature
Sort you out? I do.
That's exactly
I
what I
totally believe that. I mean, what my calling entity or an angel or, some of the spirit realm in the ancient prequels of the Daemons, not dead,
places.
Like Daemons, right? Any of these entities that would come in and make these things happen. I mean, that is a very powerful experience.
Who sends that entity to us?
I believe that I don't think that everybody has that ability to get that. Obviously you've gone on to be somebody that is super important to so many people, but you have a calling. Whatever that entity was, or however that got to you, there was a reason behind that. You bring all these people today. And I think that is part of it. That was part of your calling.
Those ones are really
important. I think that probably had a lot to do with that's what I would take from that, being the person that you are today. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like I also, I am very much a believer, and not to segue off of what we're supposed to be talking about here, but I believe in alien life, of course. And I actually believe that a lot of our proto-deities, like the chakras, were aliens. I mean, it's very much like the Sumerian gods, and the god is a minor.
Oh yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with that correlation that you experience. I think that's where that connection comes in.
And why did the cool guys help them?
Well, it was almost like
maybe he was really never physically there.
Exactly. It was a manifestation to keep you up and moving and on the path where you are today. Everything was laid out for us. That's what the faith do. That's what the Moray does. That, that's apropos and lucky thing.
I mean, he seemed real.
Yeah.
What I can remember, but maybe he was never there.
But I mean, just because it's not tangibility anymore doesn't mean it's not whatever there is to it, right? It's totally there. And that was a real entity. And it did its work. Thank God. And thank you're here. And so many people don't get that, that's a beautiful story.
We're going to take your calls next hour with South and Pearl as we talk about the occult, about witchcraft, about the covens, about magic, of course, and How do I do on that?
I wonder if you can look at it. It sounds good to me. Definitely. We're talking about some cool books too. Definitely there's some authors that are out there people should check out.
Alright, we'll do that too. Since you've been doing it, what has been for you the most gratifying thing you've been doing?
I would say definitely giving people the chance to experience spellcraft and magic. Experiencing learning to cause things conforming with their will, understanding that they can do this, that they don't need to depend on anything else. And I detest gatekeepers. I'm not under this idea that only certain things should go to certain people. I believe that people should learn, and they should have a foundation, but I also believe that that should be for all of them. And what I've done is I've given people a chance at having other ways of looking at life and moving through it. And if, I always tell people in day one of my class, if you take nothing from my class, but one piece of it, then I've done my job.
We'll talk more about these classes as well, Phil, when we come back and take calls with you on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Spring getaway. This month, get 40% off ROTHSCHILD's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you practice from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the best of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, a language you learn.
Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Yep, and Irish folk singer to my list of talents. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day freezing. Get a free plus Ray the Tuesday, March 17th.
Number 4.
Ray John's Gift Giveaway. Get the house to sell so when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th or 21st.
3.
Top 10 gift buyers. You can win up to $1,500 in free plays like slots with your reward card. Buy one deal.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why electronic readers voted up for the best casino in the Southwest.
And the number 1 reason.
Oh, no, it's going to be like double time. TW. 1, 2, 3.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. Bedroom is another essential night room. Curious Ron Stevens is struggling with his feet and winding down the strike. He's the raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the count. He can get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires with sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. Yes, he does. Learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk.
I'm going to surprise to drop this.
Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Biden in SoCal. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January.
I don't know if
That overstepped efforts to reduce gun violence. App-based ride-sharing companies like Lyft and Uber can continue to treat their California drivers as independent contractors. The ruling upholds a voter-approved law called Proposition 22, and these drivers are not entitled to benefits like sick leave or unemployment. The state has canceled all salmon fishing from Oregon to the U.S.-Mexico border due to the drought. They say it's to protect the remaining fish population. Hollywood says the Oscars were a success. Viewership was 18.7 million. That's up about 12% according to the Nielsen ratings from last year. Orange County Fairgrounds getting a bit of a nip and tuck over the next 10 years. The facelift starts with a $25 million expansion to administration buildings. They say it's an 8-phase plan that will cost $222 million to complete. Another atmospheric river pushing into SoCal. We should expect heavy rain by afternoon, staying with us well into Wednesday. National Weather Service says 1.5 to 3 inches of rain expected for the coast and valleys, up to 6 inches of water for the mountains.
Stay prepared, buy flashlights, and have plenty of fresh batteries to sit well. You might see a power outage.
That was Aaron Scott with Mission Super Hardware in San Gabriel. He also suggests getting sandbags. Kraft Heinz will now provide ready-to-eat Lunchables for school lunch program starting this fall. They'll offer 2 varieties with improved nutrition and the Lunchables sold in stores. And today is Pie Day, March 14th. That's the first 3 digits of pie, 3.14. And there are deals to be had on just about anything round. Southline weather from KFI. Rain is pushing in, likely by mid-morning, very heavy by afternoon, with highs in the mid to upper 50s. Right now it's 57 degrees in Stanton. We're going to be tested 53 for Studio City and 55 in Redlands. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Oh, no. It should be your coat, and that fucking, the Misty Shore Special, where you get it all tight.
Anaheim Hills today when he's found at Imperial Highway. Cleanup crews from an earlier semi-fire picking up the 4 right lanes. He's stacking up those just out for Lake View. And it's Grand Terrace. There's a full freeway closer to north-south from Washington to the Thames. Already shut down for Road 4-5. KFI, gotta go 50 there faster, O'Brien fan. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly tax distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to FNRTradio.com. That's FNRTRadio.com. Choose your commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available from third-party accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including market principles. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRTradio.com. I'm attorney Gary Cavanelli, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one wants to get handcuffed unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Many people watch Newsmax for news and perspective you're not going to hear from other networks. Try Newsmax and discover why the left is trying to silence their voice. For good reason, it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for Redman Substance, Rob Schmidt, Eric Foley, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check your channels out. Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, just switch to one that does. And remember, Newsmax is also free on streaming. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Video, Apple, and more. Tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people. Yeah. Visit UKCredit.org or call 833-422-4255. Now, you got a case with COVID-19. Plus, by the California Department of Public Health. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Fayoletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
A lot of people got fired for taking pictures of the app and leaving it in the fucking copy machine at first thing. Oh my god. I bet some people like no one ever found out who it was. Oh, that's the fucking copy machine came out. And then people placed it on that first thing.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In this hour, we'll take your calls with Sal Santoro as we talk about witchcraft and magic and the occult. Jump aboard. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal that identity. Protect your identity, and it can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detection alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft to monitor all transactions at all businesses. So it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. And then call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com, use promo code George, and take advantage of that 25% off. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland has released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back the 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/coast. With inflation on the rise and the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you could store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coast. That's BullionMax.com/coast. And welcome back to Coast. George Story with your Sal Sanforo with us. Sal, tell us about your annual conference and your witchcraft program.
Oh, wow. So we do an annual conference. Actually, it's annual now, you're right. We did the first two, that called actually, in a little town in Massachusetts called Orange. Now, for people that are from that area, it's probably about 45 minutes from Worcester. It's kind of almost tucked up on the New Hampshire line. Yeah. And Orange, Massachusetts, one of my really good friends had purchased a mansion with 20 rooms in it from 1880. Wow. And she stripped it down and just revamped it and built in all the bedrooms and to make them look like they originally did. And it was actually a place where the Daughters of the Eastern Star would go before they passed away.
Was it haunted?
Yes. It was very haunted. It was actually Patty Negri comes with us both times. She's been twice with me now. And we are there and we have a series of teachers coming in and it's called oh my god, I'm so sorry. Symposium Chthonian. Okay. And what that means, it's the symposium of the Chthonic realm. The Chthonic realm is the realm of the underworld in Greek mythology, which is where Hecate resides in one of her aspects. And so what we've got going on there is some great authors teaching classes. So I brought in 3 of my favorite people for some modern books that are out there on Hecate witchcraft specifically. One is Jeff Cohen, who wrote Liber Chthonian, and it's a very modern a modern book on Hecate witchcraft and how you can become involved and work with her. It's a really great book. Him and his husband and his sister come out, and they also teach. And then I brought in Jack Grail, and Jack Grail is the author of a really great book that nobody can get their hands on but keeps selling out, called The Hackathon. And that deals with the inner workings of Hecate and working with 27 of her epithets. And the epithets to the Kake are very specific attributes or aspects of her. And so that he comes in and he teaches. And then we also have an amazing teacher. Someone that I have taken classes from myself named Jason Miller. And Jason Miller has an amazing website called The Sorcery of Hecate or Strategic Sorcery, either one you can get to it. And Strategic Sorcery is all of his classes. And they came in and they teach on Hecate work and different aspects of working with her. And then we have like two rituals that we run that people can get involved in. And then Patty Negri runs a psychic mediumship night where she runs a table. And it's just a beautiful, amazing event. So that's
Witchcraft 101 program.
That's my regular class. So that's my staple. About every 12 to 14 weeks, a new one starts. And it's 10 weeks. So I have taken my own construct of my teachings that I've learned back in the late 80s and early 90s. And I brought them down to give people a basic understanding of how to set up safely a space and consecrate it with the 4 elements and call in the quarters, cut the circle, raise the cone of power, and call in deities, whatever deity they work with, or no deity at all. It depends on them. And they do this class over 10 weeks. And through the 10 weeks, they get to know one another. There's usually anywhere between 10 and up to 30 people in the class. And they go through that class over 10 weeks, and on the 10th night, they actually run an entire ritual themselves. And it's just become a huge success.
Good for you. Let's take some calls. Lining up for you. Let's go to Brian in Indianapolis to get things started. Hello, Brian.
Hey, George, how are you this morning?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, good. Hey, listen, I'll make this real quick. Couple things. That was good. That's an awesome picture. You and Tommy,
With Pat Boone?
Pat Boone, if you had up on the carousel last week.
Thank you.
Listen, number 2, I didn't know your dad was in the Battle of the Bulge. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'm stationed over in Mannheim, West Germany, and that was Eric, man, 81 through 83. I've been to a lot of these places, Ludendorff Prison and Vermont. Just thank God, you can't thank your dad for service, but that was a great generation.
Sure was.
Hey, Ralph? Yeah, now your dad, yes, sir, was in the raid on the Barbarian Factory in Regensburg, huh? Yes, sir. He was in the 8th Air Corps. He was a bombardier on the Norton bomb site in the B-24. Awesome, man. I mean, next time you see him, take a stand for me. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, and he's up in the 100, so it's amazing. I know that's what I heard. I've been to Regensburg, too. I've been all over Germany when I was stationed over there. But as I was sitting there, I really wanted you to tell you that, because that's pretty awesome. But my question is, I'll make this quick. After school groups now are starting to form that want to worship Satan and witchcraft, and you're having a lot of pushback from parents and other students about that. How would you go about spending or trying to convince them that this is something that would be safe and knowledgeable or educational for the kids? I don't believe that kids that are under the age of 18 should be making those decisions, and I think that is the individual parents that have those children that should be making that decisions for them. I mean, it's always great that people are inquisitive and want to understand, but at a delicate age like that, I don't think that they're developed enough to be stepping into a nihilistic approach of life. They're beginning, they should be learning to love life and the beauty of it whole. And I'm not saying that all fitness feel that it's a bad thing, but again, it's the individual parents that need to make that decision. I know a lot of people that are theosophically fitness, and I got to meet Anton LaVey when he was alive, and it was nothing like the way that they make fitness appear in movies and TV. But I definitely don't think that that's something that children need to be dealing with. No. Unless it's something that parents are bringing them in and explaining to them in their own personal system.
And not all practitioners of witchcraft are Satanists.
Not at all. Not in the antithesis. Because a lot of people that practice witchcraft usually just work with the old gods of Europe and the different parts of the world. In that system, Satan wasn't even a developed entity.
Next up, let's go to Gil in Marion, Illinois. Welcome to the show. Hi, Gil. Go ahead.
How are y'all doing tonight?
Wonderful.
Well, I caught part of the show because I'm listening on the regular FM dial, so you're talking about topics and stuff like that. I'll try and make this fast on different parts. When I was little, like 7 years old, after my parents divorced, my mother ended up taking basically a woman beater alcoholic. And every time I tried to protect her, I got pushed into the bedroom telling me to go so they could finish the argument. Well, it was like a gladiator that was coming in there and grabbed me, and people would always tell me, because I kept dreaming it over and over, and it happened several times, that it was like a protector of sorts.
Yeah.
Well, later in life, I fell on my head working at a construction site, and I ended up in the hospital. And all these years after my mother passed away when I was 8, I had a feeling of hating God, because everybody always say, well, God took your mother. So I was starting to get into church and stuff and trying to learn things. But when I fell on my head, I was in the hospital, and I heard this voice several times, but don't worry, my son, I'm with you. Then later on in life, when I got shot, because I thought my second wife messed around on me, I ended up in the hospital.
Who shot you?
My wife's boyfriend.
Oh, my God.
And so when I ended up in the hospital, I heard this voice again telling me, don't worry, my son, I'm with you. Well, a little bit later after that, I dated this girl from Florida. She was real confident. Got into Ouija boards and everything, and she was putting spirits on different people she did not like. But ever since then, and I dated her, I never was ever able to get where I see my guardian angel or any spirit or anything like that. It's like all that is still place, but I still have dreams, and I still have like 3D images of how everything happened always like when I was 7 years old.
But that little entity doesn't come to see one anymore.
Right. So I don't know if she had anything to do with it. I put the spell on me that she got mad at me when we broke up. Or if it was just life that now that I've gotten older, that things have changed.
Yeah, I don't think it was that you got older. I think it definitely, from what I've discussed from what you're saying, she sounded like someone that probably put a shielding around you so you wouldn't get that anymore. But don't let that intimidate or stop you. You can get that back. That no one has the power to take that from you forever. All you have to do, I would do some meditations on it. Really spend time with yourself. And not look for any spell work or anything, but really just soul search. You can find that back, because that voice is going to be there for you. And that person will not succeed if you don't let them.
It sounds like she scared the entity away for some reason.
Yeah, it sounds like she just didn't feel it. And to stop him, and it sounds like she was being very selfish by making that action. And that's not very respectful to do to someone.
And it worked for her.
Because magic does work. That's one of the things I tell people a lot. You have to look at magic, and I mean this very truthfully when I say this. And some people don't like that I use this as an analogy, but I'm going to. Magic and spellcraft is like a gun. Okay? It's like a loaded gun. If you have walked into a place, and you have a loaded gun sitting on a table, it's not going to do anything but sit there and collect shells. Now, if you put your hands on the gun, it becomes mobile, and then it becomes moving. Your finger goes in the trigger mechanism, you start fumbling around, the gun's going to go off. But if you know how to take the round out of the gun and make it inert, that's the safety of it. So the point is that you have to treat magic as it very well works. And when you know it works for so many of us, if some of us are like, oh, it doesn't work, it's not real, that's okay, they can believe that, because it helps us keep moving.
Joe in the Bronx, take it away, Joe.
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good, good. This is Sal. Yeah, I had, well, a relative by marriage on my grandfather's side who was Princess Sophia. She was, of the, Romanian royal family, but her sister, Princess Elizabeth, was married to King George of Greece. And they had a fleet of revolution that was taking place in Greece in the last century. And they went to Europe. The real reason for calling was to ask you if there are any stones or crystals that will replenish or rejuvenate one's strength and energy.
Definitely, there is. If you're trying to find rejuvenation, you're trying to think. So first off, everything I do is ptolemically based or planetary based. And what you're talking about right there would be coming in from the sun. And that would be any yellow or gold stone. A really good stone for that would be pyrite.
How does that work?
Well, I mean, stones have their own qualities about them. And again, we correlate them according to the colors of the planets via the Tree of Life in Kabbalah. And a lot of people believe that there's literal energy that comes from stones. Now, I don't utilize it that way, but I know that when I use stones in ritual magic to cause change of will, they 100% ramp up that energy. I can tell you that it does that. And the correlate that he's asking about would be pulling a charge from solar energy, from the solar aspect.
How did you come up with the name the Crooked Path Shop?
Because the crooked path is harder to walk.
Yeah. The road not taken. Hey, is Robert Frost was right.
Robert Frost was right. He was a New Englander.
He sure was.
He was. Yeah. That's us. Anyway.
Go to Maria in Illinois. Hello, Maria. Go ahead.
Kids, whatever you do, don't fuck around. Boiling water or hot shit.
Oh, thank you. I had a couple of questions. Sure. And then I had a quick third question.
You'll probably only get 2 wins.
Okay. I was wondering, the first question, so, before it happened to and I know that all these elements, stones and oils, things like that, definitely has a very important place in magic or so, but if you don't have access to all that, or it's just kind of too complicated for you, the first question is, can you just use just your visualization and imagination 100% magic without having to use all that? It would be a different system of magic, but that doesn't invalidate it 100%. Because you gotta remember, when people talk about the colors of candles, okay, up until 1900, there was never color in wax. It was just neutral color. So people would imbue color and see it, visualizing it around the flame that they would use. So they can use any color. So in that case, you can use visualization and meditation and path working. Like specifically, if you study on the Sekra from the Tree of Life, just path working alone and going from Sekra to Sekra, you can move through that way on those visualization paths.
And what's your second question, Maria? Go ahead.
Is it possible to influence somebody from a long distance away, that's not present? Is it possible to psychically influence somebody?
I would say absolutely. Sal, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I definitely would say yes. I don't use a lot of clairs, and you don't hear me talking about like the clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient. But using spellcraft to cause that change, to get a person to understand that you're trying to contact or connect with them and getting a reaction, I've seen it done multiple times. And yes, you can do that. It usually work off their astrological, and signatures are really good used for things like that, and obviously any type of photography imagery of them.
Now, if people want to get a hold of you for what you do, how can they find you?
Well, you can always find me at thecrookedpathstuff.com, but my direct Instagram is Salvatore, S-A-L-V as in Victor, A-T as in Tom, O-R-E, underscore modern, underscore witch.
And your shop is in Burbank, California?
It's right in the heart of Burbank at 2020 West Magnolia Boulevard.
I think I've probably driven past your place.
So how do you?
Are you there every day?
Every single day but Tuesday and Sunday.
Okay, I'll go up. I'll find it. Tom and I will come out that way. He was born on Burbank. He knows it like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
Where do you park?
I literally park right on the street, and so far, the parking guys are staying with us because we're not getting tickets.
All right, great. We're coming back with final calls with you, Sal, in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything on that.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting in January. He says he'll discuss his efforts to reduce gun violence. LA County search and rescue teams have rescued 8 people from the San Gabriel River. This happened late last night. Officials believe the stranded people were homeless and were stranded on an island in the river. They're searching for one more person not evacuated with the group. Parts of Ventura and Santa Barbara County are now under evacuation orders over mudslide and flash flood fears with the atmospheric river pushing in. National Weather Service says we can expect heavy rain by afternoon, staying with us into Wednesday. They say 2 to 4 inches of rain expected for the coast and the valleys, up to 6 inches of rain for the mountains. Southline weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning with highs right around 60. Right now it's 55 in Mission Viejo. Lake Forest are 55, it's 55 for Moore Park, and 55 for Santa Monica. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Grand Terrace, there's a full freeway closure. This is on the 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Eaglewood, this is on the 405 southbound after Century. Little fender bender there, taking up the left lane. You're seeing delays from Manchester, Ontario. There's a full freeway closure scanning south from Victor to Holt Boulevard. All lanes there are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Jacoby & Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby & Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby & Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby & Myers, justice for you since 1972. On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI AM 640. Recent survey came up with the 100 worst airports on the planet, and we're at number 2 as one of the worst. It's insane. I mean, you look at airports all over the world, they all handle. They're all better than LAX, which is a disaster. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attendance. And ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, you should have rung them up separately. No. You should have more people here. Didn't cut away through yourself. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walked out and take them for pay. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We are here to spread love, tolerance, and twice. Just mock everyone's fault. Because he's hypocritical asshole. Preaching about diversity and tolerance. This is just a random conversation they take among the LA City Council. It's random. Johnny Kent, Mr. Tony, the Pride. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, your heart is aching, smile even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fears, smile and you'll see the sun come shining through for you. I'll help you stay every place although fear may be ever from you. At the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's for you to cry? You'll find that life is still worthwhile. Just smile.
To talk to George Nori, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori.
Our next Coast to Coast program, astrologer Mark Leonard joins us to talk about the world and how we can expect the next few years. Plus, we'll do some readings for you. And then Tim Schwartz joins us to talk about extraterrestrial. What they do in the middle of our planet. So make sure you find it. Beyond Belief, that is our television program that came back from the Boulder area, and we did great shows.
Yeah, we had some fun. It was cold, but we had some fun. Head over to beyondbelief.com. Right now, we have some ad-free episodes for you there. We have a 7-day free trial and a piece of time. So check it out. It's beyondbelief.com.
And our YouTube channel, subscribe to it. It is absolutely free to do that. Mr. Dan Heiser will tell you how you can do it.
I sure will. You know, if you're sitting around, just go to coasttocoastam.com. You get interviews with recent past shows. They're all for free. Big variety to choose from. Go to coasttocoastam.com, head to the top. It's a little YouTube icon and boom, it's free to subscribe.
And if your health means anything to you, this is for you.
If stress gets you down, and maybe you're fatigued or moody, and would like to start the day with more energy, then you would like to relax in the evening throughout the night while losing weight, we have something for you. Elevate and Accelerate. Dr. Adam Bruder explains more.
So what is it about Elevate that really makes it so powerful? Number one, 4.5 servings of phytonutrients. Again, that's taking whole foods and putting them into a capsule that's adapted to help our body combat chronic
stresses that are coming on every single day. Neurotrophins, they can actually help to reestablish feelings neurologically. Our cells that fire together are going to be wired together. You've heard of people saying that they're firing on all cylinders. That is what this does. I'll tell you, when I started taking this, within the first day, I noticed better mental clarity, better energy. The next thing that we look at is the accelerator. We're looking at salting brain. We're allowing our gut to lightly detox. You're going to see increase in energy just from that. But then there's also the probiotics. There's the prebiotics, and there's the enzyme blend that's restoring that gut health. So let's cleanse it, let's restore it, let's release that serotonin, that dopamine, to be able to reduce anxiety, to help to reduce that chronic fatigue, to help to increase the immune system of our body as well. I have found that just with these three capsules, with people that I'm seeing are having phenomenal success.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts to Be Slim refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. George's Power Pack. Now with free gifts Be Slim and free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or at healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically and is truly a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by our military that improves their aim quickly and gets you confident in your ability to protect what you care about, what you love, and how it works. Sure it is. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, it looks right up there, and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. And the Mantis X is like a firearms instructor right there in your pocket. 94% of the users improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. And the best part is that you can use it at home without any ammo. It's called dry fire practice at home. Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on the range to use ammo. You don't have to do any of it. And you'll save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours at mantisx.com. MANTISX.com.
Hi, Dave Michaels here. For generations, my family and I lived in the poorhouse, but not anymore. I found a way out, and on the way, I proved a few things. People who are struggling, people who don't have enough money to enjoy life, don't want to be like that. They don't want to live that way. We just never had anyone to show us how to stop thinking like a poor person. Stop slaving away for a paycheck and take control of your own life. Become your own boss. We don't have to be poor. Get out of debt, repair your credit, plan for your future. It doesn't matter what age you are. I'm teaching my daughter to build her own business. She just bought a car for her mom, and she's only 8 years old. Leave the poorhouse in the rearview mirror. Thank you for listening and have a fantastic day.
Are you tired of being poor? Do what Dave Michaels did. Change your life for the better and help a lot of people along the way. Check out criticalhealthnews.com for a really good business opportunity. You don't have to be poor. Join our business team and let us show you our path to independence and well-being. New at criticalhealthnews.com. That's criticalhealthnews.com. And welcome back to Coast, our final segment with Sal Santoro as we talk about the occult and witchcraft. In terms of the occult, Sal, is this changing at all from what it was like 20, 30 years ago?
Completely. I mean, and like music, right? Like I was saying in the beginning of our episode here, I thought it. We can't fight it. Technology is coming, and it's part of it. The only thing that makes it hard for me is I don't mind people having information, but I want them to also take the time to study to understand why it's there, where it came from. But definitely, it's you've got like there's an entire culture of that TikTok or whatever. I don't have TikTok, but there's a TikTok witchcraft community that I'm not part of. I don't have TikTok. I won't go on it. I'm too old for that stuff. But there's people on there, and a lot of the things they do are just kind of not truthful or silly, and they happen to be young people and they're trying.
You think it's a game?
Yeah. But it's definitely part of the 21st century, and you can see even through the apps that we created, and more is going to come where you start learning how to use sigils and commands, making sigil work and stuff digitally. And now with all the AI out there, it's incredible what's going on. So.
In the wrong hands, is witchcraft in the occult bad?
Definitely. I think that to someone that's unlearned that treats it like it's some kind of like funny thing to try for a week, it definitely can be dangerous. The reason it's dangerous because the problem with people is they don't think it's real. They think it's an easy out, that nothing's going to happen either way.
Fun and games.
Yeah, but that's when it bites you in the butt, and it does do that. You have to be responsible. You have to be accountable for everything that you do.
Do you ever get upset with people the way they handle it or treat it?
Yeah. And I've actually, I've removed people. I was far over it because it's not a game, and there's the people get hurt. Sure, I think I'm not versed on the money.
I do witchcraft class online or via Zoom. How do you do it?
No, it's all in person, and that's door all off of them. I just go through it myself because I like to have interaction with people, and I want to connect with them and see that they understand.
The phones we go, let's go to Rick in New Lebanon, New York. Thanks for holding, Rick. You are up.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to relate quick side. I was part of a 4-year spiritual school that had an ancillary program that was taught by a practicing alchemist. And one of the projects that we undertook, a subset of us, about 10 of us, was we created sugeric elixirs as opposed to tinctures that were harvested. The plants that we did one for each day of the week, and the plant source was harvested from wild shaker medicinal herbs that had been sort of treated by the Native Americans, and it took us about 18 months to make the elixirs, and in the process of making them, they were imbibed with, we were a Sufi school, so we had Sufi wasai for incantations that went into the process of processing the herbs, and then in the end, there was a 6-month collective imbibing of the elixirs that were taken on a rotating daily basis with a personal meditation on parts of the Kabbalistic tree, and then meditations on elements of the Tarot.
That was beautiful. Wow.
And the herbs were taken in according to cold pepper and all sorts of other things that were, all the rules and regs. But mostly from an alchemist point of view, it had to do with the practitioner coming in clean and observing sanctity and cooperation with the Vedic components of the plant. It was a phenomenal process.
Wow. So it's like the Vedic system as well as involved, of course, right? That's great.
Yeah.
Wow. How did you find it course?
I'm currently homeless, which I think is a result of the part of that process, only in the sense of purification and in the Sufi world what we would call sanaa, or, really tearing things down and purifying.
Sure.
It was a Sufi school that had bought a future property in Massachusetts, not far from what you're talking about.
Wow. Well, it's beautiful that you're on your path, and it just goes on with that age-old saying that all that wander are not lost. You know what I mean? And I think you have a fact that you're moving on, and I wish you nothing but the best. And that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that information.
We're sharing open lines on a Friday night with me. Call in one night. I'd like to chat with you a little bit on the air about what you're going through and how you got to where you are and what it's like. I mean, I've always wondered about homeless people, Sal, and their ability to just rebound.
I was there. I did it for years.
You were homeless?
Yeah, but in the 90s, you know, in my mid-30s, I went through like 3 years like that.
Where did you live?
I lived and I worked in the rent-a-car circuit.
Like in Kent?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I did it. I went through all that in my life, and you know, and then
what did you do in the dead of winter?
In the dead of winter, in off-season fair, we did what we had, you know, what we had to do. I lived, of course.
Did you have like a shopping cart full of stuff?
No, it wasn't like that. I mean, I was also, you know, I also had a girlfriend that was through that. I was technically homeless in the apartment. I lived in tents on fair-site buildings, renters, you know, in February.
I like that Marty.
And, you know, and I just stayed in that circuit. You can travel with it.
And please, Tom, what do you have for us, my friend? Hey, Sal, Danny in Massachusetts wants to know, says, can the magic person use spells on himself to heal himself?
So, that is a really good question. And I love that you call from Massachusetts.
Neck of the woods.
Neck of the woods. But, you know, utilizing magic to healing. And are we talking physical healing? Are we talking mental healing? Either one of them, you could say partially yes, but never discredit that Western, you know, you have to have a doctor, you have to have Western, you know, medical behind you. And this is something that you can take along with that path. And if you're introducing any herbs or anything, you definitely let your doctor know that and go by what he's saying. Because I'm their doctor for a reason. I mean, I believe that you can use spell paths and rituals to heal yourself, definitely, but along with professional people that are going to get you there.
So the person who's been cursed, Sal, needs to know that he's been cursed.
You know, I believe that, you know, people that have come to see me, and I've removed a lot of what we call curses off of people. And some very few people don't know it's a curse. But the ones that have come to see me that think they're cursed were induced by the self. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't by an outside source. But there are very much times when people have encouraged. So I can tell you, as a practitioner of magic and spellcraft, a large percentage of my personal income and what I do is work with clients and so on.
Are you done? Not done with it.
That's what I do. I know how to do it, and I do it well. But you know, the thing about it is, you know, spellcraft definitely can cause these changes from happening. You know what I mean? You can get that to actually work that way. But a lot of times the curses that people are experiencing, you know, they don't realize it. They just feel dragged down. And when there is somebody that's actually giving them a curse, there are people that are either incredibly skilled, or there are people that don't know what they're doing, and it goes that way. That's the most dangerous person in witchcraft is the person with lack of knowledge.
That stumbles into things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Billy in Austin, Texas. Hey, Billy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. George, again, a wonderful show. Thank you. Sal, don't mean to call off topic, but I couldn't help myself. My father-in-law was passed away in February 20 before we had the lockdown. But he was an old gunner / volunteer in the Liberators. Wow.
I don't take my answer off
in England at Adelaide.
Really?
So it's my
I don't
dad.
take my answer off either.
Really? He was in the 466 and flew a plane. He was on a plane called Earthquake Lagoon.
Wow. My dad was blood and guts.
Blood and guts.
Yeah.
It's amazing. My wife, her whole life,
And then just to this day, after he has passed, he has not missed an 8th Air Force convention. Wow. She's gone to them for her entire life with her father up until he passed, and now she's on the board for the 466 Bomber Group. It's amazing.
Yeah, sure.
And I would say that, maybe they knew each other, but I know that back in those days, they only really camaraderie with their crew members.
Yeah, they did.
Because you didn't want to get close to somebody because they might not come back.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a picture with all of them there as a group.
I wonder if that was my dad's father group.
Who else could do that? I know that my wife there, him,
Are you?
right after 9/11. It turns out that same base later became, it was bought in an auction, and they raised the number one turkey breeder in the UK owned it and run his business out of that castle.
Wow, that is amazing.
Now,
It is, sir. That's great. Thank you for sharing that with me.
thank you, Billy. Next up, we go to Charles in Augusta, Georgia. First time caller, Charles. Welcome to the show. Hi, Charles.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go for it.
Yes, I was, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I would like to know
How can you relate to
how we deal with the tendency for most people to, when they hear the word witchcraft, automatically assume that it's associated with the satanic.
No, you're right. It's a bad connotation, Sal, that the word has.
Are you asking why do I feel it's that way?
Yeah, we got a minute left.
Well, I believe that, the word witchcraft, if you look at where it really comes from, it derives from wise. The wise ones, the elders, people in nomadic systems where they needed to go to people for certain things, whether it be dealing with a jilted lever to making sure their crops grew the next spring, because everything's based agriculturally, right? How they live. And I think also coming up in the modern times, that got featured into pop culture. And when you trace it back, look at the Wizard of Oz, right? It was really hard to take Glenda as a good witch, but you had to connect the witch to the green face and then the wart on the nose. You know what I mean? And that's all pop culture based.
Remember when we saw her sister, you knew she was the other. Absolutely. Sal, let's keep in touch. I may drop by your store one day when you least expect it.
You are a huge rock star to me, and I would be honored to meet you.
And those days you're there again are?
I do every day except for Tuesday and Sunday.
You got it. Okay, thanks, Sal. Always good talking to you. He's a great guest. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladasor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Forrell, Simbinal, George Sappin, I'm George Morey, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on Expedition until then.
seen a Medicare fraud.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees will apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
The times are waiting on St. Patty's Day.
Now get completion to the window.
St. Patrick's Day Freezy. Get a 3-punch regular PJ March 17th.
Number 2.
Get a toasty toast for real on 500 points on the World Cup. The 20th to 21st.
And the number 1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
No one votes. That time.
If you're new, same things, they say the same things for better or worse. Regardless of what happens, you're going to hear it again. It's what we did.
You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
President in SoCal. I'm Bruce Hennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will stop by Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He says he's here to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence in America. Financial experts are telling U.S. consumers to not panic after 2 bank failures. Chief investment strategist Michael Show at Aston Thomas Private Wealth says the latest bank failures are a far cry from the 2008 financial crisis.
Things were not rated properly. Our balance sheets were not in the position they are right now. Banks today are in much stronger positions than they were 10, 12, 13 years ago.
California's Silicon Valley Bank failed on Friday, followed by the closure of New York-based Signature Bank on Sunday. LA County rescue teams have rescued 8 people from the San Diego River last night. 3 were scattered out. Officials believe the people were stranded on an island in the river. They're searching for 1 more person not evacuated with the group. It's believed the group is homeless. App-based ride-sharing companies like Lyft and Uber can continue to treat their California drivers as independent contractors. The ruling upholds a voter-approved law called Proposition 22 that means drivers are not entitled to benefits like sick leave and unemployment. The state has canceled all salmon fishing from Oregon to the U.S.-Mexico border due to the drought. They say it's to protect the remaining fish population. A 3.4 earthquake hit Big Bear yesterday afternoon. No damage reported, just a lot of snow shaken off the roofs. And today is Pi Day. That's March 14th. There's 3 digits in pi, 3.14, and there are deals to be had on just about anything round. Southland weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning, heavy by afternoon, high reaching the mid-to-upper 50s. Right now it's 56 in La Palma, Seal Beach has 57, 54 for Chino, and it's 55 degrees in Hermosa Beach. We made local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Grand Terrace, there's a full freeway closure. It's number 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And it's Pomona. This is on the Denny Sound connector to the 71 southbound clear proof from an earlier crash, blocking that transition road. Watch for delays as you approach this area. And in Ontario, there's another full freeway closure. This is on the Denny Sound from Vineyard to Holt Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI, the sky, don't get you there fast, you're up, Brian.
Over the years, I've seen thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes, and now, for that now, arguing in my new daily life, I see it. And let me dive in. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show them action and mindset. Listen to how these stories on iHeartRadio, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering bill permanently lock in those amazing rates, but time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux and call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. DSLB 100374. Jacoby and Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby and Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. This woman had a baby on an airplane. You know, there's a bunch of a-holes on the plane. If you just wait, stay in your seat. No! No! Cuddling to yourself. Come on. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The complaint crowd is exponentially larger than the advocacy crowd. It's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations and this is their job. That's what they do for a living. They're financed by wealthy people who take this on as a cause. If it's whack-a-mole, then keep whacking them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know when you're late to rent a car when you're 25. Accidents, quote, with assault weapons are in different things. I mean, just look at the number of shooters that we see. School shootings since 1966 has been 18. They'll handle. What does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. This is Jacob Amonte. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. From the city of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be, across the nation, around the world. I'm George Lori. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the magic in which tracks is what's happening. What a weekend for banks. Bank stocks around the world plunged today, even as President Joe Biden vowed to take whatever action he needed to ensure the safety of the U.S. banking system after the sudden
I'm sure they have another better picture. Like, you know, if people can look at it and you got the grass and stuff, great thing.
Everybody rated and put their money up because they're afraid of the bank's power and their ability to perform. U.S. authorities, though, took extraordinary measures to shore up confidence in the financial system after the collapse of the bank, introducing a new backup for banks that the Federal Reserve officials said was big enough to protect the entire nation's deposits. Unbelievable. And the blame game is on for who caused the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. And the tech sector is pointing the finger at the CEO for allowing his company to go down in history as now the second biggest U.S. banking failure on record. One Silicon Valley Bank employee who requested that his name not be given was dumbfounded by how the CEO publicly acknowledged the extent of the bank's financial troubles before privately lining up some necessary financial support to ride out the storm. This set the stage for panic,
that ensued as customers scrambled to pull their money, and they did. So things calmed down. Apple is building a mixed reality headset that's set to ship out this year. The company's hardware ranks among its longest-lasting rumor cycles. Lauren Weinstein, our expert on the internet, with us. Lauren, what is this all about? What's this headset?
Right. So when we say mixed reality headset, what we're really talking about technically is what's usually called augmented reality headset. Now, we should start with the difference between virtual reality and augmented reality. Virtual reality we've talked a lot about in the past, with, for example, the Oculus, now Meta, Quest consumer headsets being a great example of those. These create virtual games and experiences in worlds that can be absolutely amazing. And as I've mentioned, VR really has to be experienced to be truly understood. There's no way to really appreciate what it means until you've actually used it. Now, augmented reality is both real-world and virtual imagery simultaneously. That could be overlaid telemetry data or seemingly physical 3D objects sitting in your room, your actual room, pretty much anything. In fact, the Quest headsets that consumers have now actually do have a form of augmented reality where they can do this in a limited fashion, but because of technical limitations, the real-world view is in black and white, while the virtual components are in full color. The next generation consumer devices are expected to likely be completely color capable. Now, the big question is, where is the actual market for these technologies? Virtual reality has not really been a mass consumer item so far, even as prices have dropped considerably. Probably partly because wearing headsets can be a real drag, even as they get lighter. And it's not clear what the big consumer applications are, even when you consider gaming, for either virtual or augmented reality. Now, it's very different, and this may be where Apple plans to concentrate with their augmented reality headsets. Because when you're looking at industrial and medical and law enforcement and other non-consumer areas, there's certainly many more possibilities in these categories where the ability to combine virtual data, virtual objects in the real-world environment are and will be very, very useful. But for mass consumer use, it all still seems a much separate sell. And I think that's why Apple reportedly really aggressive move to get AR headsets into mass production is being at least questioned by many observers. There's a feeling in some quarters that Apple really needs a big new consumer product, especially as people tend to hold on to smartphones longer and longer, and smartphone features have kept rather matured. And it seems uncertain that augmented reality is going to be the best. It's going to be the next big winner for Apple in the near future at least. Now, Apple, of course, has surprised us in the past, but augmented reality may be a tough one to sell consumers on, even for Apple. So, as I say so often, we shall see.
We shall see. Keep your eyes on it for us, and thank you. Young women nationwide are struggling with their mental health, with many turning to self-harm as the way to cope. Some 57% of female teens in the U.S. struggle with feeling of persistently being sad. That came out in 2021. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Of the women surveyed, 30% considered suicide, 24% planned suicide, 13% attempted suicide. A few years from now, a small telescope on the far side of the moon could help scientists peer into the universe's ancient past. The moon instrument, called the Lunar Surface Electromagnetic Experiment Night, LUCI-NIGHT, the Pathfinder being developed by the U.S. Department of Energy's Brookhaven and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Stephen King, Dr. Sky's with us, and I'm going to meet up with him this Saturday in Sedona at our live event. But for now, what do you have for us, Stephen?
Well, good morning and good evening, no matter where you're listening, folks. In Georgia, look forward to that in Sedona. But here we go. Another close remark. Well, an asteroid measuring, get a look at this, at least 130 to 200 feet in diameter, and recently discovered on February 26th by astronomers in Chile. This one officially is known as asteroid 2023 GW. What's interesting, it has an orbital period of 271 days, and yet has the potential, here we go again, being an Earth impactor on this date. Mark it down, February 14th, 2046. The impact map will suggest locations in Indonesia, the Pacific Ocean, southwestern USA, and then lower parts of the central United States. The asteroid came closest to the Earth this time around on February the 18th of this year, at a distance of, well, it's a good distance, 5.4 million miles,
But the good news, there it is, it now has a 99.8% chance of a miss. But it's very early to really tell us in the future, but we talk about it. It has the near size of the asteroid or comet body which exploded over Russia. We all know this. Back on June 30th, 1908, the heat of that event alone inspires that great fireball was thought 40 miles from ground zero. That's similar to detonating a 12 megaton nuclear weapon. We can focus on that. In space, we talk about a mystery rocket test at Cape Canaveral that apparently has been canceled. Hypersonic rockets, we all know, and missiles are always in the news now. Now we learned of a possible launch of a hypersonic missile from Spaceport's Cape Canaveral launch site in Florida. This test of a joint U.S. Army defense project known as the LRHW, standing for Long Range Hypersonic Weapon, that was set to March the 5th, the technical issues canceled the launch. Almost by Martin Marion, his Mach 17 missile would be deployed in the battlefield from a mobile launcher platform. The Navy is also interested in looking at this particular project and missile on submarine-based versions of the LRHW. Because here we go again, the daylight saving line now in place over much of the U.S. and others. There are reasons on both sides to cancel it or keep it. And when? Will we ever get free on this and when? But also a very interesting date in history. This date on March 13, 1977, close to my heart here in Phoenix, Arizona, we celebrated and marked the 26th anniversary of the mysterious Phoenix Light incident we'll talk about today. It's great interest. We're wrapping up with the live sky, the moon, and last quarter on the 15th, new moon on the 21st, as we move into the vernal equinox on March the 20th, 5:24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Sunday this day, the moon is near Venus and Jupiter on the nights of the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in the west at sunset. Always more information at theskylive.com. Emails, we love those. DrSkyShow@gmail.com. We say it, we mean it, and we love it. Always remember, this is your eyes to the skies. I'm simply your navigator on the highway to the heavens and the shows. And of course, Julie, looking to see you in the audience. Mr. Gentlemen, and Dr. Sky, with what's been going on and what's been happening these days, what do you think the latest? What's going to happen? As far as which, George, the asteroid? Yeah. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, we talk about it only to let people know what science is predicting. But the reality of the situation is we hope and pray the asteroid is not a hit. So we have Apollos coming down the pipeline pretty soon in 2029. Right. But it's always good to watch, not just keeping our eyes to the skies, but these scientists are doing a great job, and they're actually discovering more of these asteroid bodies sooner than later, which is actually good. So let's hope and pray that this is just a story to keep people's attention to a subject that we all know is important. All right, see you Saturday night, Dr. Sky in Sedona, Arizona. Tom will tell you a little bit about that a little bit later on. In a moment, Mark Cypher back with us. When he was listening back in 2022, we talked about Tesla, Wizard at War. And he was telling us about a book he was working on, which has come out now, called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. And he'll tell you how a Coast listener played a part in the development of that work in a moment on Coast to Coast. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, but if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favor. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And also, we're doing an incredible night here on Coast to Coast. George Noyes with you, Mark Cypher back with us, a graduate of the University of Chicago, Dr. Ph.D. Mark Cypher, with his doctoral dissertation on the Nikola Tesla at Hillbrook University, a retired psychology teacher from Roger Williams University. Mark also is a handwriting expert, has lectured at West Point Military Academy, the Open Center in New York, Lucasfilm's Industrial Light and Magic, at numerous Tesla conferences here and abroad. His latest book is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Mark, welcome back. How have you been?
Great. Great to be back here, George, and I have to thank you. You mentioned it already, but when I was on a year ago, this lady called me the next night. She was in her 80s. And she said, I got to tell you about this ozone book you got to know about. I have an ozone book. This is a little pamphlet written in 1951 called Ozone, God's Gift to Humanity. But in it, it was written in 1951. It gives you the whole history of ozone therapy and lists about 20 medical doctors and all the research that they've done through the years. Treating things like TB, diphtheria, staph infection, sore throat. And it also discusses something which is hugely important now, and that is that the FDA has stated that ozone is a toxic gas with no medical application. And this book in 1951 goes into the history of why that's a mistake. What happened in the 1920s, these two scientists generated ozone from the air, just from the normal air. Air is 90%, 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen. So if you have an ozone generator taking it from the air, you'll also produce nitrous oxide, which indeed is toxic. But in 1950, this guy said, wait a second, we should be producing it from pure oxygen, not from the ambient air. And so the original guy who wrote the original article in 1920 went back and redid it, created ozone from pure oxygen instead of from the atmosphere. And he said, you're right, we made a mistake. It's not toxic if you produce ozone from pure oxygen. And that has made a huge impact on the medical community. But this was discovered, 50 years, or more than 50, 70 years ago. And I found all of this because this lady called me because I was on your show. That's how amazing it is.
So tell us a little bit before we get into how you first really got into ozone therapy. What exactly is it, and how is it physically applied to people?
Yeah, ozone is just a different form of oxygen. And what's so incredible about what I've learned, every morning the sun comes up and hits the atmosphere. There's O2, which is oxygen. The cosmic rays from the sun convert O2 into O3. That's ozone. And the ozone raises up to the top of the atmosphere. A blue sky, it's a blue gas. So part of the reason the sky is blue is because of ozone. And so that's what's occurring. Now, once the ozone layer is created, it's created every day, it now absorbs the cosmic rays and protects them. So ozone is really just a different form of oxygen. And what ozone therapy is, it really is a misnomer. It's really oxygen ozone therapy. Most of what's injected into the bloodstream is oxygen, over 95%. Just a very small amount is ozone. So we call it ozone therapy, but it's really oxygen ozone therapy. And what it does is it purifies the blood and it stimulates the immune system. The most important finding that I found, and I think the FDA needs to know about this, is in 2001, Paul, the chemist at Scripps Institute, discovered that our own antibodies manufacture ozone.
It's a disinfectant. So when we breathe in here, you're breathing germs, viruses or whatever. We have to protect ourselves with our immune system, and our antibodies do that. And what I discovered is that when you read all these articles now on the immune system and vaccines and all that kind of stuff, they never tell you how they work. And the reason that they work is because our own immune system is killing, the bad guys, the viruses that we pick up. So how do they kill it? We actually manufacture ozone, and we also manufacture hydrogen peroxide. And that I discovered from an article from Harvard University. So it's well known that our own immune system produces ozone and produces hydrogen peroxide. So ozone therapy is simply enhancing what our own immune system is already doing by injecting oxygen and ozone into the bloodstream.
Mark, is ozone therapy like hyperbaric oxygen therapy? It's the same thing as that client.
It's very similar. The difference is whether or not they use ozone or not. You can have hyperbaric chambers with ozone or just with oxygen. It's with a little bit of ozone, which is more beneficial than just oxygen.
And how do they apply it to people? Do they have masks on, or they put them in a chamber? What is it?
Yeah, you stick your head out of it, and it's just, it's around the body, so you're not breathing it in. So that's one way to do it. The other way is injecting it. Another way is with a UV light. You can remove the blood, and then the blood goes into a chamber where ultraviolet light changes the bloodstream. This is more ozone into the bloodstream, and then the blood is reintroduced back into the person. So that's another way to help, to boost the immune system function.
How did you first hear about ozone therapy?
This is a far-out story, George. You got to go back to 1984. I was speaking at the first International Tesla Conference in Colorado Springs, and Andrea Pujadas was there. And we thought he was going to talk about brainwaves, and what he had the top secret Tesla paper on particle beam letters. And we were all amazed because we were all searching for this paper. So this was an amazing time, and I was covering the event for a neuroscience, a journal I had. So one of the other speakers was Dr. George Freebach. And I was wondering, why is this medical doctor there? He was there because in 1896, Tesla invented an ozone generator. And what Dr. Freebach says, again, 1984, he said that he had a man riddled with cancer. And as a last resort, he gave him ozone therapy, and the tumors were shed, and he was healed. I put that in my spreadsheet book, Wizards, in 1996. That was it. I forgot about it. But when this COVID pandemic occurred, I Googled Freebach's name, and out popped a book called The Story of Ozone, written by 12 medical doctors. And so the FDA is against all this, and thinking, well, Jesus, 12 medical doctors are writing a book in 1996 saying how beneficial it is. So then I started getting in touch with ozone therapists, medical doctors in New York and California, and now we've been in touch with ones in Ecuador, in Spain, and even in China, in Italy, Sierra Leone. There are many medical doctors all throughout the world who are ozone therapists, and they're curing all kinds of viruses, including, of course, COVID.
That is remarkable, truly remarkable. And Tesla made his machine in 1856 or something?
1896.
Well, for 40 years, right?
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
How did he come up with it?
Well, one of his heroes was von Siemens from Germany, who had actually invented an ozone generator in the 1850s. And von Siemens, he's very famous for motors that he created. Germany still have that name there. And the ozone that he was created, all you do is you create a spark in the atmosphere, and that creates ozone. He had a machine which did that. Lightning storms produce ozone. You know that fresh feeling after a lightning storm that the air feels fresh?
Please, yeah.
That's the ozone in the atmosphere. And what I also learned, if we didn't have ozone, there would be no life on the planet. Most of the atmosphere is hydrogen, most of the air is nitrogen, 80% nitrogen, about 20% oxygen. Ozone is just a tiny little percentage of the oxygen, but that tiny little percentage blocks the cosmic rays from hitting the Earth and protects us. And that's what the ozone layer is all about. So they were learning all this in the 1850s, and what Tesla did was he built a better ozone generator than von Siemens built in the 1850s. Test was in the 1890s, and by then medical doctors were starting to use ozone therapy to treat various diseases like diphtheria, tuberculosis, many kinds of and just anemia, vascular diseases, pneumonia, whooping cough. So all of that was happening at the turn of the century.
And was Tesla's machine being used?
Yes, Tesla was a huge hero to the ozone therapy. When they found out, that's why I was so quickly accepted into the ozone therapy community, because I had written a book on their hero. Tesla was a huge hero to the ozone therapy. In fact, during World War I, the Germans were using it to cure people that had gangrene.
Ready?
And you think of
Good, it's
gangrene
cold work.
as
Yes, I do.
Tesla for lead. But if you're using ozone therapy correctly, you can actually kill the bacteria that make gangrene.
Mark, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about your work, ozone therapy for the treatment of virus, next on Coast to Coast.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County search and rescue teams have rescued 8 people from the San Gabriel River. This happened late last night. 3 were choppered out. Officials believe the stranded people were homeless and got stuck on an island of the river. They're now searching for one more person not evacuated with the group. President Biden will visit Monterey Park later today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He says he plans to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence in the nation. Parts of Ventura and Santa Barbara County are currently under evacuation orders over mudslide and flash flood fears. National Weather Service says we can expect heavy rain by afternoon, staying with us well into Wednesday. 2 to 4 inches of rain expected for the coast and valleys, up to 6 inches of rain for the mountains. Southline weather from TFI, rain likely by mid-morning with highs near 60. Right now it's 54 in Westminster, Anaheim at 56. 53 for Rancho Palos Verdes and 52 in Riverside. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Grand Canyon, there is a full freeway closure that's called 250 northbound from Washington to the Bend. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Pomona, this is on the 10 eastbound connected to the 71 southbound, clear and cruise from an earlier patch, blocking that transition road. Watch for delays as you approach. Ontario, there's a full freeway closure that's on the 10 eastbound from Vineyard to Holt Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. I was working on the book. There was 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can reimagine. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. Hey, it's your buddy Nielsen Baker. Replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision windows. With all the rain and all this crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision windows. We're thrilled with the results. It's a fantastic job. They use sun-matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. You know the owners, Dennis Gaffney, they started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. know companies that I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today to get up the estimate 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
KFI AM 640. One you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. I've been walking so long, singing the same old song. I know it's regret, dirty sidewalks of Broadway, where hustle's the name of the game, and night skies get washed away like the snow and the rain. There's been a load of compromising on the road to my horizon. So I'm gonna see where the lights are shining on me. Like a rhinestone cowboy. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Now that's the way Glenn Campbell. I'd like to say, Tom, I'm going to sing that song in Sedona, but I'm not.
No, you're not.
Coming up, March 18th.
If you could, you could practice next year.
Well, that's this song. Coming up.
Here it is. This is going to be so fun. March 17th to the 19th. It's a 3-day fun event called the Sedona Ascension Retreat event. We are part of that event. We are going to do a live stage show Saturday night, the middle night at the Sedona Performing Arts Center, a beautiful place. You got to come on out. We're going to have special guests out there. There's people speaking. There's non-stop music all 3 days. Workshops, skywatches. They'll take you out to the desert, to the Red Rocks, the temples. This is a fun event. So if you head over to coasttocoastam.com, all the info is right up there if you need to hear it.
Can you believe it's just days away now?
No, I really can't.
And then, of course, in May, we're going to the Dalles area in Oregon.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to go to the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon. It's 84 miles east of Portland. So Portland folks, come on out. Dr. Sky Stephen Cates will be there. UFO abductee Travis Walton. If you don't know who he is, you're probably living under a rock, but he's so fun and great to listen to his story. And then from Animal Planet, Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker. Tonight we'll include a live band, of course. We'll do a salute to the veterans like we always do. A live Q&A and just a fun show to be had for all. So come on out, and the info again is at the coasttocoastam.com website.
Let's come on out and do folks. We'll have a great time. Here's something to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuChem and Adaptogene together, supporting the body to see effectively.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptogene and ImmuChem?
The ImmuChem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptogene along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and Immunostem and your free gift to relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Mark Cypher as we talk about his latest book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. I know that ozone generators, Mark, are being used to disinfect areas, but is the treatment of ozone therapy, is that legal or not?
Yes, it's definitely legal. The FDA Title 21 says ozone is a toxic gas with no medical application. That's the first sentence, but if you read further down, it's really against the misuse of machines, and it doesn't say anything about ozone therapy, but it does say, in fact, that if you can establish that ozone is being used safely, then that is okay, and that's why there are like 350 medical doctors throughout the country that are ozone therapists. So the FDA is kind of doing, a bad thing, but they secretly are allowing it at the same time. But what happened in April of 2020, right at the beginning of all this, they directed the FCC to tell every single ozone therapist, not even medical doctors, regular old medical doctors, that they cannot advertise that they could disable the COVID virus with ozone therapy, or they will be prosecuted by the federal government. Oh my God. And so what I'm doing, I've been sending my book out to different congressmen. I heard back from Senator Sheldon Whitehouse who's reading the book. I want Congress to deal with this federal regulation, Title 21, because it's saying ozone is a toxic gas with no medical application. Wentworth, the Scripps Institute, says that our own antibodies are manufacturing ozone. And of course, these are medical doctors that have been treating people with ozone therapy literally for 100 years. So there's hundreds of articles disproving this aspect of federal regulation Title 21. So I think that sentence needs to be rescinded. And I think people like Dr. Fauci need to look at the evidence from Wentworth that I discussed in the book, where one was really dramatic.
They gave 7 days as compared to 28.
It sure is. Where do we get your book, Ozone Therapy?
It's all over the place. It's online and Amazon, Walmart, Barnes and Noble. It's really out there. And it's very interesting. One other thing I wanted to say has to do with, we learned how to fly by studying the birds. We want to learn how to improve the immune system. We can study how the immune system works. And Mother Nature is telling us precisely how to do it. It manufactures ozone. That's what Paul Wentworth discovered it 20 years ago at Scripps Institute. I think he deserves a Nobel Prize. Dr. Linsky, Dr. J.A.J. But they're not studying this kind of evidence. It's so clear that ozone therapy is beneficial. The other thing I wanted to mention, you mentioned the asteroids possibly wiping out, the civilization. If Ebola has spread like COVID, it has to do with emerging viruses. We have to protect ourselves. And we have to realize that the FDA has made a huge mistake. Ozone is very beneficial. Without ozone, there'd be no life on the planet. And our own antibodies are manufacturing ozone. Viruses do not have the ability to cause the tear in the lipid envelope, the outer skin of the virus. Once that happens, the virus dies. Our bodies can self-care, the viruses can't. And that's how ozone works. And that's why two of the medical doctors, Dr. Rabbi and Dr. Rowan, went to Africa during the Ebola pandemic in 2014. Who would go to an Ebola pandemic, That's how brave these guys were, but they knew what they were doing. They taught medical personnel how to treat Ebola. And fortunately, Ebola does not spread as easily as COVID. Had that happened, it would have been the end. It just would have been the end. So I'm talking about new emerging viruses. That's why it's important. And it's so fascinating. I even studied something like honey. Why doesn't honey get bacteria and mold and stuff? That's because the bees are going to put a little hydrogen peroxide in the honey. It's that kind of thing. It's learning from Mother Nature. We learn how to fly the...
Why are scientists so concerned about our ozone layer breaking down, but they're not concerned about it being used to treat medically?
It's a huge prejudice against us, and I've been working very hard. And I have to thank any physicians. And George, I have to thank you. That you put me on the radio is so important. And this lady who gave me this long based on a mistake that's been corrected. I don't know, but without the ozone layer, there'd be no life on the planet. What happened is, you said back 100 million years, when plant life began to evolve, to create more oxygen in the atmosphere, then the sun would hit the oxygen, convert it into ozone, and then the ozone would rise up to the top of the atmosphere and block additional cosmic rays of beams at a higher force. And when you study this, life is so precious on this planet, it's so fragile, so it's very important. That we get off fossil fuels, that we don't pollute the atmosphere. We have to protect the ozone layer. Because without that, there's no life on the planet.
How did you end up being a handwriting expert too?
I don't look at the pictures. I just read the article. And there was an article on, the article on handwriting analysis. Dan Anthony was teaching in New York, the music school. So I went back to New York, studied for 2.5 years. And then when I went to the University of Chicago, I worked with a number of medical doctors, studied handwriting cases. And then that's really how I got into it. I was so fascinated that someone should be teaching cursive handwriting. It helps, retrain the brain, like the motor ability. It's like learning an instrument or learning how to piano or learning how to talk before. But rid of teaching cursive writing, it's diminishing cognitive skills in children. So there's so many levels to it.
Didn't the Associated Press ask you to analyze Osama bin Laden?
The following year, there was a note sent to Al Jazeera, in our country, and it was signed by bin Laden. So the Associated Press called me up, and they said, is Mr. still alive? And they came up here, and I analyzed it, and I said, this looks exactly like his handwriting, but it's the kind of signature calendar they designed. Well, someone else could do it, but I said, it looks very much like it. And it was the biggest, the very day that I think was the most important story in the world was Ben Laden alive, and Mark Seidley is going to say whether I was handwriting. And then the Beth White Tiger came,
and it knocked. I started just watching some pages, so I was like, world famous for about 20 seconds, and then boom, I got knocked out for the adult life sniper.
What does handwriting tell you about people?
It tells you about your entire personality. In a way, all handwritings have a lot of, concentration. If it leans to the right, you tend to lean towards people. If it leans to the left, it will tell you. When we look at how man evolved, through the hundreds of handwriting is written speech, and so is handwriting. But I look at his handwriting, it's a very high level handwriting, normally something like that.
Can you tell somebody's personality almost right away, Mark, when you look at his handwriting or her handwriting?
Yes, you can. I'll tell you a funny story. I was handwriting, and I'm like, you got a great sense of humor. How do you know? Because I see your tongue jokes over in the corner. I cracked up there. But, you can tell, you can tell attention to detail, you can tell if the depth of the even pressure, or if it's incredible things you can really tell from handwriting.
If you had to give yourself a title today, what would that be?
Author of all time.
I like to think of myself as ozone, and it's so clear. Paul Wentworth producing ozone. So with that happening, you always want to study the new system. I can't believe how complicated it is. I have, a number of textbooks. It's too difficult. It's really, really complicated. But I think I do a lot of different things. And I'm an expert on Tesla. I love the Tesla. Oh my gosh, it's such an incredible story.
When you analyze handwriting, do you need the original, or do you do it off, say, the Xerox?
You often get PDF to the email to you, and you do the best you can with the PDF. So you'd like to get the original, but you can tell it from regular good.
Is it easy to forge somebody else's signature these days?
No, it's very hard because you have to subvert your own handwriting impulses, your own muscle memory, and then take on someone else's. A Photoshop, you can cut and paste. But Photoshop is complicated as well because there's different densities. So if you take an original document and you Photoshop, take another signature from another document, some of the aspects of that won't have the same density. So Photoshop is made a little more difficult. But it's very hard to forge. We each have our own unique personality. And it's just not just a fascinating topic.
Does an individual signature change as they change?
Some people have variations in their signatures and it can evolve. A lot of executives come up with rapid signature that's whole frequency from the Martians. And I would say it's radically. And when, shift, so I goes out that he had no breakdown mentioned it shift. But then it came right and he found that he came back. He's full back, to his old self. He went through a horrible period of time.
Mark's website is got a little social influence there. The book we're talking about tonight is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses, the Science of the Promise of Healing with Ozone. What's it going to take to get this legal? What do you think?
I want Congress, the senators and congressmen to get my book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses, read it. You're going to see that the evidence is so clear that this is simply enhancing what our own immune system is already doing. Our own day, if we didn't have an immune system. Because it's most parts rapidly. Our white blood cells are manufactured 100,000 per second. Our red blood cells, 2 million per second.
Hold on for a second, Mark. We'll come back and talk more about your work. We'll take your calls with Mark Cipher in a moment, including, of course, if you want to talk about handwriting. we'll do that too.
The Coach website is now streamlined Android browser.
That'd be a great.
Nasty stuff on dating your vaccine.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure what a hero does.
If you have a question, call Rooter Hero coming in.
Discover why the left trying to silence their voice. For good reason. It's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for great events, questions, Rob Smith, Eric Foley, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Check your channel guide. Now, if they don't carry Newsmax, just switch to one. And remember, Newsmax is also free on Vimeo. Just go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Vimeo, Apple, or TuneIn. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax. We watch Newsmax because Newsmax is we are on it. You know what?
On the iHeartRadio app.
Potholes. I'm Kenneth in the KFI 1-hour newsroom. AAA's number of motorists are working on it. They have safety special maintenance around LA with special pothole filler mix. If you see a pothole, they say avoid it if you can. They damage tires, rims, and alignment. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He says they'll discuss FOB over the weekend. The burglaries happened between 4 and 4:30 in the morning Saturday. The manager of Mountain
Our kind of pick up our case and take the bolt off the bottom of it, so they just weren't able to get in cars, thankfully.
The restaurant does have to replace the front door because of break-ins. Financial experts are telling U.S. consumers not to panic after 2 bank failures. Chief investment strategist Michael Carrillo at Aston Thomas Private Wealth says the latest bank failures are far cry from what happened in 2008.
Things were not rated properly. Balance sheets were not in the position they are right now. Banks today are in much stronger positions than they were 10, 12, 13 years ago.
California's Silicon Valley Bank failed on Friday, followed by the closure of New York-based Signature Bank on Sunday. The state of California has canceled all salmon fishing from Oregon to the U.S.-Mexico border due to the drought. They say it's to protect the remaining fish population. Southland weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning, heavy by afternoon, highs in mid-to-upper 50s. By now it's 54 in Laguna Beach. Santa Ana has 56, 55 in Agora, and 53 in Saugus. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
In Grand Parish, there is a full freeway closure just on the 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Commerce, this is on the 710 southbound at Washington. Little fender bender there. Out of lanes are on the right shoulder. Watch for delays as you approach. Ontario, there's a full freeway closure. This is on the getting south from Vineyard to Holton Boulevard. Out there says all lanes there shut down for road work until 5. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high rates inviting triple net lease and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. What would you do if the secret of all of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, Lemmy Butler was all that stood between the U.S. and fascism. I'm Ben Boland. I'm Alex Percy. And I'm Smedley Butler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Planning a spring getaway? This month gets 40% with bright side lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you off 8% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language you learn.
Hey, sweetheart, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best return zone. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 10337. Jacob M. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Call Jacob 3 and 5, AM 640.
Look at this move, yo.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this hour, as we continue chatting with Mark Cypher about his work on ozone therapy, even handwriting analysis. We'll have some fun with that. We'll take your calls. It's a crazy time, isn't it? But you could feel even more stressful if you call victims of fake IRS calls. Scammers pretending to be IRS agents will ask for personal information, bank accounts, or for you to wire money on the spot. Be smart. Just hang up. The IRS normally doesn't contact taxpayers that way. They go through the mail. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, and your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting that identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name. If you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year. Promo code George.
call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George for 25% off.
Real people, real stories.
I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine, just miserable. So I started taking the carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Mark Seifert. His book, Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Mark, what is science beginning to say about this? Are they jumping on this bandwagon?
Well, there are a number of scientists that are actually very involved in it. I discovered an article from Harvard Medical School where they took a zebra stick and they purposely wounded the tail of the stick, and the stick manufactured hydrogen peroxide. Ozone is O3, hydrogen peroxide is H2O2. It's kind of like water, but they're very similar disinfectants. And what they discovered, this is an obvious, that the gene that manufactures hydrogen peroxide. So I think the next step would be to find the gene that manufactures ozone. One of the ads that you had talked about stem cells. Ozone also triggers the release of stem cells from the bone marrow. And as I mentioned before, as a learning these things, and we're producing 100,000 white blood cells a second, 2 million red blood cells a second. You have to be in awe of the majesty of our immune system. And the more you study the immune system, the more you learn that all we have to do is emulate that, and we will protect ourselves against future emerging viruses. That's really what this is all about.
Is it magical?
I think life is magical. I think the Sanders Brothers are magical. I love listening to that song, I have to tell you. But I think, I think when you look at the ozone layer, I think it's magical in the sense that unbelievable. I mean, I don't believe it. It's impossible for me to believe that when I keep reading and reading it. The ozone layer, which is protecting our planet from, cosmic rays, is less than an inch thick. It's less than a millimeter thick. How is that possible? This giant planet of ours, small, but it's a giant planet for us, this tiny little layer of ozone, O3, is absorbing the cosmic rays and allowing life to evolve on the Earth. I think that is magical. And I think, our very existence is magical. So it's really, I think, having respect to Mother Nature. In fact, I dedicate the book to Mother Nature because she has given us the answer. Just as she taught us how to fly, how to learn how to, with air tanks, she will teach us how to protect ourselves against many, many diseases, including cancer, herpes, Lyme disease, and all of that. There's many different forms of viral-related diseases that ozone therapy will benefit you from.
Don't they put some ozone generators by wells and for treatment of water?
Yes, they used to purify municipal water supplies. Finally, now the Olympic swimming pools. What was happening is the Europeans were coming over to America and they'd be swimming in the American pools and were using chlorine. And so they finally, shaming the thing.
use ozone. So they now use the UV light, and the water is so pure in these swimming pools. The myth that I've heard is that people, the swimmers, they'd rather drink the swimming pool water than the water coming out of the tap because it's that pure.
As long as nobody else was in the pool.
Yeah. And another thing that's true is those superbugs, which is invaded so many hospitals.
Sure.
So study is very important. I really do think it's the most important story in the world. Look at how our entire society just collapsed and the cities became ghost towns because of this COVID thing. And COVID really is a mild virus. Ebola, as I mentioned before, is a much more dangerous virus.
Sure.
And had Ebola been able to spread by COVID and they continued to denigrate the ozone therapist, it would have been worse than what an asteroid would have done. It would have wiped out civilization. So it's really a wake-up call. I'm pleading with the congressman. I've written to the congressman over and over again, congresswomen as well. I wrote, President Trump, Vice President Pence, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Mitt Romney.
Any response to Omar?
Out of all the letters I got a very nice letter from the CEO of the Green Bay Packers. I wrote to every single football owner and baseball owner that he was the only one who responded. Sheldon Whitehouse, I mentioned Sheldon Whitehouse, responded positively. I got a nice letter from President Biden, but it didn't say anything. It was just one of these dark letters that really didn't deal with the seriousness of the point of it.
Thank you for writing.
Yeah, I think it's like a crux of an important moment in society. I think it's kind of like digital photography, like Kodak. I think ozone therapy will make a lot of the unnecessary drugs, we won't need them because, ozone will take care of a lot of those problems. So, there is the pharmaceutical industry, I think, which is possibly, one of the reasons why it hasn't been accepted as well as it should have.
We got a whole bunch of phone calls coming in for you, so let's go to them. Let's start with Brendan in Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Brendan, go ahead.
Hey, thank you guys so much, Doctor and George. I just got to say for all the listeners that we got to start with the good news because we're talking about ozone. The ozone layer is healing everybody. I'm sure some people have heard about that, but that's not talked about often. By 2045, it's supposed to be completely healed. So don't give up protecting the earth and protecting life, people. We can do it. That's ozone layer is healing. So, Doctor, the FDA and others have all put in parts per million for the limits for ozone, and I was researching air purifiers this week, and quite a coincidence, awesome show. It's nice to have some information about that. And I was surprised to find out a lot of the air purifiers on Amazon are not regulated, which was surprising. Hospitals use ozone to disinfect things, but nobody's allowed to be in the room. And with the Amazon air purifiers, you put that in your house and you just have it running all the time. And that is potentially the problem that they're saying is that with the hospital ozone, it clears the surface. But whenever you're breathing in, it creates a lot of problems in your lungs. And I was wondering, Doctor, do you think that is a big problem, that there's this discrepancy, between the two that, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. But
You want to talk about it breathing in. Is there a danger of breathing it in, Mark?
Actually, he brings up a very good point. But the truth of the matter is, an ozone generates extremely mild amount of ozone. It's not going to do anything. If you're really in an room with intense ozone generators, do not do that. But if there's an ozone machine somewhere, it's not going to matter. Some of the studies I've done from read about in the 1920s, people that have tuberculosis, they had these ozone machines, and they were helping relieve those symptoms. So mild amounts of breathing is not going to do anything. As I mentioned before, our body has the ability to self-heal. So if there's a little bit of injury occurring, it will self-heal. Whereas the viruses cannot self-heal. So if ozone tears the lipid envelope, the outer skin of the virus, it will die. It cannot, reproduce. It can't, self-medicate. So I would say, you do not want to be in a room where intense ozone generators are. But mild amounts are not going to mean anything.
Next up, let's go to Jill in Santa Barbara, California. Welcome to the program. Hi, Jill.
Why, thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me because I can hear two different George soundtracks going in the background. Can you hear me?
We hear you well.
Okay, well, good. Thank you. I have two different items, and I wanted to say how much I enjoy this. I have experience with great satisfaction speaking to different graphical analysis experts, and it's so meaningful. It's just absolutely so meaningful, like when you prove science. But the curious thing is, when I was in high school, Santa Barbara High School, I used to get detention for my handwriting. And I would have to come in an hour early and actually write on the blackboard over 100 times, I will not write like this.
What was wrong with the way you were writing? What was wrong with it?
And, pardon me?
What was wrong with the way you were writing?
Well, I didn't really take it to heart because my writing is sort of lyrical, and I wound up actually in college having an art teacher of mine say to me, is that your handwriting is just beautiful. He said, always remember how you do your handwriting, how you do your cursive before you sit down as a painter to draw.
Mark, is it fair to discipline kids because of their handwriting?
Well, I would look at it in a positive way because it's fine motor control. Sometimes I have good fine motor control, sometimes I don't. In general, boys do not have as good fine motor control as girls. So if the assignment you said, I will write in a much better way over and over again, I would look at it in a positive way. They're actually getting her to retrain her brain. So rather than see it in a negative, it actually is a positive thing if the person tries to improve the legibility of their handwriting, and even after an assignment, right, just 30 times so it's more legible. I would see it as a way of retraining the brain. Just like, remember how hard it was to learn how to throw a frisbee? You got to practice and practice and practice until you can get to throw it. And it's the same kind of thing. If your handwriting is really illegible, to really work hard to make it more legible, is retraining the brain. It's a very positive thing to do.
I can't remember, but at what point in a kid's school year did you taught how to handwrite? Instead of
fourth grade, to me, it was fourth grade. We learned cursive, so we learned handwriting, first, second, and third grade, how to print, and then you move into cursive in fourth.
Why do doctors have such a horrible handwriting?
They don't want you to know what doctors do.
I don't know how pharmacists can read the prescriptions they write.
I think that's practice time, and as I mentioned, a lot of executives are very rough at handwriting, and I think that's one of the reasons they're trying to get as much done as rapidly as possible.
East of the Rockies, Vaz was with us in Texas. Welcome to the program. Hey, Vaz, go ahead.
Into an ozone machine. This oxygen is O2. Where does the extra oxygen come from? Would it change O2 to O1, carbon monoxide? And I have a follow-up question.
Carbon monoxide is carbon and oxygen. So we're just talking about oxygen. The medical doctors, they do not take ozone from the atmosphere. They take ozone from oxygen. So you have that oxygen tank. And the oxygen tanks are used to convert O2, which is oxygen, into O3, which is ozone.
The oxygen we breathe in is O2, right?
Yes, it's breathing in O2, and ozone is O3.
What converts it to O3?
Electric spark or ultraviolet light.
Okay, some kind of procedure will be interesting. Okay, and what else did you have that?
I was wondering, on the same note, where's the extra oxygen coming from? Does it make it O1? And what is O1?
It makes it O3.
I know, but it's taking it from somewhere. I mean, it's not, it's coming from somewhere. It has to be coming from O2, huh?
Yeah, if you have, O2 and O2 would be if you have it changes from O2 to O3. So it's just a molecule with three, our water is H2O, it's one hydrogen and two oxygen. Well, oxygen is O2, it's two molecules of oxygen. O3 is three molecules of oxygen in a triangle.
And there isn't an O1, it's just O, right?
It would just be a single oxygen, yes. And what's happening, O3 is unstable, ozone's unstable. It needs another electron, it needs another thing to make it stable. That's why it's detrimental to viruses, because it'll take some from the skin, the outer skin of the virus, it'll oxidize it, and you'll put a little tear on the virus, and you'll the outer skin, and that will kill the virus.
From Idaho, Gary's with us. Welcome to the show. Hi, Gary.
Hey, George, another great guest, another great show.
Good guy. Sure.
Hey, Mark, I studied a lot of this, not nearly as in depth as you, but quite a bit, about 14 years ago or so. I contracted some kind of a disease, and I still have it, and the doctors, they're not real good at it. And we used to be a website, The Truth About Hydrogen Peroxide. We might have even been on Coast at one time, I'm not sure, I can't remember real good anymore. But I tried 3%, and I ended up pumping 3%. And it almost gave me a stroke, I think, I don't know, but I ended up going to the hospital, and I ended up, during that time being sick, I ended up losing my house and everything, pretty poor now. I was actually wanting to at one time try to get either ozone or hydrogen peroxide intravenous, but now I can't afford to have anything. And the thing about all this stuff that you're talking about is big pharma. Now, they figured out a lot of this stuff a long time ago, really well, and big pharma hates it. This is the kibosh on all of it. And I'd love to start pricing those on whatever. Because I need to get cured of what I am. I'm dying from what I got right now. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Well, I would suggest, there are ozone therapists about 350 throughout the country. Dr. Frank Dallenberg is in Las Vegas, and he's got a newsletter. And I would suggest maybe contacting him, and he might have a list, of ozone therapists.
These are all licensed practice physicians, okay?
Yes, he's a medical doctor, and as I mentioned before, as long as you can establish that it's done safely, it's completely and utterly legal. In fact, it even states that in this crazy Title 21, which is called the toxic gas, no medical application, but further down, on there says if it's done safely, it can be used.
They have that one radio.
But it's not just discussing ozone therapy, it's discussing the machines themselves. So it is legal, and these are medical doctors. Medical doctors, my co-workers, Dr. Howard Robin, Dr. Robert Rowan, Dr. Perez Almeida, these have been ozone therapists for more than 20 years. They do this daily on the test. So I would suggest you could look at the book too, and there's a whole list of ozone therapists in the book as well.
Mark, I'd be curious to see what these doctors feel about hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Do you think they'd say it's good too?
Yes, they would. And a lot of the doctors that ozone therapists also have these hyperbaric chambers. And again, your head is not in there. You're not breathing it in. It's for the body. So your body absorbs the oxygen and the ozone.
It's dramatic, isn't it?
Yeah. Very scientific. I mean, all it is, as I said, our own immune system is actually producing this. I don't in the book how when President Trump had COVID, he went to the hospital and he was out over the weekend to cure him. They gave him antibodies from a similar coronavirus. And what the antibodies were doing, they didn't say this, but they were manufacturing ozone. That was what it done. The vaccines don't cure you. The vaccines alert your immune system. It's your immune system which cures you. So how does the immune system do that?
Exactly. Mark, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in just a moment. Ozone therapy, that's the name of this one.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He plans to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence in the nation. Parts of Ventura and Santa Barbara County are currently under evacuation orders over mudslide and flash flood fears with the atmospheric river pushing in. National Weather Service says we can expect heavy rain by afternoon. 2 to 4 inches of rain expected to the coast and valleys, up to 6 inches on the mountains. The student from Lawndale has died from some type of accident during PE class last Thursday. LA County School District has not released information as to what happened or who the student was. And today is Pi Day. That's March 14th. The first 3 digits of pi, 3.14. There are deals to be had on just about anything round. Southbound weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning, highs near 60. Right now it's 55 in Costa Mesa, 56 for Garden Grove. It's 54 in Malibu and 53 in Northridge. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Grand Terrace, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes together. Shut down for road work until 5. And in Commerce, this is on the 7 southbound at Washington. Little fender there, take up the right lane. Watch for lanes as you approach this area. Ontario, there's another full freeway closure, and eastbound from Xavier to Wolf Boulevard. All lanes there are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Banks.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General, nothing possible, nothing on every street is big. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640. I don't buy that organic crap. This one's not organic. They put the celery from the $1.29 bin into the $2.99 bin. You think the guy's going, hey, this is organic? This is better than an organic piece of fruit or vegetable at $80. But you kind of like do yourself. They're just crazy people buying that crap. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know how excited I was when I was quoted by Time Magazine? You know, the news, it said others have said, and then my quote. You have any idea how excited I was saying that's me? Bill handle no big news, at least in my world. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Anytime I hear something rustling downstairs or outside the bushes, my first instinct is to lean over to you're upstairs. What's going on? The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I hear you scream twice. That's all I got. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Please let us serve our time in federal prison. And the judge said, no, thank you. You will serve in state prison. None of those three are going to suffer from constipation ever again. Oh, Bill. What, Bill? Handle. Is it the food? It's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning. Breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people hadn't argued with an 18-year-old girl's 14-year-old to go to town. Bill handle 15-year-old. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Picture yourself in a boat on a river with tangerine trees and monolith skies. Somebody told you went the quite slowly until it's the light go by.
talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with Mark Cypher in just a moment on Coast to Coast. His book is called Ozone Therapy for the Treatment of Viruses. Next hour, Sal Santoro back with us as we talk about magic and witchcraft right here on Coast to Coast AM. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? What a great deal. 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Angelina or Dr. B, and I'm now being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Slidell, Louisiana, and I really like being the insider because of all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Ariel from San Diego, California, and I'm looking at Coast Insider because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, sitting a walk on the beach, and there's no more sleeper price for me. It's amazing. Give it a try.
We'll give it a try. A couple ways to sign up to become a Coast Insider. One, our website, coasttocoastam.com. At the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click it, fill out the information. The other way is to download the free Coast to Coast app to your smartphone. You should grab it anyway. If you could sign up to be an insider through that too by clicking profiles and then subscriptions. And if you live in Canada or worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider. So take advantage. Now here's something for you to just calm your nerves.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, with focus, and clarity, and natural opportunity, and always amazing interest off my weight. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it on. It would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescriptions. It's generally not your concern.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I have not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the they not only gives you energy, not only gives you the body, I mean, your body, but it helps you with my mood and you know what? It is nerves and nerves.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts. Be-Slim, refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be-Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically, and it is a must for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your aim quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect what you want. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of those users improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is that you can use it at home. And the other best part is the best in the world do what they call dry fire practice at home. The Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees or ammo. And you save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get your MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MantisX,
ROTHSCHILD.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Andy, you could cross it off your list before this chat is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor, outdoor, repair, or redesign, and we handle the rest. Standard, except if you have to screen or take them out. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's ANDI.com to get started.
And welcome back, George Gowrie with Mark Cypher. Mark, what was that aha moment for you when you were doing your research on ozone therapy that just overwhelmed you? Just wow.
I think when I called Dr. Howard Robbins and Dr. Robert Bowen, by the way, is a graduate of Johns Hopkins University and University of California, San Francisco Medical School, and he wanted to go to Sierra Leone, West Africa, to treat the Ebola pandemic. And he called up Dr. Robbins, and he said, would you accompany me to treat, this in 2014, the pandemic, the Ebola pandemic. And Dr. Robbins said, yeah, you're freaking mind, forget it. So Robbins said, well, I'm going in. Dr. Robbins said to himself, I'm going to let him get all the credit. So he called him right back and said, okay, I'll go with you. So they got 20 ozone machines from longevity research, which the FDA is just worth the amount of business for that to sell the prices. So in any event, longevity research gave them 20 ozone machines, and they went to Sierra Leone and they treated Ebola. The aha moment for me was, who in their right mind to go to an Ebola hot zone? Remember, during the COVID pandemic, we were wearing gloves. Oh my God! Yeah. And, well, COVID has maybe a 2% death rate. Ebola is a 60%. 6 out of 8 people with Ebola die. It's 30 times more deadly. And I said to myself, if these guys are going to West Africa to treat Ebola, they must know what they're doing. And that was the aha moment for me, that they knew that ozone therapy would disrupt the lipid envelope of the virus, the outer skin, and would kill Ebola, and that's what happened. So that would be really the aha moment to me.
Let's take some final calls here for you. We will go next to Cheryl in Texas. Welcome to the program. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, George. What a great show.
Thank you.
Always a pro. Thank you, Doctor. I wanted to tell you, please, all of the listeners, please listen to him. Listen to what he says. The pharmaceutical industry and the doctors and the insurance companies have been restricting ozone therapy and hyperbaric oxygen. Today, the only way you can get some of these therapies if they're amputating the parts of your body, you have to have 2 amputations before the insurance company will allow you to have any type of therapy covered. Years ago, I was poisoned by solvents in my workplace 35 years ago. The doctors prescribed air filters, and they had ozone therapy switches on them. Dr. Guna Horscher out in California, it's written up in the New England Journal of Medicine. He highly he did experiments and studies on hyperbaric oxygen and ozone therapy for toxic encephalopathy in people that were poisoned by solvents. And it is used for scuba divers. These things are used for scuba divers that have accidents underwater. It pushes
oxygen down into the cells. I have talked to people that they're about to amputate the legs of their children that have had a sports injury. And the doctor's not even offering any type of these therapies. The insurance companies aren't offering. They have to carry this question to the doctor. Can my child have this therapy? And then they save their legs. So I want everybody to listen to this man. Your loved ones, you just never know. Our FDA, insurance companies, doctors, all the doctors that make money off of in this together. And we, as human beings, we need to start paying attention to specialists like this doctor and start reading. Because if you can kill viruses and bacteria, help save limbs, save lives, cancer, then why not? But you have to be proactive. You have to ask doctors for this treatment.
Absolutely. Until he's a PhD type, but he's a great researcher. Do people confuse him with being a medical doctor sometimes?
One time this motherfucker did that, and I murdered him. When I murdered him, and I want everyone to know that I murdered him. And everybody was like, dog, that was sick when you murdered him.
But I would say that what this lady is saying is exactly my motivation. Absolutely. We were losing 1,000 people a day. And during the winter, 2,000, 3,000 people a day. 100,000 people a month were dying from COVID. And I was pleading with the Congress to just look at the, I talked about Dr. Alberto Hernandez studies for the 18 COVID patients and I that ozone therapy were out 7 days as compared to 28 days. It also handled all the different mutations. I was pleading with them, and it was like a blank wall. It was unbelievable. I've been living in the twilight zone and listening to this lady who's telling you the truth. The opposition has been unbelievable. And thank heaven for you, George, and thank heaven for any tradition for publishing this book, because it's been it's been a tremendous opposition. But I knew the truth because I look at facts. The facts of this Reed Paul Wentworth study that our own antibodies manufacture ozone. I'm not making this up. And read Dr. Alberto Hernandez, his clinical study, Dr. David Brown's his clinical study, where he treated 37 COVID patients with ozone therapy and a few other things, vitamin therapy, and he cured all of them. So there have been clinical studies, and what she's saying is completely correct. I lost a very close relative because she just didn't believe in it because it's negative opposition from the FDA. Dr. Rowan Wood was called in Texas. He was a pilot dying of one of these superbugs, and the hospital did not let him into the hospital to treat this guy, and he died about 2 or 3 days later. And I also think, you mentioned cruise lines in one of the air. Every cruise line should have an ozone therapist on board their ship. I wrote the 3 top cruise lines, and never even heard back from them. It's a job. It's plain anything else to sanitize the ship. Well, there's a medical doctor. So you can have a medical doctor, but because if one person gets, a communicable virus on the ship, 800 people have the virus. We've seen it over and over again. It's easy to treat. It's just simple stuff. So this lady was totally on point. She knows from direct experience the opposition that we've been facing, but thank heaven again for yourself and for the publisher and the tradition for producing this book.
He's to the Rockies. Joe's with us in Ohio. Hey, Joe, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, George. Thanks for taking my call. And Mark, you're a true patriot. So are you, George. I'm going to talk fast because it's very important I get in what I need to get in. I've had about 12 to 15 of the ozone treatments where they take the blood out and then they run it through the infrared. It's called the 10 test. It's a great treatment. I've had roughly 500 hyperbaric chamber treatments. Wow. Where I'm in Ohio, I first had the treatments in 2018, the ozone, and then again in 2021 in Ohio, and the people that were
where I was going in Ohio were trained by Dr. Rowe, and they flew out 2021 and were trained by him. But there's a big heard of G. Edward Griffin. He's at the Red He's a doctor friend of mine. He's the best of the best. His name is Dr. Alfonso Manzo. You're missing the AI and the nano part of it. It's huge. It's huge, and that's the big part. Because I've had more, I was diagnosed from the Environmental Health Center in Dallas with toxic encephalopathy in 2015. And you had a past guest in 2012 that's no longer with us. His name is Michael Chapela. He was a pioneer with Tesla technology, and he was able to talk to Dr. Manzo right before he was taken out and poisoned in January of 2020. These are friends of mine. They're the best. You have to look him up, Dr. Alfonso Manzo. He was out at Red Hill out in Utah with G. Edward Griffin, who I know. So these are good treatments, but it's the AI and the nano. This is all part of the technology. This is a whole different animal that you're missing. So please look him up, Dr. Alfonso Manzo.
He's a good guy. He was a good guy. Mark, what about nanotechnology?
Well, I have mixed feelings about it. I know that, I'm from the 1950s when we had the polio vaccine, and it wiped out polio, and smallpox vaccine wiped out, smallpox. And those work. Yeah, well, the statistics are there. There was most of the deaths of people that didn't get vaccinated. But we don't need to, if the ozone therapy was accepted, we would have to wait a year. One of the problems was we had to wait a year for the vaccines to come out. And during that process, 700,000 people died waiting for the vaccines to come out. And then there was misinformation, disinformation, and there were different kinds of vaccines that worked different kinds of ways. So in general, they've been very effective, but like anything else, I think some of the kids that are autistic might have gotten vaccines at the wrong time in their childhood. I mean, there's something to be said for that as well. So there's a danger with all of this stuff. That's the problem. But it took 700,000 deaths in this country before they were rolled out. And the FCC, I'm telling you, they blocked the ozone therapy. I have the warning letter, the exact warning letter that they sent to all these ozone therapists. These are medical doctors throughout the country telling them you will not put anything about this on your website, or we will prosecute. Dr. Howard Leibowitz in Los Angeles put this on his website. You can see what he said. He was successfully treating COVID, and they shut him right down. Dr. Rowan was shut down very well, and so was Dr. Rabbi. So they could continue to treat because it's legal, but they couldn't advertise it. And that's how crazy.
That makes no sense.
No sense at all. And what's crazy to me is New York Times. I put an ad in the New York Times to quote 3 medical doctors, 2 of them, saying that ozone therapy was, just praising my book, and the third one was simply saying that ozone therapy will provide us. And the New York Times would not publish my ad. They turned down a lot of money. They wouldn't put the ad in. And the reason is because their lawyers read the FDA regulation that ozone protects the gas, no medical application, and they're afraid. And I'm writing back to the Times, the head of the New York Times, and saying, you're a journalist. Find out the truth. You can't just listen to a lawyer. The lawyer is reading a sentence, but find out the truth. And I give him more evidence, and he won't even answer me. I wrote to same thing with the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. The information I'm telling you has not been in mainstream media. Written to Anderson Cooper, I sent him my book. I've written to all the people at 60 Minutes, and I've yet to hear from them. And it's crazy. This is scientific fact. I'm a scientist. I'm just looking at facts. The fact that it went in a different direction, I go in the other direction. The facts are so clear. Ozone, therapy is simply enhancing what our own immune system is doing.
So you're right. This isn't a crazy situation. And again, George, thank heavens for your show. I took parapsychology for 16 years. I know all about parapsychology. Astrology too. The first breath you take is, Walter's paralyzed at that particular very moment. That's your core. It's who you are. So, you listen to all your ads, and then the music, I love the music as well. So I connect to so many levels of what you're doing. It's so important because you're open. That's all it is. You're just open to what's happening in the world. You want to choose one, but we want. Exactly it. We want to help people. I've always said if we can help one person, like Cheryl in Texas, if we can help one person, it's worth the program. Completely agree. And I've been trying to save lives. That's really the reason for this book. I'm pleading with the congressmen to open their eyes. Don't stop. I insist 3 or 4 times yesterday with the Bernie Sanders, who was actually my brother, sent in the book. I let them get Romney. And I like to hear back from these people. I sent them the book, read the book, and you'll see it's just fast. Or have a staff member read the book. If they don't want to read it, have a staff member read it and take notes and make a report to the book, Yeah. And President Biden had this moonshot to cure cancer. Well, the first guy they listened to in 1984, Dr. Freehoff, years ago, on therapy and cured a guy with riddled with cancer. So maybe it can't cure all cancer, but it'll cure viral-based cancer. Mark, thanks to the guys for doing what you do. The name of the book is Ozone Therapy. Up next, Magic in Witchcraft on Coast to Coast.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Good morning. Once you look at that,
You lost your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's right up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thank you. Here you go.
Where did you unplug and where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, your mom and dad told us to clean out your shower drains. They were up at 3 too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to cause change, tell Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at readerhero.com.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More notice. I'm Bree Tennyson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. There's a new bill making the rounds that would force employers to give 90 days notice before mass layoffs. Assemblymember Matt Keeney says the bill would also prohibit employers from forcing employees to sign away rights in exchange for severance pay. AAA says the number of motorists reporting damage from potholes is way up. A They say the rain is causing the asphalt to crack, and more rain makes those cracks into a pothole. Caltrans says they're working on it. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He says he'll discuss his efforts to reduce gun violence in America. The owners of 7 Orange County businesses are facing costly repairs after being robbed over the weekend. The burglaries happened between 4 and 4:30 in the morning Saturday. The manager of Mountain Mike's Pizza says it seems the thieves knew what they were doing.
They definitely tried to get in my safe. We called them with a crowbar, trying to pick up our safe and take the bolts off the bottom of it, but they just weren't able to get in for it, thankfully.
Detectives are working to see if the same people were responsible for all 7 break-ins. App-based ride-sharing companies like with contractors, the ruling upholds a voter-approved law called Proposition 22, which means drivers are not entitled to benefits like sick leave and unemployment. Hollywood says the Oscars were a huge success, viewership up 18.7 million. That's about 12% according to Nielsen ratings. A 3.4 earthquake hit Big Bear yesterday afternoon. No damage reported, just a lot of snow shaking off roofs and trees. And today's Pi Day. That's March 14th. That's the first 3 digits since Pi 3.14. There are deals to be had on just about anything around. Southland weather from chaos up to 50, but I know 56 in Newport Beach, Placenta has 55, 54 in Westlake Village, and 55 in Pasadena. We read locals from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Brandon, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 250 northbound of Washington to the 10. All lanes are shut down for road work until 5. West Covina, this is on the 10 eastbound at 4th Avenue. Still under fenders there. That's taking up the right lane. You drive this function up right as you approach this area. And in Ontario, there's another full freeway closure. This is on the 10 eastbound from Vineyards and Court Boulevard. Southland, as always, shut down for road work until 5. Hey, if I ever try to help get you guys on to a ride down. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. On Ice-T's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you that exercise your life is just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in A-COP unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Yeah, and I request for you to my list of talents. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day freezing. Get a free punch label keychain March 17th.
Number 4.
Rain Gun gift giveaway. Get the Coast to Toast when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th to 21st.
3.
Top 10 gift prizes. You can win up to $1,500 in free plays when you swap with the reward card. Fridays at 1 to 8 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why LA County breeders voted us the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Eat, drink, and be Irish birthday. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on St. Patty's Day.
Toronto Casino Resort and Spa. Toronto, good time for everybody. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free.
New customers get a free Epicure antibacterial filter that's worth $825 this ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference. This is Jacob and Ryan. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I just done stick his sleeve. Like this fella once said, ain't that a kick in the ass? The room was completely black. I could see her coming. Like the sailor said, ain't that a horrible story? My head, I come to be thinking, you're in it. It's been living. Yeah, my life is gonna be beautiful. Some kind of different. It's just like the color colors.
From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori.
Up next, Magic and Witchcraft with Sal Santoro and Coast to Coast AM. The CC Radio 3 is what we call the Almost Everything Radio. And with the addition of Bluetooth, you now have an immense palette of radio shows and podcasts available from any smartphone or speaker. But if you listen primarily to voice content, the CC Radio 3 is well worth the price alone. Audio quality for the spoken word sounds like we're sitting right next to you. Separate bass and treble controls can be adjusted to your perfect pitch to immerse yourself in audio clarity. The CC Radio 3 has great reception for long-range AM and FM stations, along with emergency capabilities like no weather and a 2-meter handband. And it runs on the included power cord for a set of batteries for more than 170 volts. To order the CC Radio 3, call Steve Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863, or visit them online at stevecrane.com. Also available at REI Weimar locations and Amazon.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland has released newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back the 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/soap. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you could store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coast. That's BullionMax.com/coast. Well, welcome back to Coast. George Nori with you, a cult specialist Sal Santoro, back with us, co-owner of the Crooked Path. Now, that's a leading traditional witchcraft store in the Los Angeles area. Sal's 35-plus years experience in all things magic has led him to become one of the go-to sources for demystifying the misunderstood craft. Sal continues to strive to make the occult accessible and inclusive to all of those who seek it out. Sal Santoro, back on Coast to Coast. Hey, Sal, how have you been?
Hey, how are you been, sir? Good to hear from you.
You too, my friend. What's new with you?
What's new? So much new. Something's going on, you know. Things moving on. Time's moving on. The store's doing really good. Actually, it's kind of neat because Patty Mickey was just on your show not too long ago.
That's right.
And I was like, come and say hi. So I love her. She's like my sister. She's a very, very good person, great person.
How did you get into this?
Well, I get into the occult. I mean, it started in New England. And, well, I mean, I graduated high school in 82. So it probably started about 71. And, you know, it was me and my friends in the woods in the pre-internet days of New Hampshire. And we were trying to find out information on it. You know, I mean, we're in New England. And there wasn't much out there then. And, I got my first witchcraft book, which was Mastering Witchcraft by Paul Houston. He's still with us today. He's about 80 years old now. It was just a really great starter book, and that put me on the path. And from there, I started reading Crowley and just kept moving on through. When I got to California, I found my first cousin in Long Beach at IMCAT.
Thank God you weren't in Salem, Massachusetts.
Right? Yeah. you know, still, I was just talking to somebody, one of my students about that actually earlier today. You know, when I was a kid in New England, it wasn't like witchcraft row there. It wasn't like that. You know, it became very trendy in the last 15 years, where all those stores just line the streets, but it was not like that at all.
Is tourism pretty big in Salem?
Well, now, yes, but New England, I mean, of course, you got the go to the House of Seven Gables. You see some of the early politicians' homes and, you know, people of that nature, you know, but that was what it was about. And then, of course, you know, we have the one Lori Cabot store, and she had the official Witch of Salem going on, and she held that for years. It's really good with it, you know?
That's fantastic. And since we last spoke, I can't believe it was already 2 years ago.
2 years before COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It was in the middle of the beginning of it, right? Right.
So you've been doing a lot of things since?
I have. I mean, a lot's been going on. I've further developed the coven that I run out of the store. I've reached now, I think I've taught my 10 weeks to witchcraft. I've got we're thinking about 500 people at this point, somewhere in there. People love the course, and I just had class tonight, and this present class was on the second to last class of the series, and we were just reminiscing about that. But yeah, so we've been teaching, going to Greece. You know, I go to Greece every year with Sophie, of course, and enjoying Crete because it's like my favorite place in the world. This year started out weird. My mother passed away.
I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, it was really weird. She's 96 years old.
That's a good run, though. Mine's 94.
94, bless her. You know, you're never ready to lose your mom.
No.
It was hard. But this past weekend, I flew to Florida, and I celebrated my father's 100th birthday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was a bombardier on the B-24 in World War II.
Yeah, my father was a World War II veteran. I lost him when he was 88. He would have been 100 years old this February.
That is amazing. That's amazing. My dad was in the 8th Air Force. You know, and then he totally did the ball bearing launch over Germany.
My dad was in Germany, the Battle of the Bulge.
Wow.
I wonder if they knew each other.
You know, you wonder. My dad was stationed in England.
I don't know. I don't think I did. Well, he may have come from the England area when they shipped him overseas.
Yeah, my dad was in the...
He didn't like to talk about the war too much.
Neither did mine. My father was very much not that guy. You always heard people, you know, you always get those different people that love talking about it. My father, I mean, what I got from him, the first thing was when he was finished, they offered him his service revolver, they offered him all the stuff. He just took it to the end of the line and gave it back. And he's like, I want nothing to do with it now. I did my time, I'm done. And he walked away.
There was a Greek god by the name of, was it the Hecate?
Hecate.
Hecate.
My father. Yeah, for sure.
Then, well, how did you unravel her?
Well, Hecate, you know, I'd always known about her. She has always, you know, been a prevalent word in the occult, and I mean Shakespeare even mentions her in Macbeth. He doesn't do her very good justice though. He kind of makes her look like an old crone, when actually she's like technically
made her look like Medusa.
Yeah, well Medusa is a gorgon, which is with the a correlative and a relation almost conflation to Akate, which is an aspect, the Akate Gorgon, or the Gorgon aspect of Akate. But Akate, I found when I went to Greece, and I've been, like I said, I've been a practitioner all these years, but I never worked with a deity or an entity. It was always just Ptolemaic scale, center, and Nazareth. And when I was there, she came and she made it very obvious. And once I got home and I had, interaction with her in the occult world, she gave me missions, and one of them was to open a store and open up a temple to her, which we didn't do. Right now we're trying to make the first official temple of Hecate in Southern California.
In your wife's Greek.
Yeah, she's a very mysterious woman, yes. Yeah, Greek Canadian. That's what today.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah. But that's where it came from, and Hecate she's my glass. She's changed my life.
Did she come to you with a dream thing? How did she come to
you? Well, initially, she came, like in 2 days, and it was like an image that was like right over the side of my bed, and that's how she first came to me. And after that, it started becoming a lot stronger, and then I started learning more about her, and I studied different backgrounds. I mean, there's some really great authors on Hecate. There's a big resurgence for her right now. So she's becoming a goddess that a lot of people know about. She's even mentioned on TV shows now. Like she was just in an episode of White Lotus that sort of was just out.
Yeah.
And they mentioned her in it. These two girls mentioned her, worshiping her in the moonlight. But, it's just because in pop culture, she's found her way back in. And it's amazing because she's the mother of the crossroads, She was conflated later with Isis in Egypt. And she's one of those proto-deities, that's just older than old.
Was she a witch or a god?
Well, she was definitely a deity. She was a titan. She was pre-Olympian.
She was like Zeus.
But, she was more titanic. And she fought with Zeus to put the rest of the Titans down so the Olympic gods could reign. And because of that, Zeus was so...
Well, you know your Greek mythology.
Oh, yeah, I have to. Because I teach it and I share it, and it's my blood now. But, when Zeus saw what she did, he basically gave her the 3 realms, which is the Uranic realm, and the Chthonic realm, which is the underworld, and the Horizontic, or the earth realm. And that's why sometimes when you see Hecate, she is depicted as 3. And it's not because she's a maiden mother clone, it's actually because she is all 3 of the realms of our life. But she's always been young, but then when Shakespeare got a hold of her, he turned her into this aspect that was crone-like. And that's further into being a darker goddess. So she was very much the dark aspect, but she was never aged until much later.
Did you say, Sal, that the interest in the occult has grown over the last few years?
Incredibly much. I mean, it's kind of like trends, George. It's kind of, like how we see, rock and roll come and go. You know what I mean? You see changes in it. Same thing with fashion, and like when you look at punk rock in the 70s and the resurgence in the 90s, and how it moves through. The occult is like that. There's always going to be people that want another answer, and a more of an independent choice, a more way of looking at things from another site. And not all occult has to deal with spirituality. You can have spirituality involved in your occultism, okay? And, that word, occult, to most people, they get it confused, almost conflated, with cult. But anybody that understands it, they know that occult means to be hidden from view, because it was arcane knowledge that was kept from view to the masses for so many years. And that's where occultism comes from the ocular aspect, right? Occult. And, but most people now see that as cult, and they think of like negatives, which are what Manson did in the 60s, and so that associates them by the name, I think.
Does it bother you that people think the occult is evil?
I mean, yes and no. I you know, yes, I don't think things, and I don't think anything should be necessarily deemed as evil or good. There is good and bad in everything, as we know, And when you look at magic, you have to look at it, and I say magic for the K, as in causing change with will by using the elements and the planets. Okay, when you're dealing in that aspect, it's up to the individual to utilize what they're doing for one reason or another. Now, we can't deem what's bad or what's good for anybody else but ourselves, because we're all free thinking and we have our own views, right? And we want to hope the best out of people, and which is, I think, what we've always done since the beginning of time, is to look at the best in people, to know that these things are here. And I think that that's why people fear it, because, they associate it with kind of like cheating or mainlining into something where they don't have to go through maybe a duty to get to it. They can take on the responsibility of causing things as well themselves.
How much of it includes learning about magic?
A lot of it. Well, when you think about magic, when we use that word, there's so many different versions of what that means.
And you spell yours with a K.
Well, K at times. I mean, so usually when K is put in at the end of the word magic, it usually is a notation that connects you more with the ceremonial aspects of magic.
Right.
People like Aleister Crowley, the Golden Dawn, the OTO, these were mystery schools that came off of the Masonic lodges and the Rosicrucian systems, right? And around 1860, that's when all that started. And Crowley developed the K to keep it separate from prestidigitation.
A good point, and it does. It sticks out.
Yeah, it totally does. And people are like, oh, what is that? But a lot of people that are into low magic and witchcraft, they don't want to really use that, because there's some people in the occult realms that don't necessarily agree with Crowley's views. And that's okay, because everybody has a belief in what they want. There's no right or wrong to it. But, so they stay away from the K aspect. And, but when you think of that, the magic of the K, what you're usually discussing has to do a lot of Kabbalah, the tree of life, planetary magic. So more working with the ideas, harmonizing with the two kernels of the tree of life, and communing with Keter, which is basically the emanation and the words at the beginning of all life and creation.
How did magic evolve into sleight of hand in terms of things
that
like that?
is something I don't know how to cross that over. That's not something I have a definite answer on. But I believe that from what I can assess is because of the mystery. I think that came a lot in the 1800s, because when the Industrial Age was born and the Industrial Revolution was coming up, this is when the first mystery schools were coming together, and people like Blavatsky were involved, and a lot of these esoteric theosophical orders. But it was also a time for people that were into like table tilting or tarot card reading or speaking with their family members that had passed away. And that always had a mysticism about it. And so I think that kind of lumped into like the whole, Swami kind of vision of what they thought was a person that could tell the future. And it was also trickery and even smoke and mirrors more things crossed into that.
We're talking with Sal Santoro about witchcraft and, of course, about the magic with M-A-T-I-C-K.
Yeah.
We'll take your calls next hour with him right here on Coast to Coast. It's truly remarkable. People like David Copperfield, Chris Angel, they're magicians, and they're good ones, and they're mental. But where would they fit in today with what you do?
I would be absolutely beside myself if I could meet like David Blaine or any of those guys.
Really?
Yeah, still. I mean, those guys are so prestidigitation. I mean, getting to go to the Magic Castle and watching that is amazing.
Brandon Scott?
No, I don't know.
The next time you're at the Magic Castle, ask for him. He's a great magician.
Okay. And see, like that's how beautiful work. And it just shows you how the mind works against the movement of hands and the illusion. I think illusion plays a lot into that. But magic itself, like what I'm doing, is not illusion. It's causing change on the material plane to get a result so you can go to attain something that you are looking in for in the microcosm in your life.
Absolutely. I mean, is it magic if you go to wish for a better career, a relationship, a job, and you get it?
That, wishing is, the word wish can be considered almost as a slight version of spellcraft, wishing. This is also, on the other hand, what is opposite from a wish? A curse.
That's right.
Most curses that we know, like I grew up in an Italian home back east, you know what I mean? And everybody in my block wore a Malocchia and St. Christopher medal, you know what I mean? And that sort of thing. And I was one of those kids, that we were brought up to wear that because evil eye was envy. And, when I was a little boy in Massachusetts, my Aunt Angie used to make me wear a big red ribbon on whatever I wore when I went out to avert the evil eye because that was considered not a good thing to have energetically, right? So that would be like a curse.
Where were you born from?
I was actually born in Whittier, but I was raised in Boston.
You were. My mother was raised in Pittsburgh.
No way.
Yeah, 50 miles west of Boston.
Yeah, my mother is from Walpole.
Very close.
Yeah, very close. And my dad's from Somerville.
And then my cousins were from Leominster and Worcester and all over.
I know Leominster very well. Yeah, and yeah, that was my teenage years.
After the break, I'll tell you a funny story about the history, which was somewhat magical. Maybe you can tell me what you think happened after I tell you. So you got your coven going.
Yeah.
And it's growing?
It is growing.
What does a coven do?
So a coven is a gathering of people that follow the same theosophical and philosophical systems. And they come together and they celebrate much like people would gather or convene in a church. In this case, it's a very spiritual moving thing. Most groups work with the agricultural wheel of the year. In neo-paganism, this is where we get spring, summer, winter, fall. And in old pagan Europe, this is where you're dealing with the Beltane and the Samhain, which would be Halloween, and the Beltane would be like the birthing of spring. And then you get your winter solstice and your summer solstice.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back in just a moment here on Coast to Coast AM and chat more. We've got a new app out. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's called the Planetary Magic MAGICK app. We'll tell you how you can download that and what that will do for you. Sal's website, of course, is called ClickItAppShop.com. She's also on Instagram and YouTube.
The Coach website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coach insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
That's fucked up. No. Look at this. Look, flip. Super magic. Gracious. Who's better? Tommy Fraser. Oh, hey, Josh. Josh should be like, how you doing, Coach Osborne? Tell him
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden will visit Monterey Park today, where 11 people were killed in a mass shooting back in January. He plans to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence in the nation. Parts of Ventura and Santa Barbara County are currently under evacuation orders over mudslide and flash floods here to the atmospheric river pushing in. National Weather Service says we can expect heavy rain by afternoon, 2 to 4 inches of rain expected for the coast and valleys, up to 6 inches for the mountains. A student from Lawndale has died from some type of accident during PE class last Thursday. LA County School District has not released information as to what happened or who the student was. And today is Pi Day. That's March 14th. The first 3 digits of pi, 3.14. There are deals to be had on just about anything round. Southbound weather from KFI, rain likely by mid-morning, highs mid-60s. Right now it's 55 at Costa Mesa, 56 for Garden Grove. It's 54 in Malibu and 53 in Northridge. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Grand Terrace, there is a full freeway closure that's on the 215 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Pomona, we have just moved. Earlier practice was on the 10 eastbound after 71.
Look at this one. Hey,
recovery in that area.
You
On
couldn't
Marion,
name the
there is
first
a
guy.
full freeway closure. It's on the 10 and southbound line to Fulton Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI is Scott. I'm Brian Van.
Giant heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? You're just the break.
We all know how easy it is to go to the wrong place for car repair. Checking your light is money. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. That engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. iHeartRadio turns with Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Tim Kirk to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. I can follow listening on two books. There was 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 songs that we can reimagine. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock Channel on iHeartRadio. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. KFI, AM 40. Right here, we'll probably find it. You know what happens some days when they cut in for breaking news? People go nuts. Oh, because there are people that play their game. I used to have a neighbor who goes, I gotta go Oprah done again. I don't think I've ever said that. I gotta go Oprah live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Calls next hour with Sal Sanatoro as we talk about witchcraft, magic, and the occult, so make sure you're part of the program. ParanormalBase.com cruising along. Tommy, we are 285 people shy of 156,000 members at ParanormalBase.com.
And ParanormalBase.com, such a great way to meet people that think like you. Now, some of us, or whoever, would like to meet people that are 60 plus. That's the case. We also have ParanormalBase.com/seniors, so you have a choice. ParanormalBase.com, that's for everybody, and ParanormalBase.com/seniors.
So here's something to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works to your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and treating the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. Initially, inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogens together, supporting the body to do what they can do.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem cell in the stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a adaptogene along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogene and immune stem and your food to relax on is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George is stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
For a limited time, exact that 1 ounce solid silver Jana alien coin is part of the silver starter kit just for you exclusively at BullionMax.com. I know there are a lot of you out there that have tried to order it in the past, but it's sold out by the time you can get there. But Bullion Max has finally been able to get more in stock, and here's the great thing about it. When you go to BullionMax.com/coach, order your silver starter kit, you just don't get the alien coins, you get 5 ounces of silver and a fantastic collector pieces that are solid silver, like an Austrian Philharmonic coin and the brick and brick pen. All of us know that inflation seems to be getting worse, and the stock market had its worst year since 2008. Now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. And Bullion Max ships them fully insured like you. Head to the stock market, head to the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coach.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always licking his paws, was soaking wet all day from the constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like cleaning shots and steroids into your dog all the time. Dynamite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and to me, 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has zero issues today. He won't eat his food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog absolutely salivates like I'm giving them the treat. So you're all over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. I get my Dynamite from DINOVITV.com.
And welcome back, Sal Santoro with us, George Norrie here. Sal, I want to tell you a story in a second, but tell us about your Planetary Magic app and how people can get it.
Well, the Planetary Magic app, I can't wait to get credit for because I am not very up on technology. I know my stuff, I know Planetary Magic, I know my classes, but I happen to be married to someone that is really good on the business and technical side. And she's like, Sophie said to me, look, we should try to get this app up. And at first I was like, this is ridiculous. No one has an app. I don't want to. She's right, Sal. She's right. I know she's right. That's very right. That's what she tells me. And so we went for it. And she got some awesome people. And she drove me with a lot of questions. And asked me questions about Planetary Magic, like she was in my class, and kept going, on for a couple months, and she took all that information, brought it together, and created Planetary Magic. And it premiered last month, and it's just doing really well. So essentially what it is an application that we have created. So it takes the guesswork out of how to do spellcraft, and when we say spellcraft, we're talking about working with the 7 ancient planets. So the majority of stuff that we do out there, when we talk about spell work, and I'm not 100% it, but about 90% of it, I would say, is based at least loosely on the 7 planets. Every planet is named after one of the days of the week. And every planet, via Kabbalah and the Tree of Life, is correlated with a specific color. So Monday would be lavender or white, and then you've got Tuesday, Mars, which would be red, Mercury would be orange, Thursday would be Jupiter, which would be blue, Friday, which would be green or pink, which is Venus, Saturday is Saturn, and that is black, and Sunday is the sun, which is yellow or gold. So with that concept, okay, and understanding how planets work, you can go ahead and find herbs that also correlate to the ancient world, to the planets themselves as well, because every planet has a set of things that it can do for you. Okay? So when you key in the planetary color, herbs, oils, and the planetary time of day and day of week, and set the candle off to that point, that is basic spellcraft. So we've taken all that and we've built it into an app with drop-down menus that shows you exactly what time of day and your time zone to light it, what day of the week, what color, what attribute color, what flashing color, which is a color that correlates to the base color to pick up on the subconscious mind. That's what flashing color does for you. And so in case like blue, which would be Jupiter, the flashing color for blue would be orange because it picks up the negative when you put blue and orange together. But that goes to the subconscious mind. So when you're working with these, you set them up and you do exactly this site and it tells you how to make the suspicion of intent. The suspicion of intent is basically the incantation. It's basically explaining specifically what you want, how you want it, and how you work with your suspicion of intent will help it move along. So you speak at it like it's happening in the present tense. Like, I did get that job. I will get this money. This is how much I make. And you write this out to that detail. And then you set up your candle work and you light candle at that appropriate time and it burns through the planetary hour and or day of the week. So that's what essentially what the app is doing for you. And it also gives you other ways of bringing if you don't want to work with a candle. Maybe you want to work with a gree bag. Now gree is a Hoodoo term for gray grass, meaning it's another form of magic. And a grey bag is usually the color of the bag, the sacral bag, is the planetary color. What's in the bag? What's in the bag would be stones that color correlate to the planet, as well as herbs and oils. And then on the face of the bag, with the black in color or the opposing color, you would mark any planetary signals on your astrological symbol. And that you would build it that way. So that's another way of doing the same cell. The other way that we've got, the third way right now, is a jar. So a lot of times, in ancient times, they would be phylacteries. Kind of not exactly the same as Judaism, but it's a housing for a cell.
When you download the app from the App Store?
Yeah, you download the app, you can get it on the App Store through Apple or Google Play. And basically you get a 3-day trial for free, then it's $2.99 a month or $24.99 for a year. And it's good all that information, or you get it for $50, basically you get it for life. And some people have always got it already. So it's very practical, and it will keep growing. We're going to keep adding to it now.
And it's planetary magic with the K.
Yeah, planetary magic in either of your application stores. And you can be on any tablet or smartphone.
All right, good luck with that. Are curses associated with witchcraft?
Are curses associated with witchcraft? I would say, from a broad perspective, yeah. A curse done consciously by another individual is something that people would do to cause some type of harm or negative interference with the person they're doing it on.
It's never good.
A curse is not ever good. But most curses, this is my again, I always stress this is my view. Okay, it's not hard fact. But my view of curses is I'd say about 92% of curses that we know, or people think are curse, are self-induced in the psyche. And once those things are self-induced in the psyche, they become very real. And to disengage from that or separate from that, people usually have to go through some type of ritual or thing to get the conscious mind to react to that change without the personality. But it's always for somebody else, and most of the time it's not.
And how does it work? Why does it work? Please some people. Probably not at all.
I believe that, are you saying how does it work, or why does it work? Well, I think that it's just like, I mean, this is a very loose answer to your question. But you remember what it was like when you had that kid in school when you were young that was always made fun of, and they were downtrodden because of it?
I wish that happened.
Yeah, so did I. I'm very much, and I was also one of them. But that's what how the being weird people about the idea. But those kids, they heard that so much. That what does that do? That imprints on who they are, and then they live their life as a flip rock. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's basically what it's doing, and that's why it works. Because it's just, if you feel that way, but nothing should defeat you. It can all be removed. Nothing is unstoppable. And there is no more gifted witch or person that can give you a curse or remove a curse. It's all stuff that with a basic amount of skill set and a steady mind and thinking about what you're doing, you can cause things in controlling with your will. Because when we do self-mastery, what are we trying to really do? What we're trying to do is to use an object in the microcosm, and we manipulate them on our plane of existence to get an imprint in our psyche, in the subconscious mind. And how it imprints there is it moves up into what we know as the macrocosm, which is above, right? And then it reflects that down in the material plane and makes that change. So one of the key reasons why most spells don't work for people is because they don't know how to let them go. And one of the key ingredients to spellcraft that works is secrecy. And secrecy doesn't mean that you're not telling people, but the reason that secrecy is so important is because if you're keeping it to yourself, you're not speaking about it. If you're not speaking about it, you're letting it set into the subconscious. If you are speaking about it, you're never letting it get there.
I'm going to tell you a story. I want your opinion on what you think happened.
All right.
A little
kid, 10 years old. I'm in Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, and my mother's parents had built an apartment complex that had 10 units in it. And they built it over their furniture store. They had a furniture company called the Union Furniture Company in Pittsburgh that ran on Main Street. And they took two of the apartments and combined it into one big place. And then they rented out the other 8. And right on top of it was the furniture store underneath. And one night, we're all asleep all over the place. Keep in mind, it's 2 huge apartments combined. We had an upstairs level and a regular level, all above the furniture store. There was a fire in the furniture store. Somebody had set a fire in there. And the smoke was coming up, engulfing the apartment that we were in. I'm on the middle level. The others were upstairs in the other bedroom. And I get woken up by a fire department. Got a helmet on, got a mask on, and he's wearing firefighter boots and slicker. And he wakes me up and says, "You need to get up. You need to get up now and get everybody out." And I went around the house waking people up with him. And we got everybody out of the house. And they got the fire extinguished. And everything was right. There was a picture of me with a picture of fentanyl in the newspaper, running across the street, only in my pajamas. As a 10-year-old. Anyway, we're all outside. Family's outside. The fire department is downstairs in the furniture store. My dad decided he was going to go fetch the fire chief because this fire department guy who woke me up, they told me. And as he went up to the fire chief, and introduced himself and said, a little boy was walking up by one more people who got in there. He just want to thank him. Where is he? The chief said, "We never made it up to the apartment. We were downstairs trying to get the fire out of the apartment. We never sent anybody." Oh, who was that?
Wow.
I think it was like a guardian angel or something.
Well, I completely believe that, you know. I mean, that is a very emotional, seriously, that's a very emotional, thank God you made it out, you know. But yeah, I don't. I just believe that, do I believe that something of that nature moves you out? I do. I totally believe that, you know. I mean, what my college entity or an angel or, you know, some of the spirit realm in the ancient Greek with the daemon, not demon or demon, but daemon, or, you know, any of these entities that would come in and make these things happen. I mean, that is a very powerful experience.
Who sends that entity to us?
You know, I believe that, I don't think that everybody has that ability to get that. You know, obviously we've gone on to be somebody that is super important to so many people, that you have a calling, and whatever that entity was, or however that got to you, there was a reason behind that. You know, you bring all the people together, and I think that is part of it. That was part of your calling then, and I think that probably had a lot to do with it. That's what I would get from that, being the person that you are today. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like I also, you know, I am very much a believer, and not to segue off of what we're mostly talking about here, but I believe in alien life, of course. And I actually believe that a lot of our proto-deities, like the Tatas, were aliens. You know, I mean, it's very much like the Sumerian gods and the gods of Asia Minor, all through that.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with that correlation that you experience. You know, I think that's where that connection comes from.
And why did the kids?
Yeah, well, it was almost like
maybe he was really never physically there.
Exactly. It was a manifestation to keep you up and moving and on the path where you are today. I mean, everything is laid out for us. That's what the faith do, right? That's what the Moray does. That, you know, that's apropos and lucky.
I mean, he seemed
Yeah, what I can remember, but maybe he was never there.
But, you know, I mean, just because it's not tangibility anymore, that he was never there to give it, right? He told us that. That was a real entity. And he did its work. Thank God. And thank you're here. You know? And so many people don't get that, you know? And that's a beautiful story.
We're going to take your calls next hour with Sal Sanforo as we talk about the occult, about witchcraft, about the covenants, about magic, poetry, and okay, how I do on that?
Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good to me, definitely. I want to talk about some cool books, too. Definitely there's some authors that are out there that people should check out.
All right, we'll do that, too. Now, you've been doing it. What has been for you the most short, gratifying thing you've been doing?
I would say definitely giving people the chance to experience spellcraft and magic. Because the experiencing, learning to touch things conformity with their will. Understanding that they can do this, that they don't need to depend on anything else. And I detest gatekeepers. You know, I'm not under this idea that only certain things should go to certain people. I believe that people should learn, and they should have a foundation, but I also believe that that should be for all of them. And what I've done is I've given people a chance at having other ways of looking at life and moving through it. And if, I always tell people in day one of my class, if you take nothing from my class, but one piece of it, then I've done my job.
Let's talk more about these classes as well, Phil, when we come back and take calls with you on Coast to Coast Stage.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastau.com. Appalachian, Bloody Battle. Who is settled? It's where ghost stories come alive. Or in secret. Well, find out. Join us now. Southern.com. Wherever you podcasts.
As you realize, they know going the extra mile is hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com.
Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. And this is marketer support. For PCS Family 11, Global Chief Marketing Officer direct-to-consumer from Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the online talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Jacoby and Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby and Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. Like me, pretty fast. If you don't let things by, you'll learn once in a while. You can miss it. Tuesdays aren't so bad when they start with Jennifer Gillis White. Here she is with your morning wake-up call.
Just a quick call. Analyze your
somebody had spit on my windshield. That's all the precipitation I got on the way up. My drive, 15 minutes. So nothing at least from the Inland Empire into Burbank just yet, but it's on the way. We've got another powerful storm moving through the Southlands. It's the latest in the series of the atmospheric river events, and just like we thought, it started in Northern California, where buckets of rain are coming down last night, and it is headed our way. Probably so, it looks like we're going to get the heaviest of this storm coming later tonight into tomorrow morning, and then it'll start to taper off, but we got all kinds of warnings. Cameron and Dino counties got sandbags that they came in and out, so trying to get ready for this one. Oh boy. And if you live in the Monterey Park area, it's wonderful that the president is going to visit Monterey Park, you know, the scene of that awful fatal Danfall shooting for the Lunar New Year celebration, and he's going to talk about new efforts to prevent gun violence. However, always with a presidential visit comes a headache of the traffic issues, and we've got a lot of those that are expected. Tons of streets are expected to be closed around Monterey Park. So if you don't have to be around there today, or maybe you live in Monterey Park, I just want to sit tight. We'll talk more about what the president's doing with Karen Chavez coming up at 5:05. And an appeal court in California says Uber and Lyft drivers can continue treating their drivers like independent contractors. So let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another powerful storm is moving through the Southlands. This is the latest in a series of atmospheric river events. This is number 11 for us this season. The National Weather Service says coastal and valley areas could get between 2 and 4 inches of rain. Possibly some areas getting up to 5 inches. Mountains and foothills could get up to 8 inches of rain. Out here in San Bernardino County, officials are offering sandbags, firewood to people in the mountain community as this next storm rolls in. Resources are free, so people are told to grab their shovels if they need the sand. County Public Works crews have been focused on checking and clearing high-priority culverts and other flood control facilities to try and divert the rain. They've also been working to widen the roads throughout the blizzard-impacted areas. Now, the big concern about this storm is you have all that snow in the mountains, and it's wonderful. But you have a lot of the snow that has been piled up on the sides of the roads because they have to clear the roads, right? So then you have these sort of walls snow on the road as you drive through. Now, as the rain comes down, it's going to melt those little walls of snow, and where does all that water go? That is the concern. So that's why the sandbags are out. If you live in those areas, I mean, you know the deal. But take some sorry that's coming out. Because nobody expected that storm to bring as much snow as it did, and you just never know how much of that snow is going to melt, how quickly. Governor Newsom's office has sent out a reminder that an executive order signed last week makes it easier to capture floodwater from the storm to recharge and store groundwater. California is also increasing water deliveries. Officials are expected to deliver at least 1.4 million acre-feet of water to local agencies that serve 27 million Californians. Officials have moved homeless people off a 3-mile stretch of the LA River in the San Fernando Valley.
More than 44 people are moved into motel rooms where caseworkers will help them transition into permanent housing. Councilman Bob Williams says offering to move people into housing immediately helps convince people to accept the offer.
That's combined with the fact that the LA River in the third district is going to be subject to storm-18 in a couple of weeks and will be off limits.
The people were moved off the river last week as part of Mayor Bass's Inside Safe initiative. The mayor's been working with city council members to house people living at the most troublesome homeless camps in different districts. Boy, Crowley, hey, if I knew that.
All right, President Biden is expected to announce new efforts to prevent gun violence. He's in Monterey Park today to visit the site of that mass shooting that happened in January at that Lunar New Year dance. So we'll get into that with Karen Travers in just a second. Let's get into it. Dr. Kelly O'Keefe, good morning to you. Go to the home before the storm.
I wanted to say to you, Ron wants to chime in.
That was interesting. Push one button and 3 things fire all at once. All right. Click on that one.
No worries. Ladies and gents, it is definitely the calm before the storm, and nothing too bad to drive for you. We'll be except a handful of persons in the Southland right now. Southbound side of the 15th, as you come out of the high desert area from it's barely Hill Road. Captain Tight Street Drive 15
stuff. I'm doing a great photo video on the gone path. They were through the 4 lanes, take it away. Looks like that actually may be running until about 6 o'clock this morning. So give yourself a look. Time to get out of the boat this morning. It's very easy to get on them. Have the good news is after 138. As you can see, so the feature screen is the board. That's all looking like it's dry. Nothing major going down for you. Otherwise, in the TRUMAN Empire, it's from you downtown to 15 yourself on 2 worst case by traffic. As you make your way south along the super steep in here, yet I see some delays for you from Clinton East for the loop of the 15 and 16 south onto the Temecula, seeing some happy delays from before it's California road, as you can see for Rainbow Valley Boulevard. Looking at the drive for you south on town, you've got an unusual traffic flow on the north side of the 5-2 with Lake Forest. And as you come up from Lake Forest, start heading for the split within 405. And also picking up 14 southbound. We'll be still going for you right now, Palmdale adjacent from the Fort Carolina Highway, as you continue inspected through action. Okay, if I'm excited to get faster, I'm the calling you.
506 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. So let's start by just recapping what the president had to say about those 2 banks failing, and he's trying to reassure Americans about our banking system, saying that so far it is safe. Yeah, he was saying it yesterday that telling all Americans that their deposits will be there when we need them, and that Americans should know that this is not a taxpayer bailout, that no lawsuits will be borne by the taxpayer, that the money will come from the fees that banks pay into the deposit insurance fund. That is the FDIC deposit insurance fund that covers our fees on banks. It currently has over $100 billion in it. This isn't taxpayer money that's going to stop up insurance right now, or it's on these deposits. It was coming from that fund. The president also says, as Congress and banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks, make it less likely that this kind of failure will happen again. All right, when it comes to his visit today here to Monterey Park, I think that, a lot of people look at this and say, anytime a president visits, it just highlights what a big deal this was. And we had that little shooting at the Dam Hall for Lunar New Year earlier this year. This gives the president a perfect stage to talk about gun violence. Absolutely. He's going to go over remarks and let me meet with some of the families impacted by that shooting. That will be private work session. And the president is also going to sign an executive order aimed at reducing gun violence by increasing the number of background checks. The White House has proposed that it move the U.S. as close to universal background checks as possible without additional legislation. He's dealing in firearms. White House says this move is going to mean 2 guns sold without a background check, and therefore 2 guns ending up in the hands of felons and domestic abuse. I think there's going to be gun shows or something like that, because I think that regular gun stores, you have to have a background check. In fact, that's the question about where the illegal talents come from, because I think they certainly respect the would be, as there are in most cases when a president does anything on any policy, through executive action. The orders would allow us to take away guns from individuals who are the danger of using weapons against themselves or others. But it's also been direct agencies responsible for implementation of a bipartisan group of communities act to give a report about how that law is implemented, based on looking at other means too, of like tell us what's working so far and things that we've already put into place. I think that it's kind of making it kind of that even if this type of thing was held up to the courts, we can move forward and look at what we're doing right now and see how that's working. All right, Karen, thank you as always. We'll talk to you again soon. Really, that's ABC Karen Travers. Now we've got several streets in Monterey Park that are closing today to prepare for the president's visit. The city says the streets surrounding Barnes Park will be closed from 7 this morning until 8 tonight. Drivers and people who live in the area are advised to avoid the area. So this will be around Newmark, Ramona, Harding, McCarran Avenue, Garfield Avenue will also be closed throughout the day. You can move anywhere around the park. Go home or get out of there now, what I suggest. Military Sheriff's Department says a man who shot suspected by bystanders was found dead inside his girlfriend's home.
Officials say it was likely the man cut himself and bled out, so the medical examiner will confirm the cause of death. On Friday, 911 callers said the man is shooting at people around the neighborhood in Belinda, near Fuente. The suspect barricaded himself inside the residence, and members of our Special Enforcement Bureau responded to the location and handled the practical portion of this incident. Chief George Valdez says the man was found dead Sunday afternoon after a 2-day standoff in which the man kept firing at deputies. 10 nearby families have been moved to a motel as a precaution. These correctly identify news.
Terry, school superintendent says campuses would probably have to close if bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, and other staff strike. Alberto Carvalho says the school system would be unable to ensure student safety in the event of a planned 3-day simultaneous strike. The unions are expected to make an announcement tomorrow about a date for the anticipated strike.
Long distance today,
Former President Trump has mocked Florida Governor Ron DeSantis during a stop in Iowa. DeSantis, who could be an opponent of Trump for president, visited a state a few days ago and told the crowd that DeSantis strongly opposes ethanol.
He was very, very bad on ethanol, and he fought it all the way, and he also fought against Social Security. He wanted to decimate it and voted against it.
Trump told the crowd yesterday he is the most pro-farmer president. Polls from the Des Moines Register say Trump remains widely popular among Iowa Republicans with an 80% rating. DeSantis has a 74% favorable rating. That's pretty close, though, honestly. It's so funny because have you ever noticed that whether it be President Biden being the most pro-union president or President Trump now, who's or former President Trump, he's going to be the most pro-farmer president. Harry, what would you be? The most pro-Boston and Red Sox president? I'll be the most pro-animal president. Really, we're going to, every time we go somewhere, whatever the stage is, we are going to be the most pro-whatever. Exactly. It's over. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been released from a hospital in Washington, D.C., where he was treated for a concussion. He was hurt in the fall last week while having dinner at a hotel. His office says McConnell, who was 81, also suffered what they call a minor wrist fracture. He'll be in inpatient rehab facility for physical therapy before he can go home. An appeals court in California says Uber and Lyft can continue treating drivers like independent contractors in the state. The ruling upholds the voter-approved law Prop 22 that says Uber and Lyft drivers are independent, not entitled to benefits like paid sick leave and unemployment insurance. The paid internship program with the Port of LA is back on track. The Port of LA is accepting applications for its summer internship program after a 3-year hiatus. A statement from the port says interns will be given assignment opportunities in different fields such as engineering, marketing, real estate, and more. The program is open to current undergrad and grad students who are interested in on-the-job skill building and networking. The 10-week program starts June 5th through August 11th. Applications will be accepted through March 31st. Jeff remarks, KFI News. When we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Tom Rivers. So, Russia has agreed to a 60-day extension of its wartime grain deal. We'll talk about what that entails, how it could affect our prices, and see just exactly what all is involved in this deal. When we talk with ABC's Tom Rivers in just a second. Let's get back to your drive with Miss Kelly O'Kane.
Not going to work out for the supplement for you. Not looking too bad. All the way. I'm still got a parking lot drive for you. In this area from 4 Range Hill Road, it's making it 1 2 to 4 lanes will be shut down to Captain Brown until about 6 o'clock this morning. That is definitely affecting your morning drive. So the south office, out of the passing, and they break up the foot of the super team. Looking pretty good. So you find the channel to get to the faster. Are you following? If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, just under 10 minutes, and we'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CCP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the Federal Loan Payroll Tax Refund Program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes.
Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Switch the mainland. Take the ferry and sail to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to start a bison on the bison expedition, or cocktails at the Descanso Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Learn today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings.
The Lakers took a road forecast of access over the Pelicans today and the Rockets tomorrow. Clippers look on the Warriors tomorrow. Chargers running back Austin Eckler asked permission to seek a trade. And March Madness kicks off today with a new first four in Dayton. TCU UCLA will take on 16 to USC Asheville Thursday. USC and UC Harvard on action Friday. I'm Mr. Jordan.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Jr. introducing my new podcast, Go Check, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Go Check, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast.
Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion you covered for our clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. So go downtown law or visit forthepeople.com right now for an office near you.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare. No one wants that. Your air conditioner lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
It's critical justice for your
Lightweight, not the
rejuvenation. Just $129.
Yale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. DealsPCL.com. Will keep you cool to target traffic. Number 1047-781. And that's the smart air support. The TCS Patio Left. Global Chief Market Officer Direct to Consumer. Warner Brothers Discovery. Williams in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to restore, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the audience.
The number one audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audience's conversation, trusted influences, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartRabbi.com for more. The bills are coming. Don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent is due. Funds people need to just don't ask. As a nonprofit, JFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans with an emergency, no financial rules. Support our efforts and learn more at JFLA.com. You need to loan yourself? We're here for you at JFLA.org.
Pray.com's meditative spirit contact is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, and think better for other
Close your eyes and watch. Watch the code of you. And open your door to the world.
Listening to Let's Make Prayer on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's all pissed off at LAPD claiming they didn't offer me housing and they offered me housing. Yeah, they didn't offer me housing either when I came here. I had to go to work and buy a house on my own. Didn't you learn that as a little kid? I didn't care. And then you complain, oh, wait a second, you didn't give me a free house. Runs live 1 to 4 p.m. on ViralRabbi and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
No, not that. It's 3.1425. 7? Yeah. I really think you got me with this blank look. 3.1415.
Sounds great.
2, right?
Yeah.
It's 3.14, guys. So everybody nerd out and wear your Pi Day t-shirt. Usually on days like today too, there will be some pizza parlors that have some sort of Pi Day promotion. You might want to check that out. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Welcome to your wake-up call. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on this storm. It's another big one that's heading to the Southland from the north right now. This atmospheric river with the expected to bring us anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain in Southern California. Also, President Biden is expected to announce new efforts to prevent gun violence during a visit to Monterey Park today. There will be a ton of road closures right around Barnes Park. Also, animal shelters in Long Beach and Hawthorne are celebrating St. Kitty's Day. I didn't know that's the for Pitbull, and Pitbull missed this. I love it. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Tom Rivers. So, Tom, one thing that when the war with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when this started, a lot of people went, oh boy, we know that Ukraine is seen as, the world's breadbasket, and when this war happened, we could see the prices of grain go up big time, and now there has been a deal, at least for 60 days. Hello, Tom.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, so good morning. Tell me about this deal.
Yeah, well, again, the deal was signed on Saturday, so they needed something to be put in place, so they had a meeting between Western delegation, UN delegation, and also they had kind of a referendum for Turkey involved in doing it as well. And the Russians said, yes, it's working okay, but we're not going to be 120 days. We're getting a lot of, if you will, red fish. Some of our vessels in very port in the west. Ships have been tied up for way too long, too much paperwork, etc., because not supposed to be any sanctions on food, like grain, or fertilizer. That is the largest producer of fertilizer in the world. So it's like, yes, you can go to reach wheels, that's some giant freight that it should be, but guess what? We won't go forward with a 2-month extension. We'll see how it plays out at that time.
And so Malta's been frustrated with, I guess it's kind of a parallel deal, that allows the export of Russian food and fertilizers, but it's only resulted basically in a trickle of that Russian fertilizer actually getting out and Russia getting no grain at all.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, the deal is there is no regulation on the Russian grain. But they are finding real problems and so forth. So they're saying, you don't have to turn off and you're not going to get any Ukrainian grain, so be it. But either play ball or, we are in the captors to Brazil and the China. We're the ones that are going to decide whether sustainable grain comes out of Ukraine or not. So really the only on the west, it's for Russia.
It's fascinating, I think, to see how much Ukraine and Russia, how important they are to places like Africa, Middle East, parts of Asia, where millions of people already don't have enough to eat, and now you have Ukraine and Russia as key local suppliers of farming, sunflower oil, and other things in those places. So for them to have some sort of deal, it's not just a sign of relief for those two, it's for all of those other places I just mentioned.
Very much so. And, Ukraine is a big player. The fifth largest grain exporter in the world, as we say. So they're going to developing countries that need it. Middle East, Africa, parts of Asia. But those are larger players as well. Obviously, Russia is a larger exporter, the U.S., Canada, France, etc. But it's a very important amount that comes from French South. And since this program began 24 million tons as it shipped out, it worked okay, 1,600 vessels going through the Black Sea to point beyond. So you have to say they have worked out pretty well so far, but Russia says, look, you allow us free access to things like grain, our fertilizer, they will get a larger hit. But as it is right now, it's cut in half. They're saying, stop in your focus, we'll have a review, book review,
All right, well, hey, anything is better than nothing at this point. Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate it. Take care. I see you later. This is a crazy story out of Texas. There was a 13-year-old girl who was been found alive, locked up in a shed in North Carolina. This has movie written all over it. Police say that she's been missing since March 1st. Sheriff Ricky Simmons says this is unfortunately another cautionary tale
video about predators online.
Next, Google and send out and say you have a share policy is how dangerous these platforms, these chat platforms are.
We found between Friday, the alleged predator appeared in court yesterday and was facing several felony charges, including child abducting, human trafficking, and rape of a person under 15 is convicted. The man faces life in prison without parole. Well, the OC Theater and Event Center has planned a $221 million facelift that will include a new barn, greenhouse, and amphitheater too.
This property served as Santa Ana Army Air Base during World War II.
OC Fair CEO Michelle Richards says many of those buildings desperately need upgrades.
Most of it is being paid for by our tax reserves.
The first will be an expanded administration building, a bigger exhibit building, more restrooms, and amphitheater and arena upgrades.
We have a plan to build a modern agriplex where all of our agriculture, livestock shows, etc. will be held.
The nation project expected to take 10 years in Orange County's core big market funding.
An organization in Brea is getting ready to open a clothing store where teens in foster care can shop for free.
The shop was created with purpose to provide essentials for those entering or already in the system. Foster Love Director Jim Elliott says the store is meant to be a positive experience where teens who don't have much can pick out what they need. It's very young, hip, very inviting because oftentimes they come here late. They come with nothing, or they come with things and clothes. The nonprofit will open the store in a few months and doesn't now accept donations on site. Those interested in donating can visit the website at fosterlove.com. In Brea, with that, let's hear from you.
According to the 15-minute movie here, Elliott, I don't know why everybody would want a scaled down version of a double-double. I'm just saying,
Like Contra, right?
You could. Okay,
I never actually thought this about Quattro. That's only talking about it. Very Southern California, but yeah.
Okay, so what we're talking about is in and out. Or anybody listening on iHeartRadio right now, and you're saying, where's the double-double? Oh, it's in 7.5. They need to have a machine out.
Or something to that effect. You don't know the secret menu, and
No,
Camel style is going to be mustard grilled patty with pickles, which the surprisingly the burger does not usually come with pickles. Also, it is extra bread, it is extra grilled onion, and cheese. So, right.
thank you for that. Yeah, we're all.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Wonderful
It's also really good, although you can use any variation of it. You can use the bread, and you can use the grilled onion, or 30th when they open. They're not open, but they're
This morning, yes, please. All right, so if you want a scaled-down version of In-N-Out Sandwich, double-double, fries, or several of the menu items, you can do so, but there is one moving location. It is In-N-Out Esther Snyder's Cookout Shop. And I love this because it was created in honor of Grandma, right?
Right, it's created in honor of the owner's family, which is actually really cool, Esther Snyder. And it is actually reserved specifically for children and youth events.
I love that.
So it's not just training events in reserved, because you can get in, I've been to several weddings now in California, where you can get the truck, and they will come out and they will make anything you want, and that's the best part, because one of our friends was keto, which we all see them that here and there, which is just throwing out the fun. And you can get fun Dutchman, which is also on the secret menu, which is pretty much two burger patties, 2 slices of cheese, all the fixings, but no protein style, no lettuce, no tomato, and also no sauce. And you get that really stuff. But anyway, to go back to this, it's typically for children and youth events, and that's what makes this super special and super unique.
Yeah, and so it supports also oftentimes children who have been victims of abuse. They're doing the In-N-Out Burger Foundation. This is part of that. So anyway, kudos to In-N-Out. They continue to do fun stuff, and I know that this is a plug for them, obviously, but it also can you can help kids who have been victims of abuse like that. Hey, double-doubles for everyone.
Quattro Cross, let's do it. Like, I want these little ones.
7:30, everybody. See you in In-N-Out. Yeah. All right, we come back. We are going to talk with Joel Larsson, who is KFI's How to Money host from noon to 2 on Sundays, I'm sorry. And the thing that I want to talk to him about is these banks. 2 banks to sale. 2 of them obviously were not this week.
But also, how do you teach your kids about finances? Wish my parents would talk to me a little bit more about finances. We're going to put the blame on them. That's enough with Joel in just a second. Let's get back to this, going from Quattros to the 215. It's going to be a little busy for folks that are making the way toward the UCR. So from before we go look at Governor Valentine's numbers, which is 60. Also looking at some of the ways to Corona. It's pretty quiet, surprisingly, across the board right now. Still seeing a pretty decent drive, although through Corona west outside of 91. Off the 15, actually going to the people on Polo and 15 northbound to the Central Valley area. Corona, that will be a little slow going for some semester. As you make sure for those longest or wireless. See if I'm the guy who helps get there faster. I'm the Collier. You locked your head up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your tree was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're river heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a car training, all Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
You know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day. That's an offer to do it without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. Yeah, this is PKD.org. Call 833-422-1455. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. And down. Double A. Yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. American Vision Windows. SoCal's place for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, video, and podcasts.
And I have radio station.
What it means, what it means, why it matters. We'll talk about your money in just a second with TFI's Joel Largard, the host of How to Money on Sunday 12 to 2. You're listening to your wake-up call. Welcome to a Tuesday. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials in San Bernardino County have been offering sand and sandbags and firewood to people in those mountain communities. As we've got this next storm rolling in, it is our 11th atmospheric river here in California. All these resources they have for you are free, though people are told grab your shovel if you do need that sand. County Public Works crews have been focused on checking and clearing the high-priority culverts and other flood control facilities to try and divert the rain, although with all that snow that's going to melt in this rainstorm, be prepared kind of for anything in those areas. Also, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been released from a hospital in Washington, D.C. That's where he was treated for a concussion. He was hurt in the fall last week. He hit his head when he was having dinner when he tripped at a hotel. His office says McConnell, who is 81, also suffered what they call a minor rib fracture. He'll be an inpatient in a inpatient rehab facility for physical therapy before he gets to go home. So, Large God, welcome back to Wake Up Call. Thank you for getting up with me. I know your show is every Sunday, 12 to 2 here on KFI. How to Money, but I appreciate you, putting the old people in lives this morning for me.
Anytime, glad to be here.
Hey, good to talk to you again. So first off, let's go back to what happened this week with the whole banks too big to fail, well, handling two of them or not. Somebody asked me last night, why should I not panic if two banks fail?
Well, that's a good question. I think we are seeing panic in a lot of areas, but I think the FDIC has stepped in. They're doing a good job there ensuring deposits and even past the limit of $250,000. So at SVB in particular, Silicon Valley Bank, there was a lot of money that went beyond that $250,000 threshold. But the Fed has stepped in, the FDIC is doing its job, and it just seems to me that for ordinary individuals, there's no reason to panic. I'm starting to get questions from listeners, and they're kind of wanting to know, well, what about my bank? Is everything okay at my bank, right? We're seeing actually more people funnel more money into some of the biggest banks because they think there's more safety there. But I think what we're seeing in this situation is that if you have your money parked at a bank that is FDIC insured, and you want to make sure that the bank you're with is FDIC insured, you can always check that out at FDIC.gov. But if your money is below that limit and it's at a bank that has that FDIC insurance, there's no real cause for concern.
Well, and I think that's just it. Yesterday when it was made very clear that it didn't matter how much money that you had, that you were going to go ahead and get your money. At least in a lot of these banks, for Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, at least for the Silicon Valley Bank, that you had a lot of venture capitalists who were putting their money behind it, the investors behind it. And they know that there is that, risk to reward ratio that possibly something like this is going to happen. And, they're just praying that it doesn't, but every now and then, if you're in that VC world, it's going to.
Yeah, and so nervous about, and they're wondering, it's going to be kind of the norm where everything is there's a reaction like this to potential systemic failure, and we're going to cover everybody, even if they have assets that are uninsured and probably should have been forfeited in this bank collapse. But that's really a political conversation perspective, and to see, hey, like, what is there going to be contingent, is just going to take out in a way that hurts the regional banks? Like, I don't think not nearly as much as it should have, given the FDIC.
Yoshi, come.
And then when it comes to individuals,
go to board town. Bang, bang, bang. Still drunk to something. Why?
He spread his money out across a bunch of different institutions to make sure he had that covered. There's different ways to make sure that you have, if you're one of those rarefied people who has $1 million in liquid cash, there's ways to make sure that you're getting enough coverage on those without having a ton of different bank accounts of different institutions. So you do want to make sure you're taking the steps so that you've got coverage, just in case, even though I don't think we're going to start seeing banks continue to fail. It's not going to be a domino effect, at least from our sitting.
All right, good. I know that's what.
Okay, you've been doing this show for what, like 7 weeks now?
Oh, God, people are going to stop it too. And so hopefully, I agree with you. Like, everything that I've read, everything that I've seen so far, and really now you've got a finger on the pulse of it. But, I'm glad to hear you just validating the things that I've been reading then. So hopefully this is going to be it. In California, schools be required to learn financial literacy under new bills. And I know that it's controversial about whether or not it should be required to, but the thought of kids learning about finances, I think, is awesome.
I'm with you. And I think there's 17 states currently that have this financial literacy course requirement in high school. And I don't know about you, but I learned a lot in high school that I don't really use, that I haven't used it. And I know what a rhombus is, but have I used that in everyday life since I graduated? No, I haven't. And so there's just a lot to be said for something that we come into contact with every single day, which is money. Just learning about that in our formative years. I think there's, granted the presentation matters, like how are we actually going to institute this in schools, and what is the curriculum actually going to look like, and who are the people teaching the course? Is it going to be dry, or is it going to be kind of hands-on? And so I think those kind of things are important to consider. But I do think that, again, money is something that touches our lives every single day moving forward. And hopefully, if you're lucky, you got some knowledge from your parents. Most people, not necessarily. And so I do think learning the basics while you're in school is a good thing.
Well, and what you're talking about, it could be as simple as just how to manage the bank account, your savings, your checking, even then going into credit cards and things like that. I remember, actually, there's no e-cards off there, like, oh God. But one thing that he did teach me was very practical, and I remember one time, shortly moving out of, my parents' house after high school, was how to do, I remember the class specifically was how to do your PG&E bill. So like how to do your electric bill and how to watch it and how to read it and things like that. It's little things like that that stick with you because they become, hey, I'm going to need this. Maybe grandma gives you, I don't know, $1,000 for graduation and your parents are like, all right, you got to open a checking or a savings account, whatever. This is the opportunity now in school where you should know how that works.
Yeah, and how you were worried about compound interest and your time value of money and how, just a little bit goes a long way when you start saving and investing early and learning about everyday wealth is all of these instruments are kind of the things I'm talking about on how money like there's a lot of folks really don't know some of the basics about how to handle money effectively and what is it to you and how long are you expected to leave it with that institution and what are you doing? Because we're always talking about these kinds of things because we largely miss out on any sort of education regarding personal finance growing up. So I like this. It looks like this bill, if it passes, it's going to be a requirement for students who are going to graduate in 2021. So we're going to start seeing, hopefully, personal finance education mandatory for kids in the state.
I know that one of the topics that they're going to cover is forms of governmental taxation, and I sort of glaze over. But that also includes things like charitable giving. And that's very important because a lot of times kids do fundraisers for this and that and whatever, and they don't really know how that all works and what you can deduct and what you can't. Which will give them an opportunity to learn. Yeah. Oh my goodness,
that's one of the best ways through giving it away, and I think they can get from our money that we're not about every single dollar is there's a lot of good that comes from giving money away. I think that's great. I'm curious to see how this is implemented because a while back there was a vice principal in Philadelphia, and he actually found ways to get money into the hands of his students by doing work around the school. I was an inner city school in Philadelphia, and they were actually able to not just learn the head knowledge, but kind of put into practice some of the things that they were learning, and I love that. And so I'm hoping there's an element in at least of like putting money in the hands of kids at some point for doing work, because I think, not college later necessarily, but like, what can we do around the school? Like, use the kitchen on a Saturday, put some money in their hands so that they can then put into practice the things they're learning. I think when you kind of create that bridge between the knowledge aspect and the action aspect, I think that makes it even more impactful.
Sure, I love your show because it is so practical. How to money everything is spoken to here on JFI. Go here on Sunday. Thanks again. See you later. Bye. All right, we come back. The kidnappings of the 4 Americans in Mexico recently, the 2 that were murdered and 2 that will be okay. It's bringing back a story that came out of 1989. And wait till you hear, if you don't know about this story, what happened to a guy from Texas. That's coming up with Jim Ryan in just a second. Okay, we'll see your John Kelly now telling us why it is slow in Norwalk.
This was early morning delays and folks making on northbound from before the 6:05, you'll see delays in the commerce as you're heading towards southbound Washington, loosened up for a second, and heading in for you for the northbound on 5. Actually, now let's add all the blades together, 5 northbound from before the 6:05. That's the overall for you to continue beyond the 710 out of East Orange Commerce to Boyle Heights. So downtown LA, number 101, speaking of the 101, the northbound side, leading 4th after the 10 came to the Gino Freeway, going to be packed to the drive-in. Still going for you as you make way toward the 110 and the 10 West State Monica Freeway, should go way off the 60 as you make way toward the 110. Okay, if I'm the setup to go faster, I'm just calling it.
So, you and I have talked about solar max technology for years now.
Yeah, listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax was clearly the best. Solar is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now it's the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Stay big, call SolarMax, and get a
12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you'll want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 under sell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
This is available on approved credit. SLP number 972 This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. This is the most champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's training on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Lakers hit the road for a back-to-back today. The Pelicans today, the Rockets tomorrow. The Clippers look on the Warriors tomorrow. Chargers running back Austin Eckler out for missing 2 seasons straight. And March Madness kicks off today with the mid-first 4 in straight weeks. UCLA will take on 16 USC Astro Thursday. USC and Navy Harvard on Action Friday. I'm Ann Jordan. This family takes turns 10 heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the line. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting with your local dealer.
Why don't they good like sleep? Believe me, everybody around knows it, and I am just not happy to. We all know that. The sleep number 360 Smart Bed offers proven quality good night sleep. Oh, yeah, what's the difference? Your sleep number might have to be 100. Particularly from mattress over the years. $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 Smart Bed, plus special financing through My Smart 20. Subject to credit approval, visit SleepNumber.com for details. You can only find these beds either at SleepNumber.com or at a Sleep Number store. There are 30 of them in Southern California, including Brea, Valencia, Santa Monica, Studio City. Visit SleepNumber.com. That's SleepNumber.com. Senior has to present Medicare cash. If you get a phone call, do not never get out your number.
Just say up.
You just press Medicare fraud. Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
And since you're sick now, you see something that you did not have done, you report it. Call the Medicare fraud.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. In this week's market report, Customer Family Letter, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director of Warner Brothers Discovery, when you face the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the honor account. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
It's the #1 audio concept. iHeartMedia is marketing access to it. Very honest. Live conversation, such as insights, and data, and interviews you grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcast. Pick all awards and categories like comedy, crime, culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tonight. Considering these for yourself or your business, consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Peter, CEO of Autonomy, where an eating subscription is likely to way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
The following program will be recorded. When you're also going to give you the simple obligation to go like, oh yes, this is good, I'm going to buy some.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
honestly, some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Are you ready for it? Atmospheric River number 11. This is like the worst movie series ever. But it's another powerful storm that's moving through the Southland. It hit Northern California last night. All I heard about from my friends up there is, oh, it's so rainy. Headed our way. We'll get our fair share. But this is the latest in a series of powerful atmospheric river events. In San Bernardino County, they're off to do. I think this story is fascinating. I did not remember it was brought back to the headlines, I guess, after the deadly kidnapping of those U.S. citizens earlier this month in Matamoros. So if you that story and why this is reminding so many people in 1989.
Well, there are similarities, primarily because it's involved your town. When I heard Matamoros kidnapping, I immediately was thrown back to 1989, covering that situation down there. Marshall, it was 34 years ago today, coincidentally, that he was on spring break. Marshall was at the University of Texas, he and some friends decided that during spring break they would go on down into Matamoros, Mexico. A lot of kids did that back then, drinking tea, which was a lot cheaper, and so, yeah, they hung out down there for a while, went bar hopping. But the last part still was separated from his friends. He was kidnapped. He was taken to a ranch southwest of town. He was murdered. His body was mutilated and buried in a little shallow grave out there. And then the police responding. They were looking for him and looking for others. They found that 14 other people, Mexican citizens, had been slaughtered in the same way by this Mexican drug court that was operating up there. And so, yeah, it made a lot of headlines, and I think it sort of filled the atmosphere down in Matamoros as a spring break location in the years since then.
I think when I read that it was the Mexican drug smuggling satanic cult, I was like, God, how many more things can you throw at this group? I mean, they were a little bit of everything when it comes to evil.
Yeah, it was an amazing story to tell to get that down there, and there were books that came out within months. One of the best things too wrote about called the Cauldron of Life, and that kind of told the whole story, the whole what was happening. It's really a horrific case, and but yeah, it was 34 years ago today that the whole saga began. And naturally, what happened earlier this month, they been different. These people claiming that they were drugs, but that they were human smugglers, and there was still just a handful of people who were rival smugglers. It's a different kind of thing. They're still involved in drug trafficking, but the group also involved in Caribbean religious. So yeah, it's an amazing, fascinating, and terrifying thing to cover.
Like there was an altar, I guess, it had like candles and skulls. It's like animal skulls on it, human remains. But then they would take the bodies of the humans that they killed, and they would dismember them and use different parts kind of to put on. Like they really thought that whatever they were doing was going to help them spiritually.
Right, they were trying to gain strength from the victims they killed out there. And that was kind of their goal, apparently. The leader of this group was eventually shot and killed during a shootout with police down in Mexico City. His girlfriend, though, Carolyn Marielle Dresse, is doing prison time out, still in prison, 50 years with her sentence. She was a former college student from Texas. And she went down there and ended up caught up in this whole thing. She was called the witch. And two other men were convicted in the murder itself. I'll never forget being out there on that ranch that day. In Mexico, you're presumed guilty until proven innocent. These men they were holding in connection with these killings, they were brought out to dig up the corpses. The police said, well, I'm going to do it, you're going to do it. And so they put them out there to shovels, and they dug up the corpses themselves.
Oh my God. In your time as a reporter, are there stories like this? I would assume that this has to be one of those that you'll never forget.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was young, out of school, 5 or 6 years. And it's funny how they all happen kind of this time of year, too. So there was that one. The Branch Davidian cult compound situation was happening 30 years ago, right now. And the Oklahoma City bombing came 2 years after that one. They all happened kind of around the time of year.
Yeah, that's not good. All right, let's get through this time of year. Let's go back. Tim, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, see you later. very good issue to mine. I don't want anybody to panic. Remember that asteroid that we had go through, and they said it was the size of, I think it was like 3 football fields or something. I don't want anybody to panic. But there's a small chance, an Olympics pool-sized asteroid, not just a regular pool, not just like the kidney bean shaped pool that's in your backyard. No. This puppy's an Olympics pool-sized asteroid. May strike the Earth. This is in 2046. NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office, which detects, tracks, and characterizes these, did you know they're called NEOs, near-Earth objects, said that they've been tracking this new asteroid. This is the one that's 2023 GW. We've talked a little bit about this one before, but we're really getting more pinpointed information about how big this one is, how it could impact Earth, if it might impact Earth. I don't like any time that NASA says, yeah, there's a small chance. I mean, no chance. I mean, 0. Y'all are going to be fine. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Officer Brady from South Park, that's what I need. Move along, people. Nothing to see here. But this asteroid, they say, will be closest to the, I guess, solar orbit, I guess, in February 14th, so Valentine's Day, 2046, is when this asteroid will be closest to Earth. And so, I'm not trying to work.
Doesn't this blow your mind that they can tell something's going to be closest to Earth 20 years from now?
Yes, and I also hope that.
I have a hard time calculating the gratuity.
I'm right there with you. And I also hope, though, that if we're talking about this in 2023, that we have 23 years
Well, yeah, and
to figure out it. Yeah, how to
do projection stuff as far as throwing things out course.
how to deserve it. I feel like you just brought that karma on yourself, or after it. All right,